Chapter 1 of Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which Jimmy Grimm, not being able to help it, is born at Buccaneer Cove, much to his surprise, and Tog, the wolf dog, feels the lash of a seal-hide whip and conceives an enmity. Young Jimmy Grimm began life at Buccaneer Cove of the Labrador. It was a poor place to begin, of course, but Jimmy had nothing to do with that. It was by Tog, with the eager help of 2 hungry gray wolves, that he was taught to take care of the life into which, much to his surprise, he had been ushered. Tog was a dog with a bad name, and everybody knows that a dog with a bad name should be hanged forthwith. It should have happened to Tog. At best he was a wolfish beast. His father was a wolf, and in the end Tog was as lean and savage and cunningly treacherous as any wolf of the gray forest packs. When he had done with Jimmy Grimm, and when Jimmy Grimm's father had done with Tog, Jimmy Grimm had learned a lesson that he could never recall without a gasp and a quick little shudder. "I just don't like to think o' Tog," he told Billy Topsail and Archie Armstrong long afterwards. "You weren't afraid of him, were you?" Archie Armstrong demanded, a bit scornfully. "Was I?" Jimmy snorted. "Huh!" The business with Tod happened before old Jim Grimm moved south to Ruddy Cove of the Newfoundland coast, disgusted with the fishing of Buccaneer. It was before Jimmy Grimm had fallen in with Billy Topsail and Donald North, before he had ever clapped eyes on Bag, the London gutter snipe, or had bashfully pawed the gloved hand of Archie Armstrong, Sir Archibald's son. It was before Donald North cured himself of fear, and the first venture had broken into a blaze in a gale of wind off the Chunks. It was before Billy Topsail, a lad of wits, had held a candle over the powder barrel when the wreckers had boarded the Spot Cache. It was before Billabert Bay had been rescued from the Miquelon jail, and the heavenly home was cut out of St. Pierre Harbor in the foggy night. It was also before the Spot Cache had fallen foul of the plot to scuttle the Black Eagle. It was before the big gale and all the adventures of that northward trading voyage. In short, it was before Jim Grimm moved up from the Labrador to Ruddy Cove for better fishing. Tog had a bad name. On the Labrador coast, all dogs have bad names, nor, if the truth must be told, does the reputation do them any injustice. If evil communications corrupt good manners, the desperate character of Tog's deeds, no less than a tragic manner of his end, may be accounted for. At any rate, long before his abrupt departure from the wilderness trails and the snow-covered rock of Buccaneer Cove, he had earned the worst reputation of all the pack. It began in the beginning. When Tog was 8 weeks old, his end was foreseen. He was then little more than a soft, fluffy black and white ball, awkwardly preambulating on 4 absurdly bowed legs. Martha, Jim Grimm's wife, one day cast the lean scraps of the midday meal to the pack. What came to pass so amazed old Jim Grimm that he dropped his splitting knife and stared agape. "And would you look at that little beast?" he gasped. "That one's a wonder for badness." The snarling, scrambling heap of dogs, apparently inextricably entangled, had all at once been reduced to order. Instead of a confusion of taut legs and teeth and bristling hair, there was a precise half-circle of gaunt beasts, squatted at a respectful distance from Tog's mother, hopelessly licking their chops while, with hair on end and fangs exposed and dripping, she kept them off. "It ain't Ginny," Jim remarked. "You can't blame she. It's that little pup with the black eye." You couldn't blame Jenny. Last of all would it occur to Martha Grimm, with a child of her own to rear, to call her in the wrong. With a litter of 5 hearty pups to provide for, Jenny was animated by a wholly maternal instinct. But Tog, which was the one with the black eye, was not to be justified. He was imitating his mother's tactics with diabolical success. A half-circle of whimpering puppies, keeping a respectful distance, watched in grieved surprise, while, with hair on end and tiny fangs occasionally exposed, he devoured the scraps of the midday meal. "A wonder for badness," Jim Grim repeated. "Give a dog a bad name," quoted Martha, quick like the woman she was to resent snap judgment of a young and "Hangin'," Jim concluded. "Well," he added, "I wouldn't be surprised if it came to that." It did. In Tog's eyes there was never the light of love and humor, no amiable jollity. He would come fawning, industriously wagging his hinder parts, like puppies of more favored degree. But all the while his black eyes were alert, hard, infinitely suspicious, and avaricious. Not once, I am sure, did affection or gratitude lend them beauty. A beautiful pup he was, nevertheless, fat and white, awkwardly big, his body promising splendid strength. Even when he made war on the fleas, and he waged it unceasingly, the vigor and skill of attack, the originality of method, gave him a certain distinction. But his eyes were never well disposed. The pup was neither trustful nor to be trusted. "If he lives to the age of 3, said Jim Grim with a pessimistic wag of the head, "'twill be more by luck than good conduct." "Ah, Dad," said Jimmy Grim, "you just leave him to me." "Well, Jimmy," drawled Jim Grim, "it might teach you more about dogs than you know. I don't mind if I do leave him to you for a while." "Hut!" Jimmy boasted. "I'll master him." "Maybe," said Jim Grim. It was Jimmy Grim who first put Tog in the traces. This was in the early days of Tog's first winter, and of Jimmy's 7th. The dog was a lusty youngster then, better nourished than the other dogs of Jim Grim's pack, and no more because of the greater strength and daring than a marvelous versatility and thievery. In a bored sort of way, being at the moment lazy with food stolen from Sam Butt's stage, Tog submitted. He yawned, stretched his long legs, and gave inopportune attention to a persistent flea near the small of his back. When, however, the butt of Jimmy's whip fell smartly on his flank, he was surprised into an appreciation of the fact that a serious attempt was being made to curtail his freedom, and he was at once alive with resentful protest. "Hi, Tog," Jimmy complained. "Bide still." Tog slipped from Jimmy's grasp and bounded off. He turned with a snarl. "Here, Tog!" cried Jimmy. Tog came, stepping warily over the snow. His head was low, his king hairs bristling, his upper lip lifted. "Ha, Tog by," said Jimmy ingratiatingly. Tog thawed into a limp and servile amiability. The long, wiry white hair of his neck fell flat. He wagged his bushy white tail. He pawed the snow and playfully tossed his long, pointed nose as he crept near. But had Jimmy Grim been more observant, more knowing, he would have perceived that the light in the lanky pup's eyes had not mellowed. "Good dog," crooned Jimmy, stretching out an affectionate hand. Vanished then, in a flash, every symptom of Tog's righteousness. His long teeth closed on Jimmy's small hand with a snap. Jimmy struck instantly, and struck hard. The butt of the whip caught Tog on the nose. He dropped the hand and leaped away with a yelp. "Now, me boy," cried Jimmy Grim, staring into the quivering dog's eyes, not daring to glance at his own dripping hand, "I'll master you." But it was no longer a question of mastery. The issue was life or death. Tog was now of an age to conceive murder. Moreover, he was of a size to justify an attempt upon Jimmy, and murder was in his heart. He crouched, quivering, his wolfish eyes fixed upon the boy's blazing blue ones. For a moment neither antagonist ventured attack. Both waited. It was Jimmy who lost patience. He swung his long dog whip. The lash cracked in Tog's face. With a low growl the dog rushed, and before the boy could evade the attack, the dog had him by the leg. Down came the butt of his whip. Tog released his hold and leaped out of reach. He pawed about, snarling, shaking his bruised head. This advantage the boy sought to pursue. He advanced, alert, cool, ready to strike. Tog retreated. Jimmy rushed upon him. At a bound, Tog passed, turned, and came again. Before Jimmy had well faced him, Tog had leaped for his throat. Down went the boy, overborne by the dog's weight, and by the impact which he was not prepared to withstand. But Tog was yet a puppy, unpractised in fight. He had missed the grip, and a heavy stick in the hands of Jimmy's father, falling mercilessly upon him, put him in a yelping retreat. "I allow, Jimmy," drawled Jim Grim, while he helped the boy to his feet, that dog is teaching you more than you knowed." "I'll allow, Dad," replied the breathless Jimmy, "that he teached me nothing more than I forgot." "I wouldn't forget again," said Jim. Jimmy did not deign to reply. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which Jimmy Grim is warned not to fall down, and Tog, confirmed in bad ways, raids Ghost Tickle, commits murder, runs with the wolves, plots the death of Jimmy Grim, and reaches the end of his rope. Jimmy Grim's father broke Tog to the traces before the winter was over. A wretched time the perverse beast had of it. Labrador dogs are not pampered idlers. In winter they must work or starve, as must men the year round. But Tog had no will for work, acknowledged no masters save the cruel, writhing whip, and the whip was therefore forever flecking his ears or curling about his flanks. Moreover, he was a sad shirk. Thus he made more trouble for himself. When his teammates discovered the failing, and this was immediately, they piteously worried his hind legs. Altogether, in his half-grown days, Tog led a yelping, bleeding life of it, whereby he got no more than his deserts. Through the summer he lived by theft when thievery was practicable. At other times he went fishing for himself, with an ill will. Meantime he developed strength and craft, both in extraordinary degree. There was not a more successful criminal in the pack, nor was there a more despicable bully. When the first snow fell, Tog was master at Buccaneer Cove, and had already begun to raid the neighboring settlement at Ghost Tickle. Twice he was known to have adventured there. After the first raid, he licked his wounds in retirement for 2 weeks. After the second, which was made by night, they found a dead dog at Ghost Tickle. Thereafter, Tog entered Ghost Tickle by daylight, and with his teeth made good his right to come and go at will. It was this that left him open to suspicion when the Ghost Tickle tragedy occurred. Whether or not Tog was concerned in that affair, nobody knows. They say at Ghost Tickle that he plotted the murder and led the pack, but the opinion is based merely upon the fact that he was familiar with the paths and lurking places of the Tickle, and possibly upon the fact of his immediate and significant disappearance from the haunts of men. News came from Ghost Tickle that Jonathan Wall had come late from the ice with a seal. Weary with the long tramp, he had left the carcass at the waterside. "Billy," he said to his young son, forgetting the darkness and the dogs, "go fetch that swile up." Billy was gone a long time. "I wonder what's keeping Billy," his mother said. They grew uneasy at last, and presently they set out to search for the lad. Neither child nor seal did they ever see again, but they came upon the shocking evidences of what had occurred, and they blamed Tog of Buccaneer Cove. For a month or more Tog was lost to sight, but an epidemic had so reduced the number of serviceable dogs that he was often in Jim Grim's mind. Jim very heartily declared that Tog should have a berth with the team if starvation drove him back. Not that he loved Tog, said he, but that he needed him. But Tog seemed to be doing well enough in the wilderness. He did not soon return. Once they saw him. It was when Jim and Jimmy were bound home from Laughing Cove. Of a sudden Jim halted the team. "Do you see that, Jimmy boy?" he asked, pointing with his whip to the white crest of a nearby hill. "Dogs!" Jimmy ejaculated. "Take another squint," said Jim. "Dogs!" Jimmy repeated. "Wolves," drawled Jim. "And do you see the beast with the black eye?" "Why, dead!" Jimmy exclaimed. "'Tis Tog." "I'll allow," said Jim, "that Tog don't need us no more." But Tog did. He came back, lean and fawning. No more abject contrition was ever shown by dog before. He was starving. They fed him at the usual hour, and not 1 ounce more than the usual amount of food did he get. Next day he took his old place in the traces, and helped haul Jim Grim the round of the fox traps. But that night Jim Grim lost another dog, and in the morning Tog had disappeared into the wilderness. Jimmy Grim was glad. Tog had grown beyond him. The lad could control the others of the pack, but he was helpless against Tog. "I isn't so wonderful sorry myself," said Jim. "I'll allow, Jimmy," he added, "that Tog don't like you." "No, that he doesn't," Jimmy promptly agreed. "All yesterday he snooped around with an eye on me, looked at me as if he was waiting for me to fall down." "Jimmy," said Jim Grim gravely. "Aye, sir." "You mustn't fall down. Don't matter whether Tog's about or not. If the dogs is near, don't you fall down." "Not if I knows it," said Jimmy. It was a clear night in March. The moon was high. From the rear of Jim Grim's isolated cottage, the white waste stretched far to the wilderness. The dogs of the pack were sound asleep in the outhouse. An hour ago, the mournful howling had ceased for the night. Halfway to the fish stage, whither he was bound on his father's errand, Jimmy Grim came to a startled full stop. "What was that?" he mused. A dark object, long and lithe, had seemed to slip like a shadow into hiding below the drying flake. Jimmy continued to muse. What had it been? A prowling dog? Then he laughed a little at his own fears, and continued on his way. But he kept watch on the flake, and so intent was he upon this, so busily was he wondering whether or not his eyes had tricked him, that he stumbled over a stray billet of wood and fell sprawling. He was not alarmed, and made no haste to rise. But had he seen what emerged from the shadow of the flake, he would have instantly been in a screaming flight toward the kitchen door. The onslaught of Tog and the 2 wolves was made silently. There was not a howl, not a growl, not even an eager snarl. They came leaping, with Tog in the lead, and they came silently. Jimmy caught sight of them when he was halfway to his feet. He had but time to call his father's name, and he knew that the cry would not be heard. Instinctively, he covered his throat with his arms when Tog fell upon him, and he was relieved to feel Tog's teeth in his shoulders. He felt no pain, not any more at any rate, than a sharp stab in the knee. He was merely sensible of the fact that the vital part had not yet been reached. In the savage joy of attack, Jimmy's assailants forgot discretion. Snarls and growls escaped them while they worried the small body. In the manner of wolves, too, they snapped at each other. The dogs in the outhouse awoke, cocked their ears, came in a frenzy to the conflict, not to save Jimmy Grim, but to participate in his destruction. Jimmy was prostrate beneath them all, still protecting his throat, not regarding the other parts. And by this confusion Jim Grim was aroused from a sleepy stupor by the kitchen fire. "I wonder," said he, "what's the matter with them dogs?" "I'm not able to make out," his wife replied, puzzled. "But—" "Hark!" cried Jim. They listened. "Quick!" Jimmy's mother screamed. "They're at Jimmy!" With an axe in his hand and a merciless wrath in his heart, Jim Grim descended upon the dogs. He stretched the uppermost dead. A second blow broke the back of the wolf. The third sent a dog yelping to the outhouse with a useless hind leg. The remaining dogs decamped. Their howls expressed pain in a degree to delight Jim Grim and to inspire him with deadly strength and purpose. Tog and the surviving wolf fled. "Jimmy!" Jim Grim called. Jimmy did not answer. "They've killed you," his father sobbed. "Jimmy, boys, you dead. Mother!" He moaned to his wife, who had now come panting up with a broomstick. "They've gone and killed our Jimmy." Jimmy was unconscious when his father carried him into the house. It was late in the night, and he was lying in his own little bed, and his mother had dressed his wounds when he revived. And Tog was then howling under his window, and there Tog remained until dawn, listening to the child's cries of agony. 2 days later, Jim Grim, practicing unscrupulous deception, lured Tog into captivity. That afternoon the folk of Buccaneer Cove solemnly hanged him by the neck until he was dead, which is the custom in that land. I am glad that they disposed of him. He had a noble body, strong and beautiful, giving delight to the beholder, capable of splendid usefulness, but he had not one redeeming trait of character to justify his existence. "I wonder why Tog was so bad, Dad," Jimmy mused one day, when, as they mistakenly thought, he was near well again. "I suppose," Jim explained, "'twas because his father was a wolf." Little Jimmy Grim was not the same after that. For some strange reason he went lame, and the folk of Buccaneer Cove said that he was took with rheumatiz. "Wished I could be cured," the little fellow used to sigh. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which little Jimmy Grim goes lame and his mother discovers the whereabouts of a cure. Little Jimmy Grim was then 10 years old. He had been an active, merry lad before the night of the assault of Tog and the 2 wolves, inclined to scamper and shout, given to pranks of a kindly sort. His affectionate, light-hearted disposition had made him the light of his mother's eyes, and of his father's too. For, child though he was, lonely Jim Grim found him a comforting companion. But he was now taken with what the folk of Buccaneer Cove called rheumatiz o' the knee. There were days when he walked in comfort, but there were also times when he fell to the ground in a sudden agony and had to be carried home. There were weeks when he could not walk at all. He was not now so merry as he had been. He was more affectionate, but his eyes did not flash in the old way, nor were his cheeks so fat and rosy. Jim Grim and the lad's mother greatly desired to have him cured. "'Twould be like old times," Jim Grim said once, when Jimmy was put to bed, "if Jimmy was only well." "I'm afeard," the mother sighed, "that he'll never be well again." "For fear you're right, Mum," said Jim Grim. "We must make him happy every hour he's with us. Hush, Mother, don't cry, or I'll be crying too." Nobody connected Jimmy Grim's affliction with the savage teeth of Tog. It was Jimmy's mother who discovered the whereabouts of a cure. Hook's Cure Pain was the thing to do it. Who could deny the virtues of that healing balm? They were set forth in print, in type both large and small, on a creased and dirty remnant of the Montreal Weekly Globe and Family Messenger, which had providentially strayed into that far port of the Labrador. Who could dispute the works of the invaluable Discovery? Was it not a positive cure for bruises, sprains, chilblains, cracked hands, stiffness of the joints, contraction of the muscles, numbness of the limbs, neuralgia, rheumatism, pains in the chest, warts, frostbites, sore throat, quinsy, croup, and various other ills? Was it not an excellent hair restorer as well? If it had cured millions, and apparently it had, why shouldn't it cure little Jimmy Grim? So Jimmy's mother longed with her whole heart for a bottle of the boon to suffering humanity. "I found something, Jim Grim," she said with a teasing twinkle in her eye, when that night Jimmy's father came in from the snowy wilderness, where he had made the round of his fox traps. "Have you now?" he said curiously. "What is it?" "'Tis something," she said, "'tid make you glad." "Come, tell me," he cried, his eyes shining. "I've heard you say," she went on smiling softly, "that you'd be willing to give anything to find it. I've heard you say that." "'Tis a silver fox?" "I've heard you say," she continued, shaking her head, "oh, I've heard you say, if I could only find it, I'd be happy." "Tell me," he coaxed. "Please tell me." She laid a hand on his shoulder. The remnant of the Montreal Weekly Globe and Family Messenger she held behind her. "'Tis a cure for Jimmy," said she. "No," he cried, incredulous. But there was yet a ring of hope in his voice. "Have you now?" "Hook's Cure Pain," said she. "Never failed yet." "'Tis wonderful," said Jim Grim. She spread the newspaper on the table and placed her finger at the point of the list where the cure of rheumatism was promised. "Read that," she said, "and you'll find all 'tis true." Jim Grim's eye ran up to the top of the page. His wife waited, a smile on her lips. She was anticipating a profound impression. "Beauty has wonderful charms," Jim Grim read. "Few men can withstand the witchcraft of a lovely face. All hearts are one—" "No, no," the mother interrupted hastily. "That's the marvelous Oriental Beautifier. I've been reading that too, but 'tis not that. 'Tis lower down, beginning, 'At last, the universal remedy of biblical times.' Is you got it yet?" "Aye, sure." And thereupon Jim Grim of Buccaneer Cove discovered that a legion of relieved and rejuvenated rheumatics had, without remuneration or constraint, sung the virtues of the cure pain and the praises of Hook. Poor ignorant Jim Grim did not for a moment doubt the existence of the well-known traveler, the family doctor, the minister of the gospel, the champion of the world. He was ready to admit that the cure had been found. "I'm willing to believe," he said solemnly, the while gazing very earnestly into his wife's eyes, "that 'twould do Jimmy a world of good." "Read on," said she. "It costs money to make the cure pain," Jim read aloud. "It is not a sugar and water remedy. It is a cure, manufactured at great expense. Good medicines come high, but the peerless cure pain is cheap when compared with the worthless substitutes now on the market, and sold for just as good. Our price is $5 a bottle, 3 bottles guaranteed to cure." Jim Grim stopped dead. He looked up. His wife steadily returned his glance. The Labrador dweller is a poor man, a very poor man. Rarely does $1 of hard cash slip into his hands. And this was hard cash. $5 a bottle. $5 for that which was neither food nor clothing. "'Tis fearful," he sighed. "But read on," said she. "In order to introduce the cure pain into this locality, we have set aside 1,000 bottles of this incomparable medicine. That number and no more we will dispose at $4 a bottle. Do not make a mistake. When the supply is exhausted, the price will rise to $8 a bottle, owing to a scarcity of one of the ingredients. We honestly advise you, if you are in pain or suffering, to take advantage of this rare opportunity. A word to the wise is sufficient. Order today." "'Tis a great bargain, Jim," the mother whispered. "Aye," Jim answered dubiously. His wife patted his hand. "When Jimmy's cured," she went on, "he could help you with the traps and—" "'Tis not for that I wants uncured," Jim Grim flashed. "I'm willing to be able for me labor. 'Tis not for that. I'm just thinking all the time about seeing him run like he used to. That's what I wants." "Doesn't you think, Jim, we could manage if we tried wonderful hard?" "'Tis according to what fur I traps, Mum. Afore the ice goes and the steamer comes. I'm hoping that we'll have enough left over to buy the cure." "You're a good father, Jim," the mother said at last. "I knows you'll do your best. Leave us wait until springtime comes." "Aye," he agreed, "and we'll nar say a word to little Jimmy." They laid hold on the hope in Hook's cure pain. Life was brighter then. They looked forward to the cure. The old merry scampering Jimmy, with his shouts and laughter and gambols and pranks, was to return to them. When, as the winter dragged along, Jim Grim brought home the fox skins from the wilderness, Jimmy fondled them, and passed upon their quality as to color and size and fur. Jim Grim and his wife exchanged smiles. Jimmy did not know that upon the quality and number of the skins, which he delighted to stroke and pat, depended his cure. Let the winter pass. Let the ice move out from the coast. Let the steamer come for the letters. Let her go and return again. Then Jimmy should know.
"We'll be able to have 1 bottle whatever," said the mother.
"'Twill be more than that, Mum," Jim Grim answered confidently. "We wants our Jimmy cured." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. In which Jimmy Grimm surprises a secret, Jim Grimm makes a rash promise, and a tourist from the States discovers the marks of Togg's teeth. With spring came the great disappointment. The snow melted from the hills. Wildflowers blossomed where the white carpet had lain. The ice was ready to break and move out to sea with the next wind from the west. There were no more foxes to be caught. Jim Grimm bundled the skins, strapped them on his back, and took them to the storekeeper at Shelter Harbor, 5 miles up the coast. And when their value had been determined, he came home disconsolate. Jimmy's mother had been watching from the window. "Well," she said, when the man came in. "'Tis not enough," he groaned. "I'm sorry, Mum, but 'tis not enough." She said nothing, but waited for him to continue, for she feared to give him greater distress. "'Twas a fair price he gave me," Jim continued. "I'm not complaining of that. But there's not enough to do more than keep us in food, with pinchin, till we sells the fish and the fowl. I'm sick, Mum. I'm fair sick and miserable along o' disappointment." "'Tis sad to think," said the mother, "that Jimmy's not to be cured after all. For the want of $12, he sighed. They were interrupted by the clatter of Jimmy's crutches, coming in haste from the inner room. Then entered Jimmy. "I heard what you said," he cried, his eyes blazing, his whole worn little body fairly quivering with excitement. "I heard you say cure. Is I to be cured?" They did not answer. "Father, Mamma, did you say I was to be cured?" "Hush, dear," said the mother. "I can't hush. I wants to know. Father, tell me, is I to be cured?" "Jim," said the mother to Jim Grimm, "tellin'." "You is," Jim shouted, catching Jimmy in his arms and rocking him like a little baby. "You is to be cured. Debt or no debt. Lad, I'll see you cured." The matter of credit was easily managed. The old storekeeper at Shelter Harbor did not hesitate. Credit? Of course he would give Jim that. "Jim," said he, "I've known you for a long time, and I knows you to be a good man. I'll fit you out for the summer and the winter if you wants me to, and you can take your own time about paying the bill." And so Jim Grimm withdrew $12 from the credit of his account. They began to keep watch on the ice, to wish for a westerly gale, that the white waste might be broken and dispersed. "Father," said Jimmy one night, when the man was putting him to bed, "how long will it be afore the cure pain comes?" "I'll allow the steamer'll soon be here." "Aye?" "And then she'll take the letter with the money." "Aye?" "And she'll be gone about a month and a fortnight, and then she'll be back with—" "The cure!" cried Jimmy, giving his father an affectionate dig in the ribs. "She'll be back with the cure." "Go to sleep, lad." "I can't," Jimmy whispered. "I can't for joy of thinking of that cure." By and by the ice moved out, and in good time the steamer came. It was at the end of a blustering day, with the night falling thick. Passengers and crew alike, from the grimy stokers to the shivering American tourists, were relieved to learn, when the anchor went down with a splash and a rumble, that the old man was to hang her down until the weather turned civil. Accompanied by the old schoolmaster, who was to lend him aid in registering the letter to the Cure Paint Company, Jim Grimm went aboard in the punt. It was then dark. "You knows a Yankee when you sees one," said he, when they reached the upper deck. "Point 'un out and I'll ask 'un." "Aye, I'm travelled," said the schoolmaster importantly, "and 'twould be wise to ask about this Cure Paint Company before you post the letter." Thus it came about that Jim Grimm timidly approached two gentlemen who were chatting merrily in the lee of the wheelhouse. "Do you know the Cure Paint, sir?" he asked. "Eh? What?" the one replied. "Hooks, sir." "Hooks? In the name of Wonder Man. Hooks what?" "Cure Paint, sir. Hooks Cure Paint," said the stranger. "Doctor," addressing his companion, "do you recommend?" The doctor shrugged his shoulders. "Then you do not," said the other. The doctor eyed Jim Grim. "Why do you ask?" he inquired. "'Tis for me little son, sir," Jim replied. "He've a queer sort of rheumatics. We're thinking the cure pain will cure un. It ha' cured a minister of the gospel and a champion of the world, and we was allowing that it wouldn't have much trouble to cure little Jimmy Grim. They's as much as $12, sir, in this here letter, which I'm sending away. I'm wanting to know, sir, if they'll send the cure if I sends the money." The doctor was silent for a moment. "Where do you live?" he asked at last. Jim pointed to a far-off light. "Jimmy will be at the window," he said, "looking out at the steamer's lights. Do you care for a run ashore?" asked the doctor, turning to his fellow tourist. "If it would not overtax you." No, I'm strong enough now. The voyage has put me on my feet again. Come, let us go." Jim Grim took them ashore in the punt, guided them along the winding, rocky path, led them into the room where Jimmy sat at the window. The doctor felt of Jimmy's knee and asked him many questions. Then he held a whispered consultation with his companion and the schoolmaster, and of their conversation Jimmy caught such words and phrases as slight operation and chloroform, and that table, and poor light but light enough, and rough and ready sort of work, and no danger. Then Jim Grim was dispatched to the steamer with the doctor's friend, and when they came back the man carried a bag in his hand. The doctor asked Jimmy a question, and Jimmy nodded his head, whereupon the doctor called him a brave lad and sent Jim Grim out to the kitchen to keep his wife company for a time, first requiring him to bring a pail of water and another lamp. When they called Jim Grim in again, he knew what they were about, and it seemed a long, long time before the call came. Little Jimmy was lying on the couch, sick and pale, with his knee tightly bandaged, but with his eyes glowing. "Mama, father," the boy whispered exultantly, "they says I'm cured." "Yes," said the doctor, "he'll be all right now. His trouble was not rheumatism. It was caused by a fragment of the bone broken off at the knee joint. At least, that's as plain as I can make it to you. He was bitten by a dog, was he not? So he says, and he remembers that he felt a stab of pain in his knee at the time. That or the fall probably accounts for it. At any rate, I have removed that fragment. He'll be all right after a bit. I've told the schoolmaster how to take care of him, and I'll leave some medicine, and well, he'll soon be all right." When the doctor was about to step from the punt to the steamer's ladder half an hour later, Jim Grim held up a letter to him. "'Tis for you, sir," he said. "What's this?" the doctor demanded. "'Tis for you to keep, sir," Jim answered with dignity. "'Tis the money for the work you done." "Money!" cried the doctor. "Why, really," he stammered. You see, this is my vacation, and I'll allow, sir," said Jim quietly, "that you'll oblige me." Well, exclaimed the doctor, being wise, "that I will." Jimmy Grim got well long before it occurred to his father that the fishing at Buccaneer Cove was poor, and that he might do better elsewhere. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which Jimmy Grim moves to Ruddy Cove and settles on the slope of the Broken Nose, where, falling in with Billy Topsail and Donald North, he finds the latter a coward, but learns the reason and scoffs no longer, in which also Donald North leaps a breaker to save a salmon net and acquires a strut. When old Jim Grim moved to Ruddy Cove and settled his wife and son in a little white cottage on the slope of a bare hill called Broken Nose, Jimmy Grim was not at all sorry. There were other boys at Ruddy Cove, far more boys and jollier boys and boys with more time to spare than at Buccaneer. There was Billy Topsail for one, a tow-headed, blue-eyed, active lad of Jimmy's age, and there was Donald North for another. Jimmy Grim liked them both. Billy Topsail was the elder and up to more agreeable tricks, but Donald was good enough company for anybody, and would have been quite as admirable as Billy Topsail had it not been that he was afraid of the sea. They did not call him a coward at Ruddy Cove, they merely said that he was afraid of the sea, and Donald North was. Jimmy Grim himself, no coward in a blow of wind, was inclined to scoff at first, but Billy Topsail explained, and then Jimmy Grim scoffed no longer, but hoped that Donald North would be cured of fear before he was much older. As Billy Topsail made plain to the boy, in excuse of his friend, Donald North was brave enough until he was 8 years old, but after the accident of that season he was so timid that he shrank from the edge of the cliff when the breakers were beating the rocks below, and trembled when his father's fishing punt heeled to the faintest gust. "Billy," he said to Billy Topsail, on the unfortunate day when he caught the fear, being but then a little chap, "leave us go sail to my new fore and aft. I've rigged her out with 2 fine mizzensails." "Sure by," Billy said. "Where to?" "Uncle George's wharf head. 'Tis a place as good as any." Off Uncle George's wharf head the water was deep, deeper than Donald could fathom at low tide, and it was cold, and covered a rocky bottom, upon which a multitude of starfish and prickly sea eggs lay in clusters. It was green, smooth, and clear too. Sight carried straight down to where the purple-shelled mussels gripped the rocks. The tide had fallen somewhat and was still on the ebb. Donald found it a long reach from the wharf to the water. By and by, as the water ran out of the harbor, the most he could do was touch the tip of the mast of the miniature ship with his fingers. Then a little gust of wind crept round the corner of the wharf, rippling the water as it came near. It caught the sails of the new fore and after, and the little craft fell over on another tack and shot away. "Here, you!" Donald cried. "Come back, will you?" He reached for the mast. His fingers touched it, but the boat escaped before they closed. He laughed, hitched nearer to the edge of the wharf, and reached again. The wind failed. The little boat was tossing in the ripples, below and just beyond his grasp. "I can't catch her," he called to Billy Topsail, who was near the net horse looking for squids. Billy looked up and laughed to see Donald's awkward position, to see him hanging over the water, red-faced and straining. Donald laughed too. At once he lost his balance and fell forward. This was in the days before he could swim, so he floundered about in the water, beating it wildly to bring himself to the surface. When he came up, Billy Topsail was leaning over to catch him. Donald lifted his arm. His finger touched Billy's, that was all, just touched them. Then he sank, and when he came up again, and again lifted his arm, there was 1/2 foot of space between his hand and Billy's. Some measure of self-possession returned. He took a long breath and let himself sink. Down he went, weighted by his heavy boots. Those moments were full of the terror of which later he could not rid himself. There seemed to be no end to the depth of the water in that place, but when his feet touched bottom, he was still deliberate in all that he did. For a moment he let them rest on the rock. Then he gave himself a strong upward push. It needed but little to bring him within the reach of Billy Topsail's hand. He shot out of the water and caught that hand. Soon afterwards he was safe on the wharf. Footnote. Donald North himself told me this. Told me, too, what he had thought, and what he had said to his mother. N.D. End of footnote. "Sure, Mum, I thought I was drowned that time," he said to his mother that night. "When I were going down the last time, I thought I'd never see you again." "But you wasn't drownded by," said his mother softly. "But I might have been," said he. There was the rub. He was haunted by what might have happened. Soon he became a timid, shrinking lad, utterly lacking confidence in the strength of his arms and his skill with an oar and a sail. And after that came to pass, his life was hard. He was afraid to go out to the fishing grounds, where he must go every day with his father to keep the head of the punt up to the wind, and he had a great fear of the wind and the fog and the breakers. But he was not a coward. On the contrary, although he was circumspect in all his dealings with the sea, he never failed in his duty. In Ruddy Cove, all the men put out their salmon nets when the ice breaks up and drifts away southward, for the spring run of the salmon then begins. These nets are laid in the sea at right angles to the rocks and extending out from them. They are set along shore. It may be a mile or two from the narrow passage to the harbor. The outer end is buoyed and anchored, and the other is lashed to an iron stake which is driven deep into some crevice of the rock. When belated icebergs hang offshore, a watch must be kept on the nets, lest they be torn away or ground to pulp by the ice. "The wind's been howling around a bit by," said Donald's father one day in spring when the lad was 12 years old, and he was in the company of Jimmy Grim and Billy Topsail on the sunny slope of the Broken Nose. "I think 'twill freshen and blow in shore afore night." "There's a scattered pan of ice out there, father," said Donald, "and 3 small bergs." "Yes, by, I knows," said North. "'Tis that I afeared of. If the wind changes a bit more, 'twill jam the ice agin the rocks. Do you think the net is safe?" Jimmy Grim glanced at Billy Topsail, and Billy Topsail glanced at Jimmy Grim. "What, sir?" Donald stammered. It was quite evident that the net was in danger, but since Donald had first shown sign of fearing the sea, Job North had not compelled him to go out upon perilous undertakings. He had fallen into the habit of leaving the boy to choose his own course, believing that in time he would master himself. "I says," he repeated quietly, "does you think the net's in danger?" Billy Topsail nudged Jimmy Grim. They walked off together. It would never do to witness a display of Donald's cowardice. "He'll not go," Jimmy Grim declared. "'Tis not so sure," said Billy. "I tell you," Jimmy repeated confidently, "that he'll never go out to save that net. But," he added, "he'll have no heart for the leap." "I think he'll go," Billy insisted. In the meantime, Job North had stood regarding his son. "Well, son," he sighed, "what do you think about that net?" "I think, sir," said Donald steadily between his teeth, "that the net should come in." Job North patted the boy on the back. "'Twould be wise, boy," said he, smiling. "Come, boy, we'll go fetch it." "So long, Don," Billy Topsail shouted delightedly. Donald and his father put out in the punt. There was a fair, fresh wind, and with this filling the little brown sail, they were soon driven out from the quiet water of the harbor to the heaving sea itself. Great swells rolled in from the open and broke furiously against the coast rocks. The punt ran along shore for 2 miles, keeping well away from the breakers. When at last she came to that point where Job North's net was set, Don furled the sail, and his father took up the oars. "'Twill be a bit hard to land," he said. Therein lay the danger. There is no beach along that coast. The rocks rise abruptly from the sea, here sheer and towering, there low and broken. When there is a sea running, the swells roll in and break against these rocks, and when these breakers catch a punt, they are certain to smash it to splinters. The iron stake to which Job North's net was lashed was fixed in a low ledge upon which some hardy shrubs had taken root. The waves were casting themselves against the rocks below, breaking with a great roar and flinging the spray over the ledge. "'Twill be a bit hard," North said again. But the salmon fishers have a way of landing under such conditions. When their nets are in danger, they do not hesitate. The man at the oars lets the boat drift with the breaker's stern aforemost towards the rocks. His mate leaps from the stern seat to the ledge. Then the other pulls the boat out of danger before the wave curls and breaks. It is the only way. But sometimes the man in the stern miscalculates, leaps too soon, stumbles, leaps short. He falls back and is almost inevitably drowned. Sometimes, too, the current of the wave is too strong for the man at the oars. His punt is swept in, pull as hard as he may, and he is overwhelmed with her. Donald knew all this. He had lived in dread of the time when he must first make that leap. "The hoist is coming in by," said North. "'Twill scrape these here rocks certain sure. Does you think you're strong enough to take the oars and let me go ashore?" "No, sir," said Donald. "You never leaped afore, did you?" "No, sir." "Will you try now, by?" said North quietly. "Yes, sir," Donald said faintly. "Get ready, then," said North. With a stroke or two of the oars, Job swung the stern of the boat to the rocks. He kept her hanging in this position until the water fell back and gathered in a new wave. Then he lifted his oars. Donald was crouched on the stern seat, waiting for the moment to rise and spring. The boat moved in, running on the crest of the wave, which would a moment later break against the rock. Donald stood up and fixed his eye on the ledge. He was afraid. All the strength and courage he possessed seemed to desert him. The punt was now almost level with the ledge. The wave was about to curl and fall. It was the precise moment when he must leap. That instant, too, when the punt must be pulled out of the grip of the breaker, if at all. Billy Topsail and Jimmy Grimm were at this critical moment hanging off Grief Island, in the lee, whence they could see all that occurred. They had come out to watch the issue of Donald's courage.
"He'll never leap,"
Jimmy exclaimed.
"He will,"
said Billy.
"He'll not,"
Jimmy declared. "Look!" cried Billy. Donald felt of a sudden that he must do this thing. Therefore, why not do it courageously? He leaped, but this new courage had not come in time. He made the ledge, but he fell an inch short of a firm footing. So for a moment he tottered between falling forward and falling back. Then he caught the branch of an overhanging shrub, and with this saved himself. When he turned, Job had the punt in safety, but he was breathing hard, as if the strain had been great.
"'Twas not so hard, was it, bye?"
said Job.
"No, sir,"
said Donald.
"I told you so,"
said Billy Topsail to Jimmy Grimm.
"Goodbye,"
Jimmy declared, as he hoisted the sail for the homeward run. Donald cast the net line loose from its mooring, and saw that it was all clear. His father let the punt sweep in again. It is much easier to leap from a solid rock than from a boat, so Donald jumped without difficulty. Then they rowed out to the buoy and hauled the great dripping net over the side. It was well they had gone out, for before the morning the ice had drifted over the place where the net had been. More than that, Donald North profited by his experience. He perceived that if perils must be encountered, they are best met with a clear head and an unflinching heart.
"Wished you'd been out to see me jump the day,"
he said to Jimmy Grimm that night. Billy and Jimmy laughed.
"Wished you had,"
Donald repeated.
"We was," said Jimmy.
Donald threw back his head, puffed out his chest, dug his hands in his pocket, and strutted off. It was the first time, poor lad, he had ever won the right to swagger in the presence of Jimmy Grimm and Billy Topsail. To be sure, he made the most of it, but he was not yet cured. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. In which, much to the delight of Jimmy Grimm and Billy Topsail, Donald North, having perilous business on a pan of ice after night, is cured of fear, and once more puffs out his chest and struts like a rooster. Like many another snug little harbor on the northeast coast of Newfoundland, Ruddy Cove is confronted by the sea and flanked by a vast wilderness, so all the folk take their living from the sea, as their forebears have done for generations. In the gales and high seas of the summer following, and in the blinding snowstorms and bitter cold of the winter, Donald North grew in fine readiness to face peril at the call of duty. All that he had gained was put to the test in the next spring, when the floating ice, which drifts out of the north in the spring break-up, was driven by wind against the coast. After that adventure, Jimmy Grimm said, "You're all right, Don," and Billy Topsail said, "You're all right, Don." Donald North himself stuck his hands in his pockets, threw out his chest, spat like a skipper, and strutted like a rooster.
"I'll allow I is,"
said he. And he was, and nobody decried his little way of boasting, which lasted only for a day, and everybody was glad that at last he was like other boys. Job North, with Alexander Blood and Bill Stevens, went out on the ice to hunt seal. The hunt led them 10 miles offshore. In the afternoon of that day, the wind gave some sign of changing to the west, and at dusk it was blowing half a gale offshore. When the wind blows offshore, it sweeps all this wandering ice out to sea, and disperses the whole pack.
"Go see if your father's coming by," said Donald's mother. "I'm getting terrible nervous about the ice."
Donald took his gaff, a long pole of light, tough dogwood, 2 inches thick and shod with iron, and set out. It was growing dark. The wind, rising still, was blowing in strong, cold gusts. It began to snow while he was yet on the ice of the harbor, half a mile away from the pans and dumpers which the wind of the day before had crowded against the coast. When he came to the standing edge, the stationary rim of ice which is frozen to the coast, the wind was thickly charged with snow. What with dusk and snow, he found it hard to keep to the right way. But he was not afraid for himself. His only fear was that the wind would sweep the ice pack out to sea before his father reached the standing edge. In that event, as he knew, Job North would be doomed. Donald went out to the standing edge. Beyond lay a widening gap of water. The pack had already begun to move out. There was no sign of Job North's party. The lad ran up and down, hallooing as he ran, but for a time there was no answer to his call. Then it seemed to him that he heard a despairing hail, sounding far to the right, whence he had come. Night had almost fallen, and the snow added to its depth. But as he ran back, Donald could see across the gap of water to the great pan of ice, which, of all the pack, was nearest to the standing edge. He perceived that the gap had considerably widened since he had first observed it.
"Is that you, father?"
he called.
"Aye, Donald,"
came an answering hail from directly opposite.
"Is there a small pan of ice on your side?"
Donald searched up and down the standing edge for a detached cake large enough for his purpose. Near at hand he came upon a small, thin pan, not more than 6 feet square.
"Haste by," cried his father. "There's one here," he called back, "but 'tis too small. Is there none there?" "No, boy. Fetch that over."
Here was a desperate need. If the lad were to meet it, he must act instantly and fearlessly. He stepped out on the pan and pushed off with his gaff, using his gaff as a paddle. As these gaffs are constantly used in ferrying by Newfoundland fishermen and helped by the wind, he soon ferried himself to where Job North stood waiting with his companions.
"'Tis too small," said Stevens. "'Twill not hold two."
North looked dubiously at the pan. Alexander Blood shook his head in despair.
"Get back while you can, by," said North. "Quick, we're drifting fast. The pan's too small." "I think it's big enough for one man and me," said Donald. "Get aboard and try it, Alexander," said Job. "Quick, man."
Alexander Blood stepped on. The pan tipped fearfully, and the water ran over it. But when the weight of the man and the boy was properly adjusted, it seemed capable of bearing them both across. They pushed off and seemed to go well enough, but when Alexander moved to put his gaff in the water, the pan tipped again. Donald came near to losing his footing. He moved nearer the edge, and the pan came to a level. They paddled with all their strength, for the wind was blowing against them, and there was need of haste if 3 passages were to be made. Meantime, the gap had grown so wide that the wind had turned the ripples into waves, which washed over the pan as high as Donald's ankles. But they came safely across. Blood stepped swiftly ashore, and Donald pushed off. With the wind in his favor, he was soon once more on the other side.
"Now, Bill," said North, "your turn next." "I can't do it, Job," said Stevens. "Get aboard yourself. The lad can't come back again. We're drifting out too fast. He's your lad, and you've a right to." "I'll come back," said Donald. "Come on, Bill. Be quick."
Stevens was a lighter man than Alexander Blood, but the passage was wider and still widening, for the pack had gathered speed. When Stevens was safely landed, he looked back. A vast white shadow was all that he could see. Job North's figure had been merged with the night.
"Donald, boy," said he, "you've got to go back for your father. I'm a fair feared you'll never—" "Give me a push, Bill," said Donald. Stevens caught the end of the gaff and pushed the lad out. "Goodbye, Donald," he called. When the pan touched the other side, Job North stepped aboard without a word. He was a heavy man. With his great body on the ice cake, the difficulty of return was enormously increased, as Donald had foreseen. The pan was overweighted. Time and again it nearly shook itself free of its load and rose to the surface. North was near the center, plying his gaff with difficulty, but Donald was on the extreme edge. Moreover, the distance was twice as great as it had been at first, and the waves were running high, and it was dark. They made way slowly. The pan often wavered beneath them, but Donald was intent upon the thing he was doing, and he was not afraid. Then came the time. They were but 10 yards off the standing edge, when North struck his gaff too deep into the water. He lost his balance, struggled to regain it, failed, and fell off. Before Donald was awake to the danger, the edge of the pan sank under him, and he too toppled off. Donald had learned to swim now. When he came to the surface, his father was breast high in the water looking for him. "Are you all right, Donald?" said his father. "Yes, sir." "Can you reach the ice alone?" "Yes, sir," Donald said quietly. Alexander Blood and Bill Stevens helped them up on the standing edge, and they were home by the kitchen fire in half an hour. "'Twas bravely done by," said Job. So Donald North learned that perils feared are much more terrible than perils faced. He had a courage of the finest kind. In the following days of adventure, now close upon him, had young Donald. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. In which Bagg, imported from the gutters of London, lands at Ruddy Cove from the mail boat, makes the acquaintance of Jimmy Grimm and Billy Topsail, and tells them he wants to go home, in which also the way to catastrophe is pointed. The mail-boat comes to Ruddy Cove in the night, when the shadows are black and wet, and the wind, blowing in from the sea, is charged with a clammy mist. The lights in the cottages are blurred by the fog. They form a broken line of yellow splotches rounding the harbor's edge. Beyond is deep night and a wilderness into which the wind drives. In the morning the fog still clings to the coast. Within the cloudy wall it is all glum and dripping wet. When the veering winds sweep the fog away, there lies disclosed a world of rock and forest and fuming sea, stretching from the end of the earth to the summits of the inland hills, a place of ruggedness and hazy distances, of silence and of vast forbidding loneliness. It was on such a morning that Bagg, the London gutter snipe, having been landed at Ruddy Cove from the mail-boat the night before, this being in the fall before Donald North played ferryman between the standing edge and the floe, it was on such a foggy morning, I say, that Bagg made the acquaintance of Billy Topsail and Jimmy Grimm. "Hullo," said Billy Topsail. "Hullo," Jimmy Grimm echoed. "You blokes live here?" Bagg whined. "Uh-huh," said Billy Topsail. "This your home?" pursued Bagg. Billy nodded. "Wisht I was home," sighed Bagg. "I say," he added, "which way's home from here?" "You mean Skipper Ezekiel's cottage?" "I mean London," said Bagg. "Don't know," Billy answered. "You better ask Uncle Tommy Luff. He'll tell you." Bagg had been exported for adoption. The gutters of London were never exhausted of their product of malformed little bodies and souls. They provide waifs with the remotest colonies of the empire. So, as it chanced, Bagg had been exported to Newfoundland, transported from his native valleys to this vast and lonely place. Bagg was scrawny and sallow, with bandy legs and watery eyes, and a fantastic cranium. And he had a snub nose, which turned blue when a cold wind struck it. But when he was landed from the mail-boat, he found a warm welcome just the same, from Ruth Rideout,
Ezekiel's wife, by whom he had been taken for adoption. Later in the day, old Uncle Tommy Luff, just in from the fishing grounds off the Mull, where he had been jigging for stray cod all day long, had moored his punt to the stage head, and he was now coming up the path with his sail over his shoulder, his back to the wide, flaring sunset. Bag sat at the turn to Squid Cove, disconsolate. The sky was heavy with glowing clouds, and the whole earth was filled with a glory such as he had not known before.
"Shall I arst the old beggar when he gets here?"
mused Bag. Uncle Tommy looked up with a smile.
"I say, mister,"
piped up Bag, when the old man came abreast,
"which way's home from here?"
"Eh, boy?" said Uncle Tommy.
"Home, sir. Which way is it from here?"
In that one word, Bag's sickness of heart expressed itself, in the quivering, wistful accent.
"Is you Ezekiel Rideout's lad?"
said Uncle Tommy.
"Don't you make no mistake, mister,"
said Bag somewhat resentfully.
"I ain't nothing to nobody."
"I knowed you was that lad," Uncle Tommy drawled, "when I seed the size of you. Sure, bye, you know as well as me where Ezekiel's place is, too. 'Tis to the head of Burnt Cove there, with the white railing and the tater patch after the place where they spreads the fish. Sure you knows the way home."
"I mean London, mister."
"Oh, home," said Uncle Tommy. "When I was a lad like you, boy, just here from the west country, me father taught me if I steered a course out the Tickle and kept me starn fair for the meeting house, I'd sure get home t' last."
"Which way, mister?"
Uncle Tommy pointed out to sea, to that far place in the east where the dusk was creeping over the horizon. "Thereby," said he, "home lies there." Then Uncle Tommy shifted his sail to the other shoulder and trudged on up the hill, and Bag threw himself on the ground and wept until his sobs convulsed his scrawny little body.
"I want to go home," he sobbed. "I want to go home."
No wonder that Bag, London-born and bred, wanted to go home to the crowd and roar and glitter of the streets to which he had been used. It was fall in Ruddy Cove, when the winds are variable and gusty, when the sea is breaking under the sweep of a freshening breeze, and yet heaving to the force of spent gales. Fogs, persistently returning with the east wind, fill the days with gloom and dampness. Great breakers beat against the harbor rocks. The swish and thud of them never ceased, nor was there any escape from it. Bag went to the fishing grounds with Ezekiel Rideout, where he jigged for the fall run of cod, and there he was tossed about in the lop, and chilled to the marrow by the nor'easters. Many a time the punt ran heeling and plunging for the shelter of the harbor, with the spray falling upon Bag where he cowered amidships, and once she was nearly undone by an offshore gale. In the end, Bag learned consideration for the whims of a punt, and acquired an unfathomable respect for a gust and breaking wave. Thus the fall passed, when the catching and splitting and drying of fish was a distraction. Then came the winter, short, drear days, mere breaks in the night, when there was no relief from the silence and vasty space round about, and the dark was filled with the terrors of snow and great winds and loneliness. At last the spring arrived, when the ice drifted out of the north in vast floes, bearing herds of hair seal within reach of the gaffs of the harbor folk, and was carried hither and thither with the wind. Then there came a day when the wind gathered the dumpers and pans in one broad mass and jammed it against the coast. The sea, where it had lain black and fretful all winter long, was now covered and hidden. The ice stretched unbroken from the rocks of Ruddy Cove to the limit of vision in the east, and Bag marveled. There seemed to be a solid path from Ruddy Cove straight away in the direction in which Uncle Tommy Luff had said that England lay. Notwithstanding the comfort and plenty of his place with Aunt Ruth Rideout and Uncle Ezekiel, Bag still longed to go back to the gutters of London.
"I want to go home,"
he often said to Billy Topsail and Jimmy Grim. "What for?" Billy once demanded.
"Don't know,"
Bag replied.
"I just want to go home."
At last Bag formed a plan. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which Bag, unknown to Ruddy Cove, starts for home and after some difficulty safely gets there. Uncle Tommy Luff, coming up the hill one day when the ice was jammed against the coast and covered the sea as far as sight carried, was stopped by Bag at the turn to Squid Cove.
"I say, mister,"
said Bag,
"which way was you telling me London was on from here?"
Uncle Tommy pointed straight out to the ice-covered sea.
"That way?"
asked Bag.
"Straight out of the Tickle, with the meeting house astern." "Think a bloke could ever get there?"
Bag inquired.
Uncle Tommy laughed. "If he kept on walking, he'd strike it sometime," he answered. "Sure?" Bag demanded. "If he kept on walking,"
Uncle Tommy repeated, smiling. This much may be said of the ice. The wind which carries it inshore inevitably sweeps it out to sea again, in an hour or a day or a week, as it may chance. The whole pack, the wide expanse of enormous fragments of fields and glaciers, is in the grip of the wind, which, as all men know, bloweth where it listeth. A nor'east gale sets it grinding against the coast, but when the wind veers to the west, the pack moves out and scatters. If a man is caught in the great rush and heaving, he has nothing further to do with his own fate but wait. He escapes if he has strength to survive until the wind blows the ice against the coast again. Not else. When the Newfoundlander starts out to the seal hunt, he makes sure, insofar as he can, that no change in the wind is threatened. Uncle Ezekiel Rideout kept an eye on the weather that night.
"Be you going by?"
said Ruth, looking up from her weaving. Ezekiel had just come in from Lookout Head, where the watchers had caught sight of the seals, swarming far off in the shadows.
"There's seals out there," he said, "but I don't know as us'll go tonight. 'Tis like the wind'll haul to the west." "What do Uncle Tommy Luff say?" "That 'twill tawl to the west and freshen afore midnight." "Sure, then, you'll not be going by." "I don't know as anybody'll go," said he. "Looks a bit too nasty for 'em."
Nevertheless, Ezekiel put some pork and hard bread in his dunny bag, and made ready his gaff and tow lines, lest by chance the weather should promise fair at midnight.
"Where's that young scamp?"
said Ezekiel with a smile which expressed a fine, indulgent affection.
"Now I wonder where he is," said Ruth, pausing in her work. "He've been gone more'n an hour, sure." "Leave him bide where he is so long as he likes," said he. "Sure he must be having a bit of sport. 'Twill do him good."
Ezekiel sat down by the fire and dozed. From time to time he went to the door to watch the weather. From time to time Aunt Ruth listened for the footfalls of Bag coming up the path. After a long time she put her work away. The moon was shining through the mist, so she sat at the window, for from there she could see the boy when he rounded the turn to the path. She wished he would come home.
"I'll go down to Topsail's to see what's to be done about the seals," said Ezekiel. "Keep a lookout for the bay," she said.
Ezekiel was back in half an hour.
"Topsail's gone to bed," said he. "Sure no one's going out tonight. The wind's howled around to the west and 'twill blow a gale afore morning. The ice is moving out slow already. Be that lad out yet?"
"Yes, bye," said Ruth anxiously.
"I wished he'd come home."
I wished he would," said Ezekiel. Ruth went to the door and called Bag by name, but there was no answer. Offshore, 4 miles offshore, Bag was footing it for England as fast as his skinny little legs would carry him. The way was hard, a winding, uneven path over the pack. It led round clumpers, over ridges which were hard to scale, and across broad, slippery pans. The frost had glued every fragment to its neighbor, and for the moment the pack formed one solid mass, continuous and at rest. But the connection between its parts was of the slenderest, needing only a change of wind or a ground swell of the sea to break it everywhere. The moon was up. It was half obscured by a haze which was driving out from shore, to which quarter the wind had now fairly veered. The wind was rising, coming in gusts, in which soon flakes of snow appeared, but there was light enough to keep going in the general direction out from the coast, and the wind but helped Bag along.
"I got to hurry up," thought he. The boy looked behind. Ruddy Cove was within sight. He was surprised that the coast was still so near. "Got to hurry up a bit more," he determined. He was elated, highly elated. He thought that his old home was but a night's journey distant, at most not more than a night and a day, and he had more than enough food in his pockets to last through that. He was elated, but from time to time a certain regret entered in, and it was not easily cast out. He remembered the touch of Aunt Ruth's lips, and her arm, which had often stolen about him in the dusk, and he remembered that Uncle Ezekiel had beamed upon him most affectionately, in times of mischief and good works alike. He had been well loved in Ruddy Cove. "Wished I'd told Aunt Ruth," Bag thought. On he trudged, straight out to sea. "Got to hurry up," thought he. Again the affection of Aunt Ruth occurred to him. She had been very kind, and as for Uncle Zeke, why, nobody could have been kinder. "Wished I'd have told Aunt Ruth," Bag regretted. "Might have said goodbye, anyhow." The ice was now drifting out, but the wind had not yet risen to that measure of strength wherewith it tears the pack to pieces. Nor had the sea attacked it. There was a gap of 200 yards between the coast rocks and the edge of the ice, but that was far, far back and hidden from sight. The pack was drifting slowly, smoothly, still in one compact mass. Its motion was not felt by Bag, who pressed steadily on toward England, eager again, but fast growing weary. "Got to hurry up," thought he. But presently he must rest, and while he rested the wind gathered strength. It went singing over the pack, pressing ever with a stronger hand upon its dumpers and ridges, pushing it everywhere, faster and faster out to sea. The pack was on the point of breaking into pieces under the strain, but the wind still fell short of the power to rend it. There was a greater volume of snow falling. It was driven past in thin, swirling clouds. Hence the light of the moon began to fail. Far away at the rim of the pack, the sea was eating its way in, but the swish and crash of its work was far too distant to be heard. "I ain't nothing to nobody but Aunt Ruth," Bag thought, as he rose to continue the tramp. On he went, the wind lending him wings, but at last his legs gave out at the knees, and he sat down again to rest. This was in the lee of a clumper, where he was comfortably sheltered. He was still warm, in a glow of heat, indeed, and his hope was still with him. So far he had suffered from nothing save weariness, so he began to dream of what he would do when he got home, just as all men do when they come near, once again, to that old place where they were born. The wind was now a gale, blowing furiously. The pack was growing in its outlying parts. "Nothing to nobody," Bag grumbled, on his way once more. Then he stopped dead, in terror. He heard the breaking of an ice pan, a great clap and rumble, vanishing in the distance. The noise was repeated, all round about, bursting from everywhere, rising to a fearful volume, near at hand, a cracking, far off, a continuing roar. The pack was breaking up. Each separate part was torn from another, and the noise of the rending was great. Each part ground against its neighbor on every side. The weaker pans were crushed like eggshells. Then the whole began to feel the heave of the sea. "It's an earthquake," thought Bag. "I'd better hurry up." He looked back over the way he had come, searching the shadows for Ruddy Cove, but the coast was lost to sight. "Must be across now," he thought. "I'll hurry up." So he turned his back on Ruddy Cove and ran straight out to sea. For he thought that England was nearer than the coast he had left. He was now upon a pan, both broad and thick, stout enough to withstand the pressure of the pack. It was a wide field of ice, which the cold of the far north, acting through many years, it may be, had made strong. Elsewhere the pans were breaking, were lifting themselves out of the press and falling back in pieces, were being ground to the finest fragments. This mighty confusion of noise and wind and snow and night, and the upheaval of the whole world round about, made the soul of Bag shiver within him. It surpassed the terrors of his dreams. "Guess I never will get home," thought he. Soon he came to the edge of the pan.
Beyond, where the pack was in smaller blocks, the sea was swelling beneath it. The ice was all heaving and swaying. He dared not venture out on this shifting ground, so he ran up and down, seeking a path onward, but he discovered none. Meantime, the parts of the pack had fallen into easier positions. The noise of crunching, as the one ground against the other, had somewhat abated. The ice continued its course outward, under the driving force of the wind, but the pressure was relieved. The pans fell away from one another. Lakes and lanes of water opened up. The pan upon which Bagg chanced to find himself in the great break-up soon floated free. There was now no escape from it. Bagg retreated from the edge, for the seas began to break there.
"Wished I was home again,"
he sobbed. This time he did not look towards England, but wistfully back to Ruddy Cove. The gale wasted away in the night. The next day was warm and sunny on all that coast. An ice pack hung offshore from Fortune Harbor. In the afternoon it began to creep in with a light wind. The first pan struck the coast at dusk. The folk of the place were on the head, on the lookout for a sign of a herd of seal. Just before night fell, they spied a black speck, as far out from the shore as their eyes could see.
"There'll be seals out there the morrow,"
the men all agreed. So they went home and prepared to set out at dawn of the next day. In the night, the wind swept the whole pack in to the last lagging pan. The ice was all jammed against the coast, a firm, vast expanse stretching to the horizon, and held in place by the wind, which continued strong and steady. The men of Fortune Harbor went confidently out to the hunt. At noon, when they were 10 miles offshore, they perceived the approach of a small black figure. The meeting came soon afterwards, for the folk of Fortune Harbor, being both curious and quick to respond to need, made haste.
"I say, mister,"
said Bagg, briskly, addressing old John Forsyth,
"you haven't got no ham, have you?"
The men of Fortune Harbor laughed.
"Or nothing else, have you?"
Billy continued hopefully.
"I am a bit hungry."
"Sure by," said Forsyth. "I've a biscuit and a bit of pork."
"Have you now?"
said Bagg.
"Would you mind, Div?"
But his hands were already full. A moment later his mouth was in the same condition. "How'd you come out here?" said Forsyth.
"Swept out,"
said Bagg.
"I say, mister,"
he added between munches,
"which way would you say my home is from here?"
"Where's your home?"
"Ruddy Cove,"
said Bagg.
"'Tis 15 miles up the coast. How would you get there quickest if you had to?"
"We'll take care of you, boy," said Forsyth.
"We'll put you to Ruddy Cove in a skiff when the ice goes out.
Seems to me," he added,
"you must be the boy Ezekiel Rideout took. Isn't you Ezekiel Rideout's boy?" "Bet your life I am,"
said Bagg. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. In which Jimmy Grimm and Billy Topsail, being added up and called a man, are shipped for St. John's with Bilderbernt Bay, where they fall in with Archie Armstrong, Sir Archibald's son, and Bilderbernt Bay declines to insure the first venture. Of course, Donald North, who had been ferryman to his father, had no foolishly romantic idea of his experience on that pan of ice, nor had Jimmy Grimm, nor had Billy Topsail. Donald North would not have called it an adventure, nor himself a hero. He would have said, without any affectation of modesty, "Oh, that's just a little miss." The thing had come in the course of a day's work. That was all. Something had depended upon him, and greatly to his elation he had made good. It was no more to him than a hard tackle to a boy of the American towns. Any sound American boy, any boy of healthy courage and clean heart, would doubtless have taken Job North off the drifting floe, and Donald North, for his part, would no doubt have made the tackle and saved the goal, though frightened to a greenish pallor, had he ever been face to face with the necessity. Had he ever survived a football game, he would have thought himself a hero, and perhaps have boasted more than was pleasant. But to have taken a larger chance with his life on a pan of ice was so small and usual a thing as presently to be forgotten. Newfoundland boys are used to that. It was still spring at Ruddy Cove, 2 weeks or more after Begg came back to his real home, when Donald North's friends, Billy Topsail and Jimmy Grimm, fell into a considerable peril in a gale of wind off the Chunks. Even they, used to such adventures as they were, called it a narrow escape.
"No more of that for me,"
said Billy Topsail afterwards.
"Nor me," said Jimmy Grimm. "You'll both of you take all that comes your way,"
Billiburnt Bay put in tartly. It was aboard the first venture, which Billiburnt Bay had as master builder built at Ruddy Cove for himself. She was to be his, she was his, and he loved her from stem to stern. And she was his because Sir Archibald Armstrong, the great St. John's merchant and shipowner, had advanced the money to build her in recognition of Skipper Bill's courageous rescue of Archie Armstrong, Sir Archibald's only son, in a great blizzard on the sealing voyage of the year before. Footnote number 2. The story of this voyage, the tale of the time when Archie Armstrong and Billy Topsail and Billiburnt Bay were lost in the snow on the ice floe, with certain other happenings in which Billy Topsail was involved, is related in The Adventures of Billy Topsail. End of footnote 2. At any rate, the first venture was Bill's, and she was now afloat and finished, rigged to the last strand of rope. To say that Skipper Bill was proud of her does not begin to express the way in which he loved her. "Now look, you two, Billy Topsail, and you too, Jimmy Grimm," said he gravely one day, beckoning the boys near. The first venture was lying at anchor in the harbor, ready for her maiden voyage to St. John's. "I'm in need of a man aboard this here craft," Billiburnt Bay went on, "and as there's none to be had in this harbor, I'm thinking of adding you two boys up and calling the answer to the sum a man." "Wisht you would, Skipper Bill," said Jimmy. "Two halves make a whole," Bill mused, scratching his head in doubt. "Leastwise, so I was teached." "They teach it in school," said Jimmy. Billy Topsail grinned delightedly. "Well," Bill declared at last, "I'll take you no matter what comes of it, for there's nothing else I can do." It wasn't quite complimentary, but the boys didn't mind. When the first venture made St. John's, it was still early enough in the spring of the year for a small craft to be at sea. When she was ready to depart on the return voyage to Ruddy Cove, the days were days of changeable weather, of wind and snow, of fog and rain, of unseasonable intervals of quiet sunshine. The predictions of wiseacres were not to be trusted, and, at any rate, every forecast was made with a wag of the head that implied a large mental reservation. At sea, it was better to proceed with caution, to be prepared for emergencies, to expect the worst and be ready for it, was the part of plain common sense, and Skipper Billiburnt Bay was well aware of this. The first venture lay in dock at St. John's. She was loaded for Ruddy Cove and the ports beyond. Skipper Bill had launched himself as a coastwise skipper, master of the stout first venture, carrying freight to the northern settlements at a fair rate for all comers. The hold was full to the deck, and the deck itself was cumbered with casks and cases, all lashed fast in anticipation of a rough voyage. It was a miscellaneous cargo. Flour, beef, powder, and shot, molasses, kerosene, clothing, such necessities, in short, as the various merchants to whom the cargo was consigned could dispose of to the people of the coast, and such simple comforts as the people could afford. She was a trim and stout little fore and aft schooner of 50 tons burthen. The viewers had awarded the government bounty without a quibble. Old John Holton, the chief of them, a terror to the slipshod master builders, had frankly said she was an honest little craft from bowsprit to taffrail. The newspapers had complimented Billiburnt Bay, her builder, in black and white, which could not be disputed. They had even called Skipper Bill one of the honest master builders of the outports.
Nor had they forgotten to add the hope that, in the hands of Skipper William, builder and master, the new craft will have many and prosperous voyages. By this praise, of course, Skipper Bill was made to glow from head to foot with happy gratification. All the first venture wanted was a fair wind out. "She can leg it, sir," Skipper Bill said to Sir Archibald, running his eyes over the tall, trim spars of the new craft. "And once she gets out to sea, she's got ballast enough to stand up to a sousing breeze. With any sort of civil weather, she can make it to Ruddy Cove in 5 days." "I'd not drive her too hard," said Sir Archibald, who had come down to look at the new schooner for a purpose. Bilderburnt Bay looked up in amazement. This from the hard-sailing Sir Archibald? "Not too hard," Sir Archibald repeated. Skipper Bill laughed. "I'm sure," said Sir Archibald, "that Mrs. Williams had rather have you come safe than unexpected." "Be modest, Skipper Bill, and reef the venture when she howls for mercy." "I'll bargain to reef her, sir," Bill replied, "when I thinks you would yourself." "Oh, come now, Skipper," Sir Archibald laughed. Bilderburnt Bay roared like the lusty sea-dog he was. "I've good reason for wishing you to go cautiously," said Sir Archibald gravely. Bill looked up with interest. "You've settled at Ruddy Cove, Skipper?"
"Aye, sir," Bill answered. "I moved the wife to Ruddy Cove when I undertook to build the venture."
"I'm thinking of sending Archie down to spend the summer," said Sir Archibald. Bilderburnt Bay beamed largely and delightedly. "Do you think," Sir Archibald went on with a little grin, "that Mrs. Skipper William would take care of him?"
"Care?" Skipper Bill exclaimed. "Why, sir, 'twould be as good as taking her a stick of peppermint."
"He'll come aboard this afternoon," Sir Archibald said.
"He'll be second mate of the venture," Bill declared.
"Skipper," said Sir Archibald presently, "you'll be wanting this craft insured, I suppose."
"Well, no, sir," Bill drawled.
Sir Archibald frowned. "No trouble for me to take the papers out for you," said he.
"You see, sir," Bill explained, "I was allowing to save that there insurance money."
"Penny wise and pound foolish," said Sir Archibald.
"Oh," drawled Skipper Bill, "I'll manage to get her to Ruddy Cove well enough anyhow." He added, "'Twon't be wind nor sea that will wreck my schooner."
"As you will," said Sir Archibald shortly. "The craft's yours." Archie Armstrong came aboard that afternoon, followed by 2 porters and 2 trunks. He was Sir Archibald's son. There was no doubt about that. A fine, hardy lad, robust, straight, agile, alert, with his head carried high, merry, quick-minded, ready-tongued, fearless in the wind and high sea. His hair was tawny, his eyes blue and wide and clear. His face was broad and good-humored. He was something of a small dandy, too, as the 2 porters and the 2 trunks might have explained. The cut of his coat, the knot in his cravat, the polish on his boots, the set of his knickerbockers were always matters of deep concern to him. But this did not interfere with his friendship with Billy Topsail, the outport boy. That friendship had been formed in times of peril and hardship, when a boy was a boy and clothes had nothing to say in the matter. Archie bounded up the gangplank, crossed the deck in 3 leaps, and stuck his head into the forecastle. "Ahoy, Billy Topsail!" he roared.
"Ahoy yourself!" Billy shouted.
"Come below, Archie, and take a look at Jimmy Grimm." Jimmy Grimm was at once taken into the company of friends. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys, by Norman Duncan, in which the cook smells smoke, and the first venture, in a gale of wind off the chunks, comes into still graver peril, which Billy Topsail discovers. Skipper Bilderburnt Bay got the first venture under way at dawn of the next day. It was blowing a stiff breeze. A fine fresh wind was romping fair to the northwest, where far off Ruddy Cove lay, and Mrs. Skipper William waited.
"All alow," Skipper
Bill mused, as the schooner slipped through the narrows.
"That there insurance wouldn't have done much harm anyhow."
There was an abrupt change of weather. It came without warning, and there was no hint of apology to the skipper of the first venture. When the schooner was still out to the southward of the dangerous chunks, but approaching them, she was beating laboriously into a violent and capricious head wind. Billy Bay, giving heed to Sir Archibald's injunction, kept her well off the group of barren islands. They were mere rocks, scattered widely. Some of them showed their forbidding heads to passing craft. Others were submerged, as though lying in wait. It would be well to sight them. He knew that he might better lay his course, but he was bound that no lurking rock should pick up his ship.
Somehow or other, he thought, I wish I'd taken out that there insurance.
At dusk it began to snow. What with this thick, blinding cloud driving past, shrouding the face of the sea, and what with the tumultuous waves breaking over her, and what with the roaring gale downing her lee rail, the first venture was having a rough time of it. Skipper Bill, with his hands on the wheel, had the very satisfactory impression, for which he is not to be blamed, that he was a man. But when at last the first venture began to howl for mercy in no uncertain way, he did not hesitate to waive the wild joy of driving for the satisfaction of keeping his spars in the sockets.
"Better call the hands, Tom," he shouted to the first hand. "We'll reef her."
Tom put his head into the forecastle. The fire in the little round stove was roaring lustily, and the swinging lamp filled the narrow place with warm light. "Out, you lads!" Tom cried. "All hands on deck to reef the mainsails." Up they tumbled. Up tumbled Archie Armstrong. Up tumbled Jimmy Grimm, and up tumbled Billy Topsail. "Blowin' some," thought Archie. "Great sailin' breeze. What's he reefin' for?" The great sail was obstinate. Ease the schooner as Skipper Bill would, it was still hard for his crew of 2 men, 3 lads, and a cook to grasp and confine the canvas. Meantime, the schooner lurched along, tossing her head, digging her nose into the frothy waves. A cask on the afterdeck broke its lashings, pursued a mad and devastating career fore and aft, and at last went spinning into the sea. Skipper Bill devoutly hoped that nothing else would get loose above or below. He cast an apprehensive glance into the darkening cloud of snow ahead. There was no promise to be descried, and to leeward the first islands of the chunks, which had been sighted an hour ago, had disappeared in the night.
"Lively with that mainsail, lads!"
Skipper Bill shouted, lifting his voice above the wind.
"We'll reef the foresail."
The crew had been intent upon the task in hand. Not a man had yet smelled smoke, and they continued to wrestle with the obstinate sail, each wishing, heartily enough, to get the dirty weather job well done, and to return to the comfort of the forecastle. It was the cook who first paused to sniff again, and to fancy he smelled smoke. But a gust of wind at that moment belied his fold of the sail, and he forgot the dawning suspicion in an immediate tussle to reduce the disordered canvas. A few minutes more of desperate work, and the mainsail was securely reefed. But these were supremely momentous intervals, during which the fate of the first venture was determined. "All stowed, sir!" Archie Armstrong shouted to the skipper.
"Get at the foresail, then,"
was the order. With the customary "Aye, aye, sir," shouted cheerily, in the manner of good men and willing lads, the crew ran forward. Skipper Bill remembers that the cook tripped and went sprawling into the lee scupper, and that he scrambled out of the water with a laugh. It was the last laugh aboard the first venture, for the condition of the schooner was instantly discovered. "Fire!" screamed Billy Topsail. The first venture was all ablaze forward. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Billy Topsail and Company. A story for boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A story for boys by Norman Duncan, in which the first venture, all ablaze forward, is headed for the rocks and breakers of the chunks, while Billy Bay and his crew wait for the explosion of the powder in her hold, in which also a rope is put to good use. Fire!
A cloud of smoke broke from the forecastle and was swept off by the wind. A tongue of red flame flashed upward and expired. Skipper Bill did not need the cries of terror and warning to inform him. The first venture was afire, and she was not only afire, she was off the chunks in a gale of wind and snow.
"Aft here, one of you!"
When Billy Topsail took the wheel, the skipper plunged into the forecastle. It was a desperate intention. He was back in a moment, singed and gasping, but in that interval he had made out that the forecastle stove, in some violent lurch of the schooner, had broken loose and had bandied about, distributing red coals in every part. He had made out, moreover, that the situation of the schooner was infinitely perilous, if not, indeed, quite beyond hope. The forecastle was all ablaze. In 5 minutes it would be a furnace. "We're lost!" Jimmy Grimm cried, staring at the frothy waves running past. "Not yet," Archie grimly replied. They were all of heart and strength and ingenuity, and they worked with all their might, but the buckets of water and the great seas which Skipper Bill in desperation deliberately shipped made little impression. It was soon evident that the little first venture was doomed. Meantime, the skipper brought her before the wind, and she was now flying towards the inhospitable chunks. The skipper was less concerned for his schooner than for the lives of his crew. The ship was already lost. The crew? Well, how could the crew survive the rocks and gigantic breakers of the chunks? It was the only hope. No small boat could for a moment live in the sea that was running. The schooner must be beached on the chunks. There was no other refuge. But how to beach her? It was a dark night, with snow flying thick. Was it possible to sight a black, low-lying rock? There was nothing for it but to drive with the wind in the hope of striking. There were many islands. She might strike one. But would it really be an island, whereon a man might crawl out of the reach of the sea? Or would it be a rock swept by the breakers? Chance would determine that. Skipper Bill was powerless. But would she make the chunks before she was ablaze from stem to stern? Again the skipper was powerless. He could do no more than give her all the wind that blew. So he ordered the reefs shaken out and waited.
"Tom,"
said the skipper presently to the first hand,
"was it you stowed the cargo?"
"Yes, sir." There was a pause. Archie Armstrong and Jimmy Grimm, aft near the wheel, wondered why the skipper had put the question.
"And where,"
the skipper asked quietly,
"did you put the powder?"
"For'ard, sir."
"How far forward?"
"Fair up against the forecastle bulkhead." The appalling significance of this was plain to the crew. The bulkhead was a thin partition dividing the forecastle from the hold.
"Archie,"
Skipper Bill drawled,
"you better loose the staysail sheet. She ought to do better than this."
He paused.
"Fair against the forecastle bulkhead,"
he continued.
"Tom, you better get the hatch off and see what you're able to do about getting them 6 kegs of powder out. No, bide here," he added. "Take the wheel again, Billy. Get that hatch off, some of you."
It was the skipper himself who dropped into the hold. The cargo was packed tight. Heavy barrels of flour, puncheons of molasses, casks of pork and beef lay between the skipper and the powder. He crawled forward, wriggling in the narrow space between the freight and the deck. No fire had as yet entered the hold, but the place was full of stifling smoke. It was apparent that the removal of the powder would be the labor of hours, and there were no hours left for labor. The skipper could stand the smoke no longer. He retreated towards the hatch. How long would it be before the fire communicated itself to the cargo? How long would it be before the explosion of 6 kegs of powder would scatter the wreck of the first venture upon the surface of the sea? No man could tell, but the end was inevitable. Anxious questions greeted the skipper when again he stood upon the wind-swept deck.
"Close the hatch,"
said he. "No chance, sir?" Archie asked.
"No, by."
The forecastle was already closed. There was no gleam of fire anywhere to be seen. The bitter wind savored of smoke. Nothing else betrayed the schooner's peril.
"Now get you all back aft,"
was the skipper's command.
"Keep her head as it points."
When the crew had crept away to the place remotest from the danger point, Billiburnt Bay went forward to keep a lookout for the rocks and breakers. The burning forecastle was beneath his feet.
He could hear the crackling of the fire, and the smoke, rising now more voluminously, troubled his nostrils and throat. It was pitch dark ahead. There was no blacker shadow of land, no white flash of water to give him hope. It seemed as though an unbroken expanse of sea lay before the laboring first venture. But the skipper knew to the contrary. Somewhere in the night into which he stared, somewhere near and momentarily drawing nearer, lay the chunks. He wondered if the first venture would strike before the explosion occurred. It must be soon, he knew. The possibility of being off course did not trouble him. Soon the seams of the deck began to open. Smoke pouring out in thickening clouds, points of light, fast changing to lines of flame, warned the skipper that he must retreat. It was not, however, until heat and smoke and the certain prospect of collapse compelled him that he joined the crew. He was not a spectacular hero. When common sense dictated return, he obeyed without delay, and without maudlin complaint. Without a word, he took the wheel from Billy Topsail's hand, and without a word, he kept the schooner on her course. There was no need of command or advice. Men and boys knew the situation and their duty.
"It can't be long,"
he said to the cook. There was now a glow of red light in the forecastle. The fire was about to break through. It was not hard to surmise that the collapse of the bulkhead was imminent. "No, sir," the fidgety cook repeated. "It can't be long now." It seemed long. Minute after minute passed, each of incredible length, while the first venture staggered forward, wildly pitching through the seas. At last the flames broke out of the forecastle and illuminated the deck. "Not long now," the cook whimpered. "It can't be." Nor was it. The first venture struck. She was upon the rocks before the skipper was well aware that the breakers lay ahead. Her bow fell, struck, was lifted, fell again, and fastened itself. The next wave flung the schooner broadside. The third completed the turn. She lay with her head pointing into the wind. Her stern, where the crew stood waiting for the end, rose and fell on the verge of a great breaker. Beyond was a broken cliff, rising to unwashed heights, which the snow had begun to whiten. The bow was lifted clear of the waves. The stern was awash. A space of white water lay between the schooner and the shore. Billy let go his grip of the wheel. There was but one thing to do. Many a skipper had done it before, but never before had there been such desperate need of haste. The fire still burned lustily, and the forecastle was high out of the water.
"If I can't do it,"
the skipper shouted,
"it's the first hand's turn next."
He had fastened the end of the coil of rope about his wrist. Now he stood swaying on the taffrail. By the light of the fire, uncertain and dull, he must act. He leaped a moment after the next wave had slipped under the stern, when, in the current, he should reach the rocks just after the wave had broken. The crew waited a long time. Many a glance was cast forward. It seemed to them all, such headway had the fire made, that the 6 kegs of powder must explode the very next instant. No sign came from the skipper, and no sight of him could be caught. They paid out the rope and waited. The rope was for a long time loose in their hands. "He's landed!" cried Jimmy Grim. The rope was hauled taut. Upon the rocks, out of reach of the sea, the figure of the skipper could be seen.
"One at a time,"
Skipper Bill shouted. And one at a time they went, decently and in order, like true Newfoundland sailors. Tom Rook, the first hand, the last of all. When they were all ashore, they scrambled like mad up the cliff, and they were no more out of danger when the first venture was blown to atoms. There was a flash, a deafening roar, and darkness, broken only by the spluttering splinters of the little craft. That night from Hart's Harbor, the folk observed a ship afire, running in towards the chunks. To the report they sent immediately to St. John's, there happens fortunately to be a government telegraph station at Hart's Harbor, they added, later that she had blown up. But from St. John's, the salvage tug Hurricane was dispatched into the stormy sea in search of the survivors, and on the second day following she picked up Skipper Billy and his crew. Next day they were in St. John's.
"Wished I took your advice about the insurance, sir,"
broken-hearted Billy said to Sir Archibald. Sir Archibald laughed. I took it for you, said he.
What?
Skipper Bill exploded. I insured the first venture on my own responsibility, Sir Archibald replied. You shall build the second venture at Ruddy Cove next winter. Archie Armstrong and Billiburnt Bay, with the lads and men of the lost first venture, went back to Ruddy Cove by rail and the mail boat. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which old David Gray, once of Hudson Bay Company, begins the tale of how Donald MacLeod, the factor at Fort Refuge, scorned to compromise with his honor, though his arms were pinioned behind him and a dozen tomahawks were flourished about his head. Archie Armstrong was presently established in a white little room in the beaming Aunt Bill's little white cottage at Ruddy Cove. His trunks, 2 new trunks now, were there established with him, of course, and they contained a new outfit of caps, shoes, boots, sweaters, coats, gloves, and what-not, suited to every circumstance and all sorts of weather. Then began for Archie, Jimmy, and Billy, with Bag of the London gutters sometimes included, hearty times ashore and afloat. It was Bag indeed who proposed the cruise to Bird's Nest Islands.
I said I wouldn't go to Bird's Nest Islands, said Billy Topsail, and I won't.
Ah, come on, Billy, Archie pleaded.
I said I wouldn't,
Billy repeated obstinately, and I won't.
That ain't nothing,
Bag argued.
Anyhow, said Billy, I won't go, for I got my reasons.
Footnote number 3. Billy Topsail's reasons were no doubt connected with an encounter with a gigantic devilfish at Bird's Nest Islands, as related in the Adventures of Billy Topsail. End of footnote 3. David Gray, a bent old fellow who was now long past his labor, as they say in Newfoundland, sat within hearing. Boy and man, he had been in the service of the Hudson Bay Company, as hunter, clerk, trader, explorer, factor, and here on the coast where he had been born, he had settled down to the rest of his days. He was not an ignorant man, but on the contrary, an intelligent one, educated by service, wide evening study of books, and hard experience in the great wilderness of the Canadian Northwest, begun long ago when he was a lad.
You make me think of Donald MacLeod, said he.
The boys drew near.
It was long ago, David went on.
Long, long ago, the old man repeated.
It was way back in the first half of the last century, for I was little more than a boy then. MacLeod was factor at Fort Refuge, a remote post situated 300 miles or more to the northeast of Lake Superior, but now abandoned. And a successful fair-dealing trader he was, but so stern and taciturn as to keep both his helpers and his half-civilized customers in awe of him. It was deep in the wilderness, not the wilderness as you boys know it, where a man might wander night and day without fear of wild beast or savage, but a vast unexplored place, with dangers lurking everywhere. Gray, he said to me when I reported for duty, fresh from headquarters, if you do your duty by me, I'll do mine by you. I'll try to, said I. When you know me better, said MacLeod with quiet emphasis, you'll know why I stand by my word. We dealt, of course, with the Indians, who, spring and fall, brought their furs to the fort, and never failed to remain until they'd wasted their earnings in the fashion that best pleased their fancy. Even then the Indians were degenerate, given over to idleness and debauchery. They were not so far sunk in these habits as the dull, lazy fellows who sell you baskets and beaded moccasins that the squaws make today. They were superstitious, malicious, revengeful, and they were almost in a condition of savagery. For the only law they knew was the law of our guns enforced. Some authority was vested in the factor, and he was not slow to exert it when flagrant offense was committed nearby. There's no band of Indians in these parts, I was told, that can scare MacLeod. He'll see justice done for and against them as between man and man. Fort Refuge was set in a wide clearing.
It was built of logs and surrounded by a high, stout stockade. Admittance to the yard was by a great gate, which was closed promptly at sundown, and always strongly barred. We had no garrison regularly stationed there to defend us. In all, it may be, we could muster 9 men, MacLeod, 2 clerks, and a number of stout fellows who helped handle the stores. Moreover, were our gate to be closed and our fort surrounded by a hostile force, we should be utterly cut off from communication with those quarters whence relief might come. We had the company's wares to guard, and we knew that once we were overcome, whatever the object of the attack, the wares and our lives would be lost together. But we can stand a long siege, I used to think, and indeed there was good ground for comfort in that. Our stockade was impregnable to attack by force, no doubt, but as it soon appeared, it was no more than a paper ribbon before the wily strategy of the Indians. One night when I'd shut the gates and dropped the bars, I heard a long-drawn cry, a scream in which it was not hard to detect a quality of terror and great stress. It came, as I thought, from the edge of the forest. When it was repeated near at hand, my heart went to my mouth, for I knew that a band of Indians was encamped beyond, and had been carousing for a week past. Then came a knocking at the gate, a desperate pounding and kicking. "Let me in! Open, open!" I heard the man cry. I had my hands on the bar to lift it and throw open the gate when MacLeod came out of his house. "Stop!" he shouted. I withdrew from the gate. He approached and waved me back, and put his own hand on the bar. "Who's there?" he asked. "Let me in, MacLeod. It's Landley. Quick! Open the gate or I'll be killed." MacLeod's hesitation vanished. He opened the gate. A man stumbled in. Then the gate was shut with a bang. "What's this all about, Landley?" MacLeod said sternly. "What trouble have you got yourself into now?" I knew Landley for a white man who had abandoned himself to a shiftless, vicious life with the Indians. He had sunk lower even than they. He was an evil, worthless, ragged fellow, despised within the fort and respected nowhere. But while he stood there, gasping and terror-stricken, I pitied him, and it may be MacLeod himself was stirred by the mere kinship of color. "Speak up, man," he commanded. "What have you done?" "I've done no wrong," Landley whimpered. "Buffalo Horn's young son has died, and they put the blame on me. They say I've cast an evil eye on him. They say I killed him with a spell. You know me, MacLeod. You know I haven't got the evil eye. Don't turn me out, man. They're coming to kill me. Don't give me up. You know I'm not blood guilty. You know me. You know I haven't got the evil eye." "Tush, man," said MacLeod. "Is that all the trouble?" "That's all," Landley cried. "I've done no harm. Don't give me up to them." "I won't," MacLeod said positively. "You're safe here until they prove you blood guilty. I'll not give you up." Old David Gray paused, and Jimmy demanded, "Did they give him up?" "Was they wild Indians?" Bag gasped. David laughed. "You just wait and see," said he. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which there are too many knocks at the gate, a stratagem is successful, Redfeather draws a tomahawk, and an Indian girl appears on the scene. "MacLeod turned on his heel and went to the shop," David continued. "And when he had ordered a watch to be kept on the clearing on all sides, we devoted ourselves to the matter in hand. The preparation of the regular quarterly statements for the officials at headquarters. But as we labored, hatchets, knives, and the cruel, evil faces of the savages, by whom, as I chose to think, we were threatened, mixed themselves with the figures, to my bewilderment. Soon the dusk came, and while I trimmed and lighted the candles in the shadowy outer room, there seemed to be shapes in the corners which I had never seen there in quieter times. MacLeod, however, was unperturbed. He had forgotten all about the numerous band which he stood ready to defy. "Do you think there is danger?" said I. "Danger?" said he. "From what?" Buffalo Horn's band, said I. Nonsense, said he. What is that last total? There seems to be 1 shilling and 6pence missing here. At that moment one of the helpers came in. He was visibly excited, like a man who bears tidings. Redfeather is at the gate, he said. Is he alone? Said MacLeod. Yes, sir, we made sure of that. Fetch him here, said the factor calmly. Take Tom and Tobias to the gate, and don't let Redfeather hold it open. Redfeather was soon brought in. He was chief of the band, an old crafty Indian, chief in name, but inferior in authority to Buffalo Horn, who was the chief in fact. MacLeod continued his work. Let us talk, said Redfeather at last. He spoke in his own tongue, which I shall interpret freely for you. MacLeod put his pen aside and faced about. What have we to talk about? He asked. The trading is done. You have your supplies. There is no business between us. We have the white man to talk about, said Redfeather. He has killed a child of our tribe, and you have given him refuge here. He has killed the son of Buffalo Horn with the evil eye. He must be put to death. I know this man, said MacLeod. He is not the evil eye. He has killed no man, and he shall not be given up. His life is forfeit to the tribe. His life is in my keeping. I have said that, and he shall not lose it. Am I the man to break my word? You have kept your word between us, said Redfeather. You are not the man to break your word. What business then lies between us? Our talk is done. The guard at the gate interrupted. There is a man knocking at the gate, he said. It is my brother, said Redfeather. He comes to join the talk. Let him in. Open the gate, said MacLeod. It was growing dark. I went with the guard to admit the brother of Redfeather. Dusk had fallen over the clearing. The sky was overcast. In half an hour it would be deep night, the clearing one with the forest. But we opened the gate. A tall Indian stalked in. He was alone, and I knew him for the brother of Redfeather. I followed him to the shop, making sure first that the bar was in place. Let us have the white man, he said to MacLeod. Let the peace between us continue. MacLeod perceived the threat. He was not a rash man. He had no wish to provoke a conflict, but he had no thought of surrendering the refugee. As for me, my trust was in the stockade. I will talk with the white man, he said. The factor was gone for half an hour. He secreted Landley, inspected the defenses, gathered the women and children in the blockhouse, and returned to the council. The white man is not blood guilty, he said proudly. I have promised him protection, and he shall have it. Again the helper came. There is another knock at the gate, said he. Who is there? Said MacLeod. It's so dark I can't see, said the helper. The man is my cousin, said Redfeather. He has come to talk with us. Let him in, for he is a wise man and may help us. Open the gate, said MacLeod. We sat silent, waiting for the cousin of Redfeather, the wise man who might help us. I heard the rattle of the bar as the helper lifted it, then the creak of the gate. Then a furious outcry, a confusion of howls and screams, a war whoop and a rush of feet. The Indians were within the stockade. A moment later they burst into the shop and advanced upon us, uttering blood-curdling whoops and brandishing their hatchets and knives. MacLeod reached for the musket above the desk, but before his fingers touched it, Redfeather caught him by the arms, and with the help of the brother, made him prisoner. At the same instant I was secured. Let us strike, the Indians kept shouting, all the while dancing about us, flourishing their weapons. The danger was real and terrible. We were at the mercy of the band, and at that moment I did not doubt that they were bent on murder and pillage. There had been a cruel massacre at Fort Pine but a few months before. The story was fresh in my mind. That crime had gone unpunished, nor was it likely that a sufficient force would be sent west to give the band their due. There was nothing now to deter Redfeather's men from committing a similar outrage. We were remote from our kind, on the edge of a wilderness into which escape was a simple matter. Our guns, as I have said, had been our law and defense, and we were now utterly in the power of our enemies. Let us strike, was the cry. Buffalo Horn had come with the band. It was soon evident that the restraining influence of his presence was due to our respite. He waved his braves back. They withdrew and became quiet. Will you give the murderer of my child to our tribe? The chief said to MacLeod. He is no longer mine to give, said the factor. Will you give him to us in peace and forget that he is gone with us?" McLeod was still in the grasp of Redfeather and his brother. Buffalo Horn was facing him. Behind the chief, awaiting his signal, was the band, with knives and hatchets in hand. "No," said McLeod. The tumult was renewed. The Indians advanced, threatening the factor with their weapons and crying out for his death. But McLeod was not to be terrified. "Let us take the white man," said Buffalo Horn, lifting his hand for silence. "We have no quarrel with you. Let all be as it was." "No," said McLeod, "I will never consent to his murder." "Let us take him." "I said I wouldn't," said McLeod, "and I won't." It seemed to me that the end had come. Buffalo Horn looked steadily into McLeod's eyes. McLeod gave him glance for glance. He was ready to die for the word he had passed. The Indian hesitated. It may be that he did not want to precipitate the slaughter. Then he turned as if to give the signal. Before his hand was raised, however, the daughter of the Indian interpreter of the post pushed her way through the band of braves and stood before the chief. "Listen," she said. "Have you come to rob the great company of its goods?" "No," said Buffalo Horn, "we have no quarrel with the great company." She was a slip of a girl to whom, in sickness and in health, McLeod had been unfailingly kind. She knew no fear, and in intelligence she was superior to all the other women of her race I have known. "Have you come to take the life of this man?" she went on, moving closer to Buffalo Horn and looking deep into his eyes. "No," said the chief, "we have no quarrel with this man. He is a good man, but he will not deliver the murderer of my child. Will you take his life because of that?" "No. We will take his life because he will betray our part in the death of the white man whom he has tried to shelter." "There are others who might betray you, and their lives also," said Buffalo Horn composedly. All that had been implied was now expressed. He was to massacre all of us to shield his tribe from the punishment that might follow the discovery of his revenge. "You will lay waste the fort," said the interpreter's daughter. "But will the runes not accuse you to the great company which this man serves? We will be far away. And will you never care to return to the grounds you have hunted from childhood?" To this Buffalo Horn made no reply. He looked at the floor, his arms folded, and he was silent for a long time. "This man," said the girl, touching McLeod on the shoulder, "has dealt fairly by you. He has kept his faith with you. He said that he would provide you with food through the hard seasons. Has he not done so?" "He has kept faith with us," said the chief. "Therefore he is a good man." "He is a good man because he has kept faith with you," said the girl eagerly. "Would you then have him break faith with some other? He has said to the white man, 'I will not give you up.' Would you have him break the word that he has passed? For if he breaks it once, will he not break it again? If he should yield up the white man, what security would you have that he would provide for you through the next hard season?" "He keeps his word," said Buffalo Horn. "He is a good man." He made a sign to Redfeather to release McLeod. Then he gathered his braves about him, and stalking solemnly at their head, led them out of the shop, over the courtyard, and through the gate. We were left alone. "Leave the gate open, Tobias," said McLeod. "Come, boy, to me. Let us work on the quarterly statement again. This interruption came at an awkward time. We'll have to make up for it." That was the end of David's story. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. In which Jimmy Grim and Master Bag are overtaken by the black fog in the open sea and lose the way home while a gale is brewing. Jimmy Grim and Bag, returning from Bird's Nest Islands, were caught by the black fog in the open sea. It had been lowering all day. Dull clouds had hung in the sky since early morning and had kept the waters of the sea somber. There was no wind, not the faintest breath or sigh. The harbor water was still, and the open, beyond the Tickle Rocks, was without a ripple or hint of groundswell.
A thick grey mist crept out of the hills late in the afternoon, and presently obscured the shore. Jimmy and Bag were then off Mad Mull. 2 miles of flat sea and windless space lay between the punt and the harbour.
"Going to be thick as mud," Jimmy grumbled.
"Wish we was more inshore,"
said Bag anxiously. At dusk the fog was so thick that every landmark had been blotted from sight.
"Is you able to see Mad Mull?" Jimmy demanded.
"I is not,"
said Bag. Mad Mull was lost in the fog. It was the last landmark. The Tickle Rocks, through which the passage leads to the harbour, had long ago vanished.
"Wished we was home,"
said Bag.
"Don't you go and get scared, Bag," Jimmy laughed. "Never you fear. I'll take you home."
It was hot, dark, and damp, a breathless evening. There was a menace in the still air and heat. A roll of thunder sounded from the northeast.
"I'll allow 'twill blow before long," said Jimmy.
"Hurry up,"
said Bag. Jimmy put a little more strength into the rowing. The punt moved faster, but not fast enough to please Bag, who was terrified by the fog, the thunder, and the still black water.
"Never you fear," Jimmy grumbled. "You'll get home afore the wind comes."
Bag wasn't so sure of that.
"And it will come," Jimmy reflected. "I can fair feel it on the way."
Jimmy pulled doggedly. Occasionally a rumble of thunder came out of the northeast to enliven his strokes. There was no wind, however, as yet, except, perhaps, an adverse stirring of the air, the first hint of a gale. On and on crept the punt. There was no lessening of the heat. Jimmy and Bag fairly gasped. They fancied it had never been so hot before. But Jimmy did not weaken at the oars. He was stout-hearted and used to labor, and the punt did not lag. On they went through the mist, without a mark to guide them. Round about was a wall of darkening fog. It hid the whole world.
"Must be getting close inshore,"
said Jimmy, at last, while he rested on his oars, quite bewildered.
"What you stopping for?"
Bag demanded.
"Seems to me," said Jimmy, scratching his head in a puzzled way, "that we ought to be in the Tickle by this time."
It was evident, however, that they were not in the Tickle. Footnote number 4. A tickle is a narrow passage of water between two islands. It is also, as used here, a narrow passage leading into harbour. End of footnote number 4. There was no sign of the rocks on either hand. Jimmy gazed about him in every direction for a moment. He saw nothing except a circle of black water about the boat. Beyond was the black wall of fog.
"Wonderful queer," he thought, as he dipped his oars in the water again. "But I'll allow we ought to be in the harbour."
There was a louder clap of thunder.
"We'll have that wind afore long," mused Jimmy.
"You haven't gone and lost your way, have you?"
Bag inquired in a frightened voice.
"Wonderful queer," Jimmy replied. "We ought to be in the harbour by this time. I'll allow maybe I've been pulling too far to the nor'east."
"No, you haven't,"
said Bag.
"You've been pulling too far to the southeast."
"I'll allow not," Jimmy mused. "Have to," Bag sniffed.
Jimmy was not quite sure after all. He wavered. Something seemed to be wrong. It didn't feel right. Some homing instinct told him that the Tickle Rocks did not lie in the direction which the bow of the punt pointed. In fact, the whole thing was queer, very queer. But he had not pulled too far to the southeast. He was sure of that. Perhaps too far to the northeast. He determined to change his course.
"No, Bag," he said confidently. "I'll take you into the harbour."
A clap of thunder, sounding near at hand, urged the boy on.
"Wished you would,"
Bag whimpered. Jimmy turned the boat's head. He wondered if he had turned far enough. Then he fancied he had turned too far. Why, of course, thought he had turned too far. He swerved again towards the original direction. This, however, did not feel just right. Again he changed the course of the boat. He wondered if the harbour lay ahead, or was it the open sea? Was he pulling straight out from shore? Would the big wind catch the little punt out of the harbour?
"How's she heading now?" he asked Bag.
"You turned too far,"
said Bag.
"Not far enough,"
said Jimmy. Jimmy rowed doggedly on the course of his choosing for half an hour or more without developing anything to give him a clue to their whereabouts. Night added to the obscurity. They might have been on a shoreless waste of water for all that they were able to see. The mist made the night impenetrable. Jimmy could but dimly distinguish Bag's form. although he sat not more than 5 feet from him. Soon he could not see him at all. At last he lifted his oars and looked over the bow.
"I don't know where we is," he said.
No more do I,
Bag sobbed. "I'll allow we're lost," Jimmy admitted.
Just then the first gust of wind rippled the water around the boat and went whistling into the mist. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys, by Norman Duncan, in which it appears to Jimmy Grimm and Master Bag that 60 seconds sometimes makes more than a minute. Ruddy Cove is deep, vastly deep, except in one part, that is in Burnt Cove within the harbor. There, at low tide, it is shallow. Rocks protrude from the water, dripping and covered with a slimy seaweed, and Burnt Cove lies near the tickle to the sea. You pass between the tickle rocks, bear sharply to the right, and are presently in the cove. It is a big expanse, snugly sheltered, and it shallows so slowly that there are many acres of quiet water in which the little fellows of Ruddy Cove learn to swim. Ezekiel Rideout's cottage was by Burnt Cove, and Bag wished most heartily that he were there. But Bag was at sea, and the punt was a small one. It was not Jimmy Grimm's fishing punt. It was a shallow little Rodney, which Jimmy's father used for going about in when the ice and seals were off the coast. It was so small and light that it could be carried over the pans of ice from one lane of open water to another, and being small and light, it was cranky. It was no rough-weather boat, nor was it a boat to move very much about in, as both boys were quite well aware. Bag heard Jimmy's oars rattle in the rowlocks and the blades strike the water. The boat moved forward. Jimmy began to row with all his strength, almost angrily. It was plain that he was losing his temper, and not only did he lose his temper, he had grown tired before he regained it.
"Here, Bag," said he, "you have a go at it."
I'll have a try,
Bag agreed. Jimmy let the oars swing to the side, and Bag made ready to steady the little boat. Bag heard him rise. The boat rocked a little.
Steady,
Bag gasped.
"Steady yourself," Jimmy retorted. "Think I don't know how to get around in a Rodney?"
It was now so dark, what with the night and fog, that Bag could not see Jimmy. But presently he understood that Jimmy was on his feet, waiting for him to rise in his turn. They were to exchange places. Bag got to his feet, and, with all the caution he could command, advanced a step, stretching out his hands as he did so. But Bag had not been born on the coast, and he was not yet master of himself in a boat. He swayed to the left, fairly lurched.
"Have a care," Jimmy scolded.
Have you never in a deep darkness suddenly felt a loss of power to keep your equilibrium? You open your eyes to their widest. Nothing is to be seen. You have no longer a sense of perpendicularity. You sway this way and that, groping for something to keep you from falling. And that is just what happened to Bag. He was at best shaky on his legs in a boat, and now, in the darkness and fear, his whole mind was fixed on finding something to grasp with his hands.
"Is you ready?" asked Jimmy.
"Uh-huh," Bag gasped.
"Come on," said Jimmy, "but mind what you're about."
Bag made a step forward. Again the boat rocked. Again the darkness confused him, and he had to stop to regain his balance. In the pause it struck him with unpleasant force that he could not swim. He was sure, moreover, that the boat would sink if she filled. He wished he had not thought of that. A third half-crawling advance brought him within reach of Jimmy. He caught Jimmy's outstretched hand and drew himself forward until they were very close.
"Look out!" he cried.
He had crept too far to the right. The boat listed alarmingly. They caught each other about the middle, and crouched down, waiting rigid until she came to an even keel. Presently they were ready to pass each other.
"Now," said Jimmy.
Bag made an attempt to pass him. The foothold was uncertain. The darkness was confusing. He moved to the side, but so great was his agitation that he miscalculated, and the boat tipped suddenly under his weight. The water swept over the gunwale. Bag would have fallen bodily from the punt had it not been for Jimmy's clutch on his arm. In the light they might have steadied themselves. In the dark they could not. Jimmy drew Bag near, but too hurriedly, too strongly, too far. The side of the boat over which he had almost fallen leaped high in the air, and the opposite gunwale was submerged. Jimmy released him, and Bag collapsed into a sitting posture in the bottom. Instinctively he grabbed the gunwales and frantically tried to right the boat. He felt the water slowly curling over. "She's going down," said Jimmy. "Sinking," Bag sobbed. The boat sank very slowly, gently swaying from side to side. Bag and Jimmy could see nothing, and all they could hear was the gurgle and hissing of the water as it curled over the gunwales and eddied in the bottom of the boat. Bag felt the water rise over his legs, creep to his waist, rise to his chest, and still ascend. Through those seconds he was incapable of action. He did not think. He just waited. Jimmy wondered where the shore was, a yard or a mile, in which direction he would best strike out. How could he help Bag? He must not leave Bag to drown. But how could he help him? What was the use of trying anyhow? If he could not row ashore, how could he manage to swim ashore? And if he could not get ashore himself, how could he help Bag ashore? Nothing was said. Neither boy breathed. Both waited. And it seemed to both that the water was slow in coming aboard. But the water came. It came slowly, perhaps, but surely. It rose to Bag's shoulders, to his chin. It seemed to be about to cover his mouth and nostrils. Bag already had a stifled sensation, a frantic fear of smothering, a wish to breathe deep, but he did not stir. He could not rise. The boys felt a slight shock. The water rose no more. There was a moment of deep silence. I'll allow we've grounded," Jimmy Grimm stuttered. The silence continued. "We sure is," Jimmy cried.
Where have we got to?"
Bag gasped, his teeth chattering with fright that was not yet past. Silence again.
"Ahoy there!"
came a voice from near at hand in the foggy night.
"What are you boys doing out there?"
"We're in Burnt Cove," said Jimmy in amazement to Bag. "'Tis Uncle Zeke's voice, and aye, look, there's the cottage light on the hill."
"We're coming ashore, Uncle Zeke,"
Bag shouted. The boat had grounded in less than 3 feet of water. Jimmy had brought her through the tickle without knowing it. The boys emptied her and dragged her ashore just as the rain and wind came rushing from the open sea. That's why Jimmy used to say with a laugh, 60 seconds sometimes makes more than a minute.
"Bet your life,"
Bag would add. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. In which Archie Armstrong joins a piratical expedition and sails crested seas to cut out the schooner Heavenly Home. It was quite true that Archie Armstrong could speak French. It was just as true, as Leloup observed, that he could jabber it like a native. There was no detecting a false accent. There was no hint of an awkward Anglo-Saxon tongue in his speech. There was no telling that he was not French-born and Paris-bred. Archie's French nurse and cosmopolitan English tutor had taken care of that. The boy had pattered French with the former since he had begun to prattle at all. And this was why Leloup proposed a piratical expedition to the French islands of Miquelon, which lie off the south coast of Newfoundland.
"Won't you go by?"
he pleaded. Archie laughed until his sides ached.
"Come now,"
Bill urged.
"There's like to be a bit of shindy that Sir Archibald himself would be glad to have a hand in."
"'Tis sheer piracy," Archie chuckled.
"'Tis nothing of the sort,"
the indignant Skipper William protested.
"'Tis but a poor man taking his own from thieves and robbers."
"Have you ever been to St. Pierre?" Archie asked.
"That I has," Skipper Bill ejaculated, "and much to the grief o' St. Pierre."
"They've a jail there, I'm told."
"Sure, 'tis like home to me," said Skipper Bill. "I've been in it, and I'm told they've an eye to clap me in once more."
Archie laughed again.
"Just to help a poor man take back his own without troubling the judges,"
Bill urged. The lad hesitated.
"Sure, I've sore need of your limber French tongue," said Bill. "Sure, by, you'll go along with me, will you not?"
"Why don't you go to the law for your own?" asked Archie with a little grin.
"Law!"
Billy Bay burst out.
"'Tis a poor show I'd have in a court at St. Pierre." "Huh!" he snorted. "Law, for a Newfoundlander in St. Pierre."
"My father," Archie began.
"I'll have the help of no man's money, nor brains, nor influence in a business so simple,"
Bill protested. The situation was this. Billy Bay had chartered a schooner, his antique schooner, the schooner that was forever on the point of sinking with all hands. Bill had chartered the schooner Heavenly Home to Luke Foremast of Boney Arm to run a cargo from St. Pierre. But no sooner had the schooner appeared in French waters than she was impounded for a debt that Luke Foremost unhappily owed Garneau A.C. of St. Pierre. It was a high-handed proceeding, of course, and it was perhaps undertaken without scruple because of the unpopularity of all Newfoundlanders. Luke Foremost protested in an Anglo-Saxon roar, but roar and bellow and bark and growl as he would, it made no difference. The Heavenly Home was seized, condemned, and offered for sale, as Billy Bay had now learned. "'Tis a hard thing to do," Archie objected.
"Huh!" Bill exclaimed. "'Tis nothing but going aboard in the dark and putting quietly out to sea."
"Anyhow," Archie laughed, "I'll go." Sir Archibald Armstrong liked to have his son stand upon his own feet. He did not wish to be unduly troubled with requests for permission. He fancied it a babyish habit for a well-grown boy to fall into. The boy should decide for himself, said he, where decision was reasonably possible for him, and if he made mistakes he would surely pay for them and learn caution and wisdom. For this reason Archie had no hesitation in coming to his own decision and immediately setting out with Billy Bay upon an expedition which promised a good deal of highly diverting and wholly unusual experience. Billy Topsail and Jimmy Grimm wished the expedition luck when it boarded the mail-boat that night. Archie Armstrong did not know until they were well started that Billy Bay was a marked man in St. Pierre. There was no price on his head, to be sure, but he was answerable for several offenses which would pass current in St. John's for assault and battery, if not for assault with intent to maim or kill, which Billy Bay never tried to do, all committed in those old days when he was young and wild and loved the ruction better than a prayer meeting. They determined to make a landing by stealth, a wise precaution as it appeared to Archie. So in 3 days they were at Le Malin, a small fishing harbor off the south coast of Newfoundland, and a port of call for the Placentia Bay mail-boat. The Îles Saint-Pierre et Miquelon, the remnant of a western empire of the French, lay some 20 miles to the southwest, across the channel, which at best is of uncertain mood, and on this day was as forbidding a waste of waves and grey clouds as it had been Archie's lot to venture out upon. Billy Bay had picked up his ideal of a craft for this passage, a skiff so cheap and rotten that 'twould be a small loss, sir, if she sank under us. And the skipper was in a roaring good humor, as with all sail set he drove the old hulk through that wilderness of crested seas, and big Josiah Cove, who had been taken along to help sail the Heavenly Home, as he swung the bale bucket, was not a whit behind in glowing expectation, in particular that expectation which concerned an encounter with a gendarme, whom he had the misfortune to exchange nothing but words upon a former occasion. As for Archie, at times he felt like a smuggler, and capped himself in fancy with a red turban, at times like a pirate. They made St. Pierre at dusk of a thick night, with the wind blowing half a gale from the east. They had no mind to subject themselves to those formalities which might precipitate embarrassing disclosures, so they ran up the harbor as inconspicuously as might be, all the while keeping a covert lookout for the skinny old craft which they had come to cut out. The fog, drifting in as they proceeded, added its shelter to that of the night,
and they dared to make a search. They found her at last, lying at anchor in isolation of government waters, a most advantageous circumstance.
"Take the skiff alongside, skipper," said Josiah.
"'Tis a bit risky, Josiah Bye," said Skipper Bill, "but 'twould be good. Now really, 'twould. 'Twould be really good to tread her old deck for a spell."
"And lay a hand to her wheel,"
said Josiah, with a side wink so broad that the darkening mist could not hide it.
"And lay a hand to her wheel," repeated the skipper. "And lay a hand to her wheel."
They ran in, full into the lee of her, and rounded under the stern. The sails of the skiff flapped noisily, and the water slapped her sides. They rested breathless, waiting an event which might warn them to be off into hiding in the fog. But no disquieting sound came from the schooner, no startled exclamation, no hail, no footfall, nothing but the creaking of the anchor chain and the rattle of the blocks aloft. A schooner loomed up and shot past like a shadow, then silence. Archie gave a low hail in French. There was no response from the heavenly home, nor did a second hail in a raised voice bring forth an answering sound. It was all silent and dark aboard. So Skipper Bill reached out with the gaff and drew the boat up the lee side. He chuckled a bit and shook himself. It seemed to Archie that he freed his arms and loosened his great muscles as for a fight. With a second chuckle he caught the rail, leaped from the skiff like a cat, and rolled over on the deck of his own schooner. They heard the thud of his fall, a muttered word or two mixed up with laughter, then the soft fall of his feet departing aft. For a long time nothing occurred to inform them of what the skipper was about. They strained their ears. In the end they heard a muffled cry, which seemed to come out of the shoreward cloud of fog, a thud, as though coming from a great distance, and nothing more.
"What's that?" Archie whispered. "'Tis a row aboard a Frenchman, twinward, sir," said Josiah. "'Tis a skipper beatin' apprentice. They does it a wonderful lot."
5 minutes passed without a sign of the skipper. Then he came forward on a run. His feet rang on the deck. There was no concealment.
"I've trussed up the watchman," he chortled.
Archie and Josiah clambered aboard. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. In which Billy Bay finds himself in jail, and Archie Armstrong discovers that reality is not as diverting as romance. To be sure, Billy Bay had overcome the watchman. He had blundered upon him in the cabin. Being observed before he could withdraw, he had leaped upon this functionary with resistless impetuosity, had overpowered him, gagged him, trussed him like a turkey-cock, and rolled him into his bunk. The waters round about gave no sign of having been apprised of the capture. No cry of surprise rang out, no call for help, no hullabaloo of pursuit. The lights of the town twinkled in the foggy night in undisturbed serenity. The night was thick, and the wind swept furiously up from the sea. It would be deadbeat to windward to make the open, a sharp beat through the rock-strewn channel in a rising gale.
"Now we got her," Skipper Bill laughed. "What'll we do with her?"
Archie and Josiah laughed too, a hearty explosion.
"We can never beat out in this wind," said Bill, "and we couldn't handle her if we did, not in a gale of wind like this. All along," he chuckled, "I've been 'lowing for a fair wind and good weather."
They heard the rattling creak of oars approaching, to which in a few minutes the voices of two men added a poignant interest. The rowers rested their oars, as though looking about. Then the oars splashed the water again, and the dory shot towards the heavenly home. Billy Bay and his fellow pirates lay flat on the deck. The boat hung off the stern of the schooner. "Jean!" The hail was in French. It was not answered, you may be sure, from the heavenly home. "Jean!"
"He's not aboard," spoke up the other man. "He must be aboard. The dory's tied up to the rail. Jean Moreau. Come, let's be off to the voyageur. He's asleep." A pair of oars fell in the water. "Come, take your oars. It's too rough to lie here, and it's late enough. But take your oars," with an oath. The Newfoundlanders breathed easier when they heard the splash and creak and rattle receding, but they did not rise until the sounds were out of hearing, presumably in the direction of the voyageur. Billiburnt Bay began to laugh again. Archie joined him, but Josiah Cove pointed out the necessity of doing something, anything, and doing it quickly. It was all very well to laugh, said he, and although it might seem a comical thing to be standing on the deck of a captured schooner, the comedy would be the Frenchmen's if they were caught in the act. But Archie still chuckled away. The situation was quite too ridiculous to be taken seriously. Archie had never been a pirate before. He didn't feel like one now, but he rather liked the feeling he had. "We can't stay aboard," said he presently.
"Blessed if I want to go ashore,"
said Bill. "We got to go ashore," Josiah put in. Before they left the deck of the Heavenly Home, the watchmen having been made more comfortable, it was agreed that the schooner could not make the open sea in the teeth of the wind. That was obvious, and it was just as obvious that the Newfoundlander could not stay aboard. The discovery of the watchman in the cabin must be chanced until such a time as the fair wind came in the night. On their way to the obscure wharf at which they landed, it was determined that Josiah should board the schooner at 9 o'clock, noon, and 6 o'clock of the next day to feed the captured watchman, and to set the galley fire going for half an hour to allay suspicion. "And Skipper Bill," said Josiah seriously, "you lie low. If you don't, you're liable to be took up."
"Take your advice to yourself," the skipper retorted. "Your reputation's none of the best in this harbor."
"We'll sail tomorrow night," said Archie.
"Given a dark night and a fair wind," the skipper qualified.
Skipper Bill made his way to a quiet cafe of his acquaintance, and Josiah vanished in the fog to lie hidden with a shipmate of other days. Archie, depending on his youth and air and accent and well-tailored dress to avert suspicion, went boldly to the Hotel Joinville and sat down to dinner. The dinner was good. He enjoyed it, and was presently delighting in the romance in which he had a part. It all seemed too good to be true. How glad he was he had come, to be here, in the French islands of Miquelon, to have captured a schooner, to have a prisoner in the cabin, to be about to run off with the Heavenly Home. For the life of him, Archie could not take the thing seriously. He chuckled and chuckled and chuckled again. Presently he walked abroad, and in the quaint streets and old customs of the little town, here remote from all things of the present and of the New World as we know it in this day, he found that which soon lifted him into a dream of times long past and of dofty deeds for honor and a lady. Soft voices in the streets, forms flitting from shadow to shadow, priest and strutting gendarme, and veiled lady, gabled roofs, barred windows, low doorways, the clatter of sabots, the pendant streetlights, the rumble of the 10 o'clock drums. These things, seen in a mist, were all of the days when bold ventures were made, of those days when a brave man would recover his own, come what might, if it had been wrongfully wrested from him. It was a rare dream, and not broken until he turned into the Quai de la Roncière. As he rounded the corner, he was almost knocked from his feet by a burly fellow in a Basque cap, who was breathless with haste. "Monsieur, if he will pardon, it was not," the fellow stammered apologetically. Men were hurrying past towards the Café d'Espoir, appearing everywhere from the mist and running with the speed of deep excitement. There was a clamorous crowd about the door, pushing, scuffling, shouting. "What has happened?" asked Archie in French. "An American has killed a gendarme, monsieur. A terrible fellow. Oh, fearful." "And why? What?" "He was a terrible fellow, monsieur. The gendarmes have been on the lookout for him for 3 years, and when they laid hands on him, he fought, monsieur. Fought with the strength of a savage. It took 5 gendarmes to bind him. 5, monsieur. Poor Louis Arnaud. He is dead. Killed, monsieur, by a pig of an American with his fist. They are to take the murderer to the jail. I am just now running to warn Deschamps to make ready the dungeon cell. If monsieur will but excuse me, I will." He was off, so Archie joined the crowd at the door of the café, which was the place where Skipper Bill had repaired to hide. He hung on the outskirts of the crowd, unable to push his way further. The wrath of these folks was so noisy that he could catch no word of what went on within. He devoutly hoped that Skipper Bill had kept to his hiding place despite the suspicious sounds in the cafe. Then he wormed his way to the door and entered. A moment later he had climbed on the barrel and was overlooking the squirming crowd and eagerly listening to the clamor. Above every sound, above the cries and clatter and garble, rang the fighting English of Bill O'Burnt Bay. It was no American, it was Skipper Bill whom the gendarmes had taken, and he was now so seriously involved, apparently, that his worst enemies could wish him no deeper in the mesh. They had led him bound hand and foot and guarded with drawn swords, fearing probably that somewhere he had a crew of wild fellows at his back to make the rescue. To attempt a rescue was not to be thought of. It did not enter the boy's head. He was overcome by grief and terror. He withdrew into a shadow until they had carried Skipper Bill out with a crowd yelping at his heels. Then, white and shaking, he went to a group in the corner where Louis Arnaud, the gendarme, was stretched out on the floor. Archie touched the surgeon on the shoulder. "Is he dead?" the boy asked in French, his voice trembling.
"No, monsieur, he is alive."
"Will he live?"
"To be sure, monsieur."
"Is there any doubt about it?" asked Archie.
"Doubt?"
exclaimed the surgeon.
"With my skill, monsieur, it is impossible. He cannot die. He will be restored in 3 days. I will accomplish it."
Thank God for that, thought Archie. The boy went gravely home to bed, and as he lay down, the adventure seemed less romantic than it had. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Billy Topsail and Company.
A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan.
In which Archie inspects an opera bouffe dungeon jail, where he makes the acquaintance of dust, dry rot, and Deschamps. In which also Skipper Bill O'Burnt Bay is advised to howl until his throat cracks. In the morning Archie went as a tourist to the jail where Bill O'Burnt Bay was confined. The wind was blowing fresh from the west and promised to hold true for the day. It was a fair, strong wind for the outward-bound craft, but Archie Armstrong had no longer any interest in the wind or in the heavenly home. He was interested in captives in cells. To his astonishment, he found that the Saint-Pierre jail had been designed chiefly with the idea of impressing the beholder, and was builded long, long ago. It was a low-walled structure, situate in a quieter quarter of the town. The outer walls were exceeding thick. One might work with a pick and shovel for a week and never tunnel through them. But, thought Archie, why tunnel through them when it is possible to leap over them? They were jagged on the top and strewn with bits of broken bottle embedded in the mortar. But, thought Archie, why cut one's hands when it is easy to throw a jacket over the glass and save the pain? The walls apparently serve no good purpose except to frighten the populace with their frowns. As Big Deschamps, the jailer, led Archie through the musty corridors and cells, the boy perceived that the old building had long ago gone to wrack. It was a place of rust and dust and dry rot, of crumbling masonry, of rotted casements, of rust-eaten bars and creaking hinges and broken locks. He had the impression that a strong man could break in the doors with his fist and tumble the walls about his ears with a push.
"This way, monsieur," Deschamps said at last. "Come, I will show you the pig of a Newfoundlander who half killed the gendarme. He is a terrible fellow."
He had Skipper Bill safe enough, thrown into a foul-aired, windowless cell with an iron-bound door, from which there was no escape. To release him was impossible, whatever the condition of the jail in other parts. Archie had hoped to find a way, but when he saw the cell in which Skipper Bill was confined, he gave up all idea of a rescue. And at that moment the skipper came to the narrow grating in the door. He scowled at the jailer, and looked the boy over blankly.
"Puh!"
exclaimed Deschamps, screwing his face up into a look of disgust.
"You wait till I catches you,"
the skipper growled.
What does the pig say, monsieur? Deschamps asked.
He has not yet repented, Archie replied evasively.
Puh, said Deschamps again. Come, monsieur, we shall continue the inspection.
Archie was taken to the furthermost cell of the corridor. And it was a light, roomy place on the ground floor. The window bars were rusted thin, and the masonry in which they were sunk was falling away. It seemed to Archie that he himself could wrench the bars away with his hands, but he found that he could not when he tried them. He looked out, and what he saw made him regret that Skipper Bill had not been confined in that particular cell.
This cell, monsieur, said Deschamps importantly, is where I confine the drunken Newfoundland sailors when.
Archie looked up with interest.
When they make a great noise, monsieur, Deschamps concluded. I have the headache. So bad, so often I have a headache, monsieur. I cannot bear the great noise they make. It is fearful. So I put them here, and I go to sleep, and they do not trouble me at all.
Is monsieur in earnest? Asked Archie.
It is true. Compelled. That is the word. I am compelled to confine them here.
Let us return to the Newfoundlander, said Archie.
He is a pig, Deschamps agreed, and well worth looking at.
When they came to the door of Skipper Bill's cell, Archie was endeavoring to evolve a plan for having a word with him without exciting Deschamps' suspicion. The jailer saved him the trouble.
Monsieur is an American,
said Deschamps.
Will you not tell the pig of a Newfoundlander that he shall have no breakfast?
Skipper Bill, said Archie in English, when I leave you here, howl until your throat croaks. Billy Bay nodded.
How's the wind? He asked. What does the pig of a Newfoundlander say? Deschamps inquired.
It is of no importance, Archie replied. When Archie had inspected the guillotine in the garret, the jailer led him to the open air. Do the prisoners never escape? Asked Archie.
Escape?
Deschamps cried with reproach and indignation.
Monsieur, how could you suggest it? Escape? From me? From me, monsieur?
He struck his breast and extended his arms.
Ah, no, they could not. My bravery, monsieur, my strength, all the world knows of them. I am famous, monsieur. Deschamps, the wrestler, escape from me. Ah, no, it is impossible.
When Archie had more closely observed his gigantic form, his broad, muscular chest, his mighty arms and thick neck, his large, lowering face, when he had observed all this, he fancied that a man might as well wrestle with a for it would come to the same thing in the end. You are a strong man, Archie admitted.
Thanks, monsieur,
the delighted Deschamps responded. At that moment, a long, dismal howl broke the quiet. It was repeated even more excruciatingly.
The pig of a Newfoundlander,
groaned Deschamps.
My head, it is fearful. He will give me the headache.
Archie departed. He was angry with Deschamps for having called Newfoundlanders pigs. After all, he determined angrily, the jailer was deserving of a small sympathy. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which Archie Armstrong goes deeper in and thinks he has got beyond his depth. Billy Bay takes Deschamps by the throat, and the issue is doubtful for a time. That afternoon, after a short conversation with Josiah Cove, who had thus far managed to keep out of trouble, Archie Armstrong spent a brief time on the heavenly home to attend to the health and comfort of the watchman, who was in no bad way. Perhaps, after all, Archie thought, if Deschamps' headache would only cause the removal of Billy Bay to the dilapidated cell on the ground floor, the heavenly home might yet be sailed in triumph to Ruddy Cove. He strutted the deck when necessary, with as much of the insolence of a civic official as he could command, and no man came near to question his right. When the watchman's friends came from the voyageur, he drove them away in excellent French. They went meekly and with apologies for having disturbed him. So far, well enough, thought Archie, as he rowed ashore, glad to be off the schooner. It was dark when, by appointment, the lad met Josiah. Josiah had provided himself with a crowbar and a short length of line, which he said would be sure to come useful, for he had always found it so. Then the two set off for the jail together, and there arrived some time after the drums had warned all good people to be within doors. "What's that?" said Josiah of a sudden. It was a hoarse, melancholy croak proceeding from the other side of the wall. The skipper's cell had been changed as Archie had hoped, and the skipper himself was doing his duty to the bitter end. The street was deserted. They acted quickly. Josiah gave Archie a leg, he threw his jacket over the broken glass and mounted the wall. Josiah made off at once. It was his duty to have the skiff in readiness. Archie dropped into the garden.
"Is that you, by?"
whispered Skipper Bill. Again Archie once more found it impossible to take the adventure seriously. He began to laugh. It was far too much like the romances he had read to be real. It was a play. It seemed just like a game of smugglers and pirates played on a summer's afternoon.
"Is that you, Archie?"
the skipper whispered again. Archie chuckled out loud.
"Is the wind in the west?"
the skipper asked. "Aye," Archie replied, "and blowing a smart sailing breeze."
"Haste then, lad," said the skipper. "'Tis time to be off for Ready Cove."
The window was low. With his crowbar, Archie wrenched a bar from its socket. It came with a great clatter. It made the boy's blood run cold to hear the noise. He pried the second, and it yielded. Down fell a block of stone with a crash. While he was feeling for a purchase on the third bar, Skipper Bill caught his wrist.
"Haste, lad."
It was a footfall in the corridor. Skipper Bill slipped into the darkness by the door, vanished like a shadow. Archie dropped to the ground. By what unhappy chance had Deschamps come to this visitation? Could it have been the silence of Skipper Bill? Archie heard the cover of the grating drawn away from the peephole in the door.
"He's gone."
That was Deschamps' voice. Doubtless he had observed that 2 bars were missing from the window. Archie heard the key slipped into the lock and the door creak on its hinges. All the time he knew that Skipper Bill was crouched in the shadow, poised for the spring. The boy no longer thought of the predicament as a game, nor was he inclined to laugh again. This was the ugly reality once more come face to him. There would be a fight in the cell. This he knew, and he waited in terror of the issue. There was a quick step, a crash, a quick-drawn breath, the noise of a shock, a cry, a groan. Skipper Bill had kicked the door to and leaped upon the jailer. Archie pried the 3rd bar out and broke the 4th with a blow. Then he squirmed through the window. Even in that dim light, half the night light without, he could see that the struggle was over. Skipper Bill had Deschamps by the throat with his great right hand. He had the jailer's wrist in his left arm as a vice, and was forcing his head back, until Archie thought that the Frenchman's spine would crack. "Don't kill him!" Archie cried. Skipper Bill had no intention of doing so, nor had Deschamps, the wrestler, any idea of allowing his back to be broken. "Don't kill him!" Archie begged again. Deschamps was tugging at the right arm of iron, weakly, vainly tugging to wrench it away from his throat. His eyes were starting from their sockets, and his tongue protruded. Back went the head, back. The arm was pitiless. Back. He was fordone. In a moment his strength departed, and he collapsed. He had not had time to call for help. So quick had been Bill's hand. They bound his limp body with the length of line Josiah had brought, and they had no sooner bound him than he revived.
"You are a great man, monsieur," he mumbled. "You have vanquished me. Deschamps, you will be famous, monsieur. I shall send my resignation to His Excellency the Governor tomorrow. Deschamps, he is vanquished." "What's he talking about?" the skipper panted.
"You have beaten him."
"Let's be off, boys,"
the skipper gasped. They locked the door on the inside, clambered through the window, and scaled the wall. They sped through the deserted streets with all haste. They came to the landing place and found the skiff tugging at her painter with the sails all unfurled. Presently they were under way for the heavenly home, and, having come safely aboard, hauled up the mainsail, set the jib, and were about to slip the anchor. Then they heard the clang, clang, clang of a bell, a warning clang, 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 which could mean only one thing: discovery.
"Fetch up that Frenchman,"
the skipper roared. The watchman was loosed and brought on deck.
"Put him in his dory and cast off,"
the skipper ordered. This done, the anchor was slipped and the sheets hauled taut. The rest of the canvas was shaken out, and the heavenly home gathered way and fairly flew for the open sea. If there was pursuit, it did not come within sight. The old schooner came safely to Ruddy Cove, where Billiburnt Bay, Josiah Cove, and Archie Armstrong lived for a time in sickening fear of discovery and arrest, but nothing was ever heard from St. Pierre. The heavenly home had been unlawfully seized by the French. Perhaps that is why the Ruddy Cove pirates heard no more from the Miquelon escapade. There was hardly good ground in the circumstances for complaint to the Newfoundland government. At any rate, Archie wrote a full and true statement of the adventure to his father in St. John's, and his father replied that his letter had been received and contents noted. There was no chiding, and Archie breathed easier after he had read the letter. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. In which David Gray's friend, the son of the factor at Fort Red Wing, yarns of the professor with the broken leg, a stretch of rotten river ice, and the tug of a white rushing current. One quiet evening after sunset in the early summer, when the folk of Ruddy Cove were passing the time in gossip on the wharf, while they awaited the coming of the mail-boat, old David Gray, who had told the tale of MacLeod and the tomahawks, called to Billy Topsail and his friends. A bronzed, pleasant-appearing man, David's friend shook hands with the boys with the grip of a woodsman. Presently he drifted into the tale of his own boyhood at Fort Red Wing in the wilderness far back of Quebec. "You see," he said, "my father had never fallen into the habit of coddling me. So when the lost Hudson Bay geological expedition made Fort Red Wing in the spring, every man exhausted, except the young professor, who had broken a leg a month back and had set it with his own hands. It was the most natural thing in the world that my father should command me to take the news to Little Lake, whence it might be carried, from post to post, all the way back to the department at Ottawa. "And send the company doctor up," said he. "The little professor's leg is in a bad way, if I know anything about doctoring, so you'll make what haste you can." "Yes, sir," said I. "Keep to the river until you come to the Great Bend. You can take the trail through the bush from there to Swift Rapids. If the ice is broken at the rapids, you'll have to go round the mountain. That'll be a good half-day longer. But don't be rash at the rapids, and keep an eye on the ice all along. The sun will be rotting it by day now. It looks like a break-up already." "Shall I go alone, sir?" said I. "No," said my father, no doubt perceiving the wish in the question. "I'll have John go with you for company." John was an Indian lad of my own age, or thereabouts, who had been brought up at the fort, my companion and friend. I doubt if I shall ever find a stancher one. With him at my heels and the little packet of letters in my breast pocket, I set out early the next day. It was late in March, and the sun, as the day advanced, grew uncomfortably hot. "Here's easy going," I cried when we came to the river. "Bad ice," John grunted. And it proved to be so. Ice which the suns of clear weather had rotted, and frosts of night and cold days had not repaired. Rotten patches alternated with spaces of open water and of thin ice, which the heavy frost of the night before had formed. When we came near to Great Bend, where we were to take to the woods, it was late in the afternoon, and the day was beginning to turn cold. We sped on even more cautiously, for in that place the current is swift, and we knew that the water was running like mad below us. I was ahead of John, picking the way, and I found, to my cost, that the way was unsafe. In a venture offshore, I risked too much. Of a sudden ice let me through. It was like the fall feet foremost, and when I came again to the possession of my faculties with the passing of the shock, I found that my arms were beating the edge of the ice, which crumbled before them, and that the current was tugging mightily at my legs. "Look out!" I gasped. The warning was neither heard nor needed. John was flat on his stomach, worming his way towards me, wriggling slowly out, his eyes glistening. Meanwhile I had rested my arms on the edge, which then crumbled no more, but I was helpless to save myself, for the current had sucked my legs under the ice, and now held them securely there, sweeping them from side to side, all the while tugging as if to wrench me from my hold. The most I could do was to resist the pull, to grit my teeth, and cling to the advantage I had. It was for John to make the rescue. There was an ominous crack from John's direction. When I turned my eyes to look, he was lying still. Then I saw him wriggle out of danger, backing away like a crab. "John!" I screamed. The appeal seemed not to move him. He continued to wriggle from me. When he came to solid ice, he took to his heels. I caught sight of him as he climbed the bank, and kept my eyes upon him until he disappeared over the crest. He had left me without a word. The water was cold and swift, and the strength of my arms and back was wearing out. The current kept tugging, and I realized, loath as I was to admit it, that half an hour would find me slipping under the ice. It was a grave mistake to admit. For once fancy began to paint ugly pictures for me, and the probabilities, as it presented them, soon flustered me almost beyond recovery. I was chest-high out of the water, I told myself. Chest-high. Now my chin is within 4 inches of the ice. I've lost 3 inches. I'm lost. With that I tried to release my feet from the clutch of the current, to kick myself back to an upright position, to lift myself out. It was all worse than vain. The water was running so swiftly that it dangled my legs at will, and the rotten ice momentarily threatened to let me through. I lost a full inch of position, so I settled myself to wait for what might come, determined to yield nothing through terror or despair. My eyes were fixed stupidly upon the bend in the river, far down, where a spruce-clothed bluff was melting with the dusk. What with the cold and the drain upon my physical strength, it may be that my mind was a blank when relief came. At any rate, it seemed to have been an infinitely long time in coming, and it was with the shock that John's words restored me to a vivid consciousness of my situation. "Catch hold," said he. He had crawled near me, although I had not known of his approach, and he was thrusting towards me with the end of a long pole, which he had cut in the bush. It was long, but not long enough. I reached for it, but my hand came 3 feet short of grasping it. John grunted and crept nearer. Still it was beyond me, and he dared venture no further. He withdrew the pole, and he crept back, and unfastened his belt. Working deliberately but swiftly, he bound the belt to the end of the pole, and then came out again. He cast the belt within reach as a fisherman casts a line. I caught it, clutched it, and was hauled from my predicament by main strength. "John," I said as we drew near to the halfway cabin, "I know your blood, and it is very well to be careful not to say too much, but there is such a thing as saying too little. Why didn't you tell me where you were going when you started for that pole?" "Huh?" said John, as if his faithfulness to me in every fortune were quite beyond suspicion. "Yes, I know," I insisted, "but a word or two would have saved me a deal of uneasiness." "Huh?" said he. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. in which a bearer of tidings finds himself in peril of his life on a ledge of ice above a roaring rapid. We passed that night at the cabin, where a roaring fire warmed me and dried my clothes. David's friend continued. My packet of letters was safe and dry, so I slept in peace, and we were both as chirpy as sparrows when we set out the next morning. It was a clear, still day, with the sun falling warmly upon us. Our way now led us through the bush for mile after mile, little hills and stony ground and swampland. By noon we were wet to the knees, but this circumstance was then too insignificant for remark, although later it gave me the narrowest chance for life that ever came within my experience. We made swift rapids late in the afternoon, when the sun was low and a frosty wind was freezing the pools by the way. The post at Little Lake lay not more than 3 miles beyond the foot of the rapids, and when the swish and roar of the water first fell upon our ears, we hallooed most joyfully, for it seemed to us that we had come within reaching distance of our destination. "No," said John, when we stood on the shore of the river. "I think we can," said I. "No," he repeated. The rapids were clear of ice, which had broken from the quiet water above the verge of the descent, and now lay heaped up from shore to shore, where the current subsided at the foot. The water was most turbulent, swirling, shooting, foaming over great boulders. It went rushing between 2 high cliffs, foaming to the very feet of them, where not an inch of bank was showing. At first glance it was no thoroughfare, but the only alternative was to go round the mountain, as my father had said, and I had no fancy to lengthen my journey by 4 hours, so I searched the shore carefully for a passage. The face of the cliff was such that we could make our way 100 yards downstream. It was just beyond that point that the difficulty lay. The rock jutted into the river and rose sheer from it. Neither foothold nor handhold was offered, but beyond, as I knew, it would be easy enough to clamber along the cliff, which was shelving and broken, and so at last come to the trail again. "There's the trouble, John," said I, pointing to the jutting rock. "If we can get round that, we can go the rest of the way without any difficulty." "No go," said John. "Come." He jerked his head towards the bush, but I was not to be easily persuaded. "We'll go down and look at that place," I replied. "There may be a way." There was a way, a clear, easy way, requiring no more than a bit of nerve to pass over it, and I congratulated myself upon persisting to its discovery. The path was by a stout ledge of ice, adhering to the cliff and projecting out from it about 18 inches. The river had fallen. This ledge had been formed when it was at its highest, and when the water had subsided, the ice had been left sticking to the rock. The ledge was like a rim of ice that adheres to a tub when a bucketful of freezing water has been taken out. I clambered down to it, sounded it, and found it solid. Moreover, it seemed to lead all the way around, broadening and narrowing as it went, but wide enough in every part. I was sure-footed and unafraid, so at once I determined to essay the passage. "I'm going to try it," I called to John, who was clinging to the cliff some yards behind and above me. "Don't follow until I call you." "Look out," said he. "Oh, it's all right," I said confidently. I turned my back to the rock and moved out, stepping sideways. It was not difficult until I came to the point where the cliff is overhanging. It may be a space of 12 feet or less. Then I had to stoop, and the awkward position made my situation precarious in the extreme, for the rock seemed all the while bent on thrusting me off. The river was roaring past. Below me the water was breaking over a great rock, whence it shot, swift and strong, against a boulder which rose above it. I could hear the hiss and swish and thunder of it, and I had been less confident in my foothold. I might then and there have been hopelessly unnerved. There was no mercy in those seething rapids. A fall would be the end of me, I thought, but I will not fall. Fall I did, however, and that suddenly, just after I had rounded the point and was hidden from John's sight. The cold of the late afternoon had frozen my boots stiff. They had been soaked in the swamplands, and the water was now all turned to ice. My soles were slippery, and my feet were awkwardly managed. I slipped. My feet shot out from under me. A flash of terror went through me. Then I found myself lying on my hip on the edge of the shelf with my legs dangling over the rapids, my shoulder pressing the cliff, my hands flat on the ice and my arms sustaining nearly the whole weight of my body. At that instant I heard a thud and a splash, as if something striking the water, and turning my eyes, I perceived that a section of the snow ledge had fallen from the cliff. It was not large, but it was between John and me, and the space effectually shut him off from my assistance. My problem was to get to my feet again, but how? The first effort persuaded me that it was impossible. My shoulder was against the cliff. When I attempted to raise myself to a seat on the ledge, I succeeded only in pressing my shoulder more firmly against the rock. Wriggle as I would, the wall behind kept me where I was. I could not gain an inch. I needed no more, for that would have relieved my arms by throwing more weight upon my hips. I was in the position of a boy trying to draw himself to a seat on a windowsill, with the difference that my heels were of no more help to me, for they were dangling in space. My arms were fast tiring out. The inch I needed for relief was past gaining, and it seemed to me that in a moment my arms would fail me and I should slip off into the river. Better go now, I thought, before my arms are worn out altogether. I'll need them for swimming. But a glance down the river assured me that my chance in the rapids would be of the smallest. Not only was the water swift and turbulent, but it ran against the barrier of ice at the foot of the rapids, and it was evident that it would suck me under once I got there. Nor was there any hope in John's presence. I had told him to stay where he was until I called, and to be sure, in that spot he would stay. I might call now, but to what purpose? He could do nothing to help me. He would come to the gap in the ledge, and from there peep sympathetically at me. Indeed, he might reach a pole to me, as he had done the day before, but my hands were fully occupied, and I could not grasp it. So I put John out of my mind, for even in the experience of the previous day, I had not yet learned my lesson, and determined to follow the only course which lay open to me, desperate though it was. I'll turn on my stomach, I thought, and I'll try to get to my knees on the ledge. I accomplished the turn, but in the act I so nearly lost my hold that I lost my head, and there was a gasping lapse of time before I recovered my calm. In this change I gained nothing. When I tried to get to my knees, I butted my head against the overhanging rock. Nor could I lift my foot to the ice and roll over on my side, for the ledge was far too narrow for that. I had altered my position, but I had accomplished no change in my situation. It was impossible for me to rest more of my weight upon my breast than my hips had borne. My weakening arms still had to sustain it, and the river was going its swirling way below me, just as it had gone in the beginning. I had not helped myself at all. There was nothing for it, I thought, but to commit myself to the river and make as gallant a fight for my life as I could. So at last I called John, that he might carry our tidings to their destination, and return to Fort Wing with news of a sadly different kind. "Ho!" said John. He was staring round the point of rock, and there he stood, unable to get nearer. "Ice under," said he, indicating a point below me. "More ice, let down." "What?" I cried. "Where?" "More ice down there," said he. "Like this, let down." Then I understood him. Another ledge such as that upon which I hung had been formed in the same way, and was adhering to the rock beneath. No doubt there was a pool on the lower side of the point, and just below me, and the current would be no obstacle to the formation of ice. I had looked down from above, and the upper ledge had hidden the lower from me, but John, standing by the gap in the upper, could see it plainly. So I had but to let myself down until my feet rested on the new ledge, and this I did, with extreme caution and the expenditure of the last ounce of strength in my arms. Then a glance assured me that the way was clear to the shelving cliff beyond. "You go," said John. "I go round." "All right," said I. "And say, I wish I'd called you before." "Ho!" said he, as he vanished. When John reached the little lake post late that night, the tidings of the safe return of the Hudson Bay Geological Expedition were on the way south by another messenger, and the company's physician was moving over the trail towards Fort Red Wing, making haste to the aid of the young professor, whom, indeed, he had brought back to health. The passage by the ledge of ice had resulted in a gain of 3 hours, but whether or not it saved the professor's life I do not know. I do not think it did. It nearly cost me mine, but I had no thought of that when I essayed it, so my experience reflects no credit upon me whatever. I take fewer rash and reckless chances now on land and water, and I am not so over-reliant upon my own resources. I have learned that a friend's help is of value. At that moment, the Ruddy Cove mailboat entered the Tickle. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which Billy Topsail gets an idea, and, to the amazement of Jimmy Grimm, Archie Armstrong promptly goes him one better. While Archie Armstrong was pursuing his piratical adventure in the French harbor of St. Pierre, Billy Topsail had gone fishing with Jimmy Grimm and Donald North. This was in the trim little sloop that Sir Archibald had sent north to Billy Topsail in recognition of his service to Archie during a great blizzard from which Bilderbernt Bay had rescued them both. Footnote number 5. As related in the Adventures of Billy Topsail. End of footnote number 5. There were now no fish in the summer waters of Ruddy Cove, but word had come down the coast that fish were running in the north. So up went the sails of the little rescue, and with Billy Topsail, Jimmy Grimm, and Bobby North aboard, she swept daintily between the Tickle rocks and turned her shapely prow towards White Bay. There was good fishing with hook and line, and as the hold of the little sloop was small, she was soon loaded with green cod. "Oh la la, I got an idea," said Billy Topsail. Jimmy Grimm looked up. "We'll sail for Ruddy Cove tomorrow," Billy went on, "and when we lands our fish, we'll go trading. There's a deal of money in that, I'm told, and what we gets for our fish, we'll stock the cabin of the rescue and come north again to trade in White Bay." Donald and Jimmy were silent. The undertaking was too vast to be comprehended in a moment. "Let's have Archie," said Jimmy at last. "And poor old Bag," said Donald. "We'll have Archie if he'll come," Billy agreed, "and Bag if we can stow him away." There was a long, long silence, during which the three boys began to dream in an amazing way. "Billy," Donald North asked at last, "what you going to do with your part of the money that we'll make at trading?" It was a quiet evening on the coast. From the deck of the sloop, where she lay in the harbor, the boys looked away to a glowing sunset above the inland hills and wilderness. "I don't know," Billy replied. "What you going to do with your share, Jimmy?" "Don't know," said Jimmy seriously. "What you going to do with yours, Donald?" "I isn't quite made up my mind," said Donald with an anxious frown. "I'll wait to see what Archie does with his." The three boys stowed away in the little cabin of the rescue very early that night. They were to set sail for Ruddy Cove at dawn of the next morning. Archie Armstrong, now returned from the Miquelon Islands, and relieved of his anxiety concerning that adventure by his father's letter, was heart and soul for trading. But he scorned the little rescue. It was merely that she was too small. He was quick to add, she was trim and fast and stout. She possessed every virtue a little craft could have. But as for trading on any scale that half-grown boys could tolerate, she was far too small. If a small venture could succeed, why shouldn't a larger one? What Archie wanted, what he determined they should have, was a 30-ton schooner. Nothing less would do. They must have a 30-ton schooner fore and after with Bilderbernt Bay to skipper her. The heavenly home? Not at all. At any rate, Josiah Cove was to take that old basket to the Labrador for the last cruise of the season. Jimmy Grimm laughed at Archie. "What you laughing at?" Archie demanded with a grin. Jimmy couldn't quite tell, but the truth was that the fisherman's lad could never get used to the airy, confident, masterful way of a rich man's son and city-bred boy. "Look you, Archie," said Billy Topsail, "where in time is you going to get that schooner?" "The On Time," was the prompt reply. "We'll call her the Spot Cash. Billy realized that the on time might be had, also that she might be called the spot cash. She had lain idle in the harbor since her skipper had gone off to the mines at Sydney to make more money in wages than he could make at sea. But how charter her? "Where are you going to get the stock?" Jimmy Grimm inquired. "Don't know whether I can or not," said Archie, "but I'm going to try my level best." Archie Armstrong left for St. John's by the next mailboat. He was not a lad to hesitate. What his errand was, the Ruddy Cove boys knew well enough, but concerning the prospect of success they could only surmise. However, Archie wouldn't be long. Archie wasn't the lad to be long about anything. What he undertook to do he went right at. "If he can only do it," Billy Topsail said. Jimmy Grimm and Donald North and Baggs stared at Billy Topsail like a litter of eager and expectant little puppies, and Billow Burnt Bay stood like a wise old dog behind. If only Archie could. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys, by Norman Duncan, in which Sir Archibald Armstrong is almost floored by a business proposition, but presently revives and seems to be about to rise to the occasion. Sir Archibald Armstrong was a colonial knight. His decoration, one of Her late Majesty's birthday honors, had come to him for beneficent political services to the colony in time of trouble and ruin. He was a Newfoundlander born and bred, though educated in the English schools, and he was fond of saying in a pleasantly boastful way, and with a little twinkle of amusement in his sympathetic blue eyes, "I'm a fish merchant, sir, a Newfoundland fish merchant." This was quite true, of course, but it was only half the truth. Directly or indirectly, Sir Archibald's business interests touched every port in Newfoundland, every harbor of the Labrador, the markets of Spain and Portugal, of the West Indies, and the South American republics. Sir Archibald was alone in his cozy office. The day was raw and wet. There was a blazing fire in the grate, an agreeable bit of warmth and brightness to contrast with the rain beating on the window panes. A pale little clerk put his head at the door. "Beg pardon, sir," he jerked. "Master Archie, sir." "Master Archie!" Sir Archibald exclaimed. Archie entered. "What's this?" said Sir Archibald in amazement. "Back from Ruddy Cove?" "On business," Archie replied. Sir Archibald laughed pleasantly. "Don't make fun of me, father," said Archie. "I'm in dead earnest." "How much is it, son?" This was an ancient joke between the two. Both laughed. "You'd be surprised if you knew," the boy returned. "But look here, father, please don't take it in that way. I'm really in earnest." "It's money, son," Sir Archibald insisted. "I know it is." "Yes," said Sir Archie with a grave frown, "it is money. It's a good deal of money. It's so much money, Dad, that you'll sit up when you hear about it." Sir Archibald looked sharply into his son's grave eyes. He coughed. "Money," he mused, "and a good deal of it. What's the trouble, son?" "No trouble, father," said Archie. "Just a ripping good chance for fun and profit." Sir Archibald moved to the chair behind the broad flat desk by the window. This was a queer little throne from which all business problems were viewed. It was from the shabby old chair, with a broad window behind, that all business judgments were delivered. Did an outport merchant want credit in any large way? It was from the opposite chair, with the light falling full in his face through the broad window, that he put the case to Sir Archibald. Archie sat down in the chair and leaned over the desk. Sir Archibald stretched his legs, put his hands deep in his pockets, let his chin fall on his breast, and stared searchingly into his son's face. The rain was driven noisily against the windows. The fire crackled and glowed. As between the two at the desk there was a momentary silence. "Well," said Sir Archibald shortly. "I want to go trading," Archie replied. Sir Archibald lifted his eyebrows, then pursed his lips. The matter of credit was evidently to be proposed to him. It was to be put to, it seemed, in a business way. Very well, Sir Archibald would deal with the question in a business way. He felt a little thrill of pleasure. He was quite conscious of it. It was delightful to have his only son in a business discussion, at the familiar old desk, with the fire glowing, the wind rattling the windows, and the rain lashing the panes. Sir Archibald was a businessman, and now he realized for the first time that Archie was grown to a companionable age. This, after all, he reflected, was what he had been working for, to engage in business with his own son. "Then you want credit," said he. "Look here, Dad," Archie burst out. "Of course I want credit. I'll tell you all about it." He rattled anxiously. We means Billy Topsail, Jimmy Grimm, Donald North, and me. They're all Ruddy Cove fellows, you know. We want to charter the On Time at Ruddy Cove, call her the Spot Cash, stock her cabin and hold, she's only a 20-tonner, and ship Billowburnt Bay for skipper and trade the ports of White Bay and the French shore. All the boys— "My traders," Sir Archibald interrupted quietly, "are trading White Bay and the French shore." "I know it, Dad," Archie began eagerly, "but—" "Will you compete with them?" Sir Archibald asked, his eyes wide open. "The Black Eagle sails north on a trading voyage in a fortnight. She's loading now." "That's all right," said Archie blithely. "We're going to encounter harsh competition." Sir Archibald put it dryly. "How will you go about it?" Archie had been fidgeting in his chair, hardly able to command his politeness. "A cash trader," he burst out. "Ah," Sir Archibald drawled, enlightened. I see. "We'll be the only cash trader on the coast, Dad," Archie continued, "and we'll advertise, and carry a phonograph, and sell under the credit prices, and—" Sir Archibald whistled in chagrin. "And we'll make good," Archie concluded. "You little pirate," Sir Archibald ejaculated. Father and son laughed together. Then Sir Archibald began to drum on the desk with his fingertips. Presently he got up and began to pace the floor, his hands thrust deep in his pockets, his lips pursed, his brows drawn in a scowl of reflection. This was a characteristic thing. Sir Archibald invariably paced, and pursed his lips, and scowled when a problem of more than ordinary interest engaged him. He knew that Archie's plan was not unreasonable. There ought to be, good profit in a cash-trading voyage in a small schooner to the harbors of White Bay and the French shore. There are no shops in most of these little settlements. Shops go to the people in the form of trading schooners from St. John's and the larger ports of the more southerly coast. It is in this way that the fisherfolk procure their flour and tea, their medicines and clothing, their tackle, their molasses, pins and needles, their trinkets, everything in fact, both the luxuries and necessities of life. It is chiefly a credit business, the prices based on credit. The folk are outfitted in the spring and pay in salt cod in the late summer and fall. Why shouldn't a cash trader, underselling the credit plan, do well on the coast in a small way? By and by, his face clearing, Sir Archibald sat down at the desk again. "How much do you want?" he asked directly. Archie took a grip on the arms of the chair and clenched his teeth. It took a great deal of resolution to utter the amount. Well, Sir Archibald impatiently demanded. $1,000, said Archie grimly. Sir Archibald started. $250 in cash, Archie added, and $750 in credit at the warehouse. What's the security? Sir Archibald blandly inquired. Security? Archie gasped. It is a customary consideration in business, said Sir Archibald. Archie's house of cards seemed to be tumbling about his ears. Security? He had not thought of that. He began to drum on the desk with his fingertips. Presently he got up and began to pace the floor, his hands thrust deep in his pockets, his lips pursed, his brow drawn in a scowl of reflection. Sir Archibald, recognizing his own habits and his son's perturbation, smiled at him in a fatherly fond way. The boy was very dear to him, no doubt about it, but Sir Archibald was not sentimental in the affection. Well, sir, said Archie by and by, his face clearing as he sat down, I could offer you security, and good enough security, but it doesn't seem quite fair. Sir Archibald asked the nature of the bond. I have a pony and a cart. "A motorboat and a sloop yacht," Archie replied, grinning. "I'll allow," he drawled, with a slight drooping of his eyelids, "that they're worth more than $1,000, eh, father? What do you think?" Sir Archibald guffawed. "The trouble is," Archie went on seriously, "that you gave them to me, and it doesn't seem fair to you to offer them as security. But I tell you, Dad," he declared, "if we don't make good in this trading cruise, I'll sell those things and do without 'em. It isn't fair, I know. It seems pretty mean to you. It looks as though I don't care for what you've given me. But I do care, and you know I care. The trouble is that I want awfully to go trading." "It is the only security you have?" "Except Mother," said Archie. "But," he added hastily, I won't drag a lady into this." Sir Archibald threw back his head and roared. "What are you laughing at, Dad?" Archie asked, a little offended, if a quick flush meant anything. "I'm sure," his father replied, "that the lady wouldn't mind." "No," said Archie, grave with his little problem of honor, "but I wouldn't let a lady in for a thing like that." "Son," said Sir Archibald, now all at once turning very serious, "you have better security than your pony and sloop." Archie looked up in bewilderment. "It is your integrity," Sir Archibald explained gently, "and your efficiency." Archie flushed with pleasure. "These are great things to possess," said Sir Archibald. "Thank you, sir," said Archie, rising in acknowledgment of this hearty compliment. The lad was genuinely moved. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Billy Topsail and Company.
A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys, by Norman Duncan, in which the honor of Archie Armstrong becomes involved. The 1st of September becomes a date of utmost importance. He collides with Tom Tulk, and a note is made in the Book of the Future. Sir Archibald began again to tap the desk with his fingertips. Archie strayed to the broad window and looked out upon the wharves and harbor. "Is that the Black Eagle at the wharf?" he asked. "The Black Eagle? Sure enough," Sir Archibald laughed. "She's the White Bay and French shore trader." "Trade enough for all," Archie returned. "George Rum, master," said Sir Archibald. "Still?" Archie exclaimed. The sailing reputation of Skipper George had been in question through the season. He had come within 6 inches of losing the Black Eagle in a small gale of the last voyage. "Who's clerk?" Archie asked. "Tommy Bullboy." No friend of Archie. Sharp enough anyhow, the boy thought. Sir Archibald put his hands in his pockets and again began to pace the floor. His lips were pursed, his brows drawn. Archie waited anxiously at the window. "When," demanded Sir Archibald, pausing abruptly in his walk, "when do you propose to liquidate this debt?" "We'll sail the spot cash into St. John's Harbor, sir, on September 1st or before. With 300 quintals of fish in her hold, I suppose. 300 quintals of dry fish at $4, roughly, a quintal, was $1,200. More than that, sir," said Archie. "Well, boy," said Sir Archibald briskly, "the security I've spoken of is all right, and—" "Not worth much at the auction sale," Archie interrupted, grinning. "There's no better security in the world," said Sir Archibald, "than youth, integrity, and capacity." Archie waited. "I'll back you," said Sir Archibald shortly. "Father," Archie declared, his eyes shining with a little mist of delight and affection, "I'll stand by this thing for all I'm worth." They shook hands upon it. Sir Archibald presently wrote a check and scribbled a few lines on a slip of paper. The check was for $250. It was for running expenses and emergencies that Archie needed the hard cash. The slip of paper was an order upon the warehouses and shops for credit in the sum of $750. "Now," said Sir Archibald, "it is explicitly understood between us that on or before the 1st of September you are to turn over to the firm of Armstrong and Company a sufficient quantity of properly cured fish to liquidate this account." "Yes, sir," Archie replied earnestly, "on or before the 1st day of September next." "You perfectly understand the terms," Sir Archibald insisted. "You know the nature of this obligation." "Yes, sir." "Very well, son," said Sir Archibald.
Your honor is involved." Archie received the 2 slips of paper. It must be confessed that they burned his fingers a little. It was a good deal to come into possession of all at once, a good deal of money and an awe-inspiring responsibility. Sir Archibald watched the boy's face narrowly. He seemed to be pleased with what he found there. A little fear, a little anxiety, a great deal of determination. The veteran businessman wondered if the boy would sleep easily as usual that night. Would he wake up fresh and smiling in the morning? These were large cares to lie upon the shoulders of a lad. "Shall I give you, a receipt or a note or anything like that?" Archie asked. "You are upon your honor," said his father. Archie scratched his head in doubt. "Your honor," Sir Archibald repeated, smiling. "The 1st of September," Archie laughed. "I shan't forget that date." In the end he had good cause to remember it. Before Archie left the office, Sir Archibald led him to the broad window behind the desk. Archie was used to this. It was his father's habit. The thing was not done in a spirit of boasting, as the boy was very well aware. Nor was it an attempt to impress the boy with a sense of his own importance and future wealth in the world. It was rather a well-considered and consistent effort to give him a sense of the reality and gravity of the obligations that would someday be his. From the broad window, Archie looked out once more upon the various activities of his father's great business. There were schooners fitting out for the fishing cruise to the Labrador. There were traders taking in stores for the voyage to the Straits of Belle Isle, to the south coast, to the French shore. There were fore and afters outbound to the Grand Banks and waiting for a favorable wind. There were coastwise vessels, loading flour and pork for the outport merchants. There were barks awaiting more favorable weather in which to load salt cod for the West Indies and Spain. All this never failed to oppress Archie a little as viewed from the broad window of his father's office. "Look," said Sir Archibald, moving his hand to include the shipping and storehouses. Archie gazed into the rainy day. "What do you see?" his father asked, in a way half bantering, half grave. "Your ships and wharves, sir." "Some day," Sir Archibald said, "they will be yours." "I wish you wouldn't say that, Dad, at least not just in that way," said Archie, turning away from the window. "It sort of frightens me." Sir Archibald laughed and clapped him on the back. "You know what I mean," said he. "You mean that the firm has a name," said Archie. "You mean that the name must never be disgraced. I know what you mean." Sir Archibald nodded. "I hope," said Archie, the suspicion of a quaver in his voice and a tremble in his lower lip, "that I'll never disgrace it." "Nor the name of the little firm that goes into business this day," said Sir Archibald. Archie's solemn face broke into a smile of amusement and surprise. "Why, Dad," said he, "it hasn't got a name." "Armstrong and Company, Junior?" "Armstrong, Topsail, Grim and Company," said Archie promptly. "Good luck to it," wished Sir Archibald. "No, that's not it at all," said Archie. "Billy Topsail schemed this thing out. Wish luck to the firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grim and Company." "Build the firm," said Sir Archibald, "upon hard work and fair play." Archie hurriedly said they would, and vanished. "Son is growing up," thought Sir Archibald when the boy had gone. "Son is decidedly growing up. Well, well," he sighed. "Son is growing up and in far more trouble than he dreams of. It's a big investment, too. However," he thought, well pleased and cheerful again, "let him go ahead and learn his daddy's business, and I'll back him," he declared, speaking aloud in his enthusiastic faith. "By Jove, I'll back him to win." At the foot of the stairway, Archie collided full tilt with 2 men who were engaged in intimate conversation as they passed the door. The one was George Rum, skipper of the Black Eagle, a timid, weak-mouthed, shifty-eyed man with an obsequious drawl in his voice, a diffident manner, and altogether a loose, weak way. The other was old Tom Tulk of Twillingate. Archie leaped back with an apology to Skipper George. The boy had no word to say to Tom Tulk of Twillingate. Tom Talk was notoriously a rascal, whom the law was eager to catch, but could never quite satisfactorily lay hands on. It did not occur to Archie that no wise skipper would put hands mysteriously together in a public place with old Tom Talk of Twillingate. The boy was too full of his own concerns to take note of anything. "Hello, Skipper George," he cried buoyantly. "I'll see you on the French shore."
"Going north?"
Skipper George drawled. "Trading," said Archie. Skipper George started. Tom Talk scowled.
"Going aboard the Black Eagle?"
asked Skipper George. "Trading on my own hook, Skipper George," said Archie, "and I'm bound to cut your throat on the shore." Tom Talk and Skipper George exchanged glances as Archie darted away. There was something of relief in Skipper George's eyes, a relieved and teasing little smile. But Tom Talk was frankly angry. "The little shaver," said he in disgust. It was written in the book of the future that Skipper George Rum and Archie Armstrong should fall in with each other on the north coast before the summer was over. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which notorious Tom Talk of Twillingate and the skipper of the Black Eagle put their heads together over a glass of rum in the cabin of a French shore trader. There was never a more notorious rascal in Newfoundland than old Tom Talk of Twillingate. There was never a cleverer rascal, never a man who could devise new villainies as fast and execute them as neatly. The law had never laid hands on him, at any rate not for a crime of importance. He had been clapped in jail once, but merely for debt, and he had carried this off with flying colors by pushing past the startled usher in church and squatting his great flabby bulk in the governor's pew of the next Sunday morning. He was a thief, a chronic bankrupt, a counterfeiter, an illicit liquor seller. It was all perfectly well known, but not once had a constable brought an offense home to him. He had once been arrested for theft, it is true, and taken to St. John's by the constables, but on the way he had stolen a watch from one and put it in the pocket of the other, thereby involving both in far more trouble than they could subsequently involve him. Add to these propensities a deformed body and a crimson countenance, and you have the shadow of an idea of old Tom Talk. George Rum and Tom Talk boarded the Black Eagle in the rain, and sought the shelter of her little cabin. The cook had made a fire for the skipper. The cabin was warm and quiet. Tom Talk closed the door with caution and glanced up to see that the skylights were tight. Skipper George produced the bottle and glasses.
"Now, Skipper George,"
said Tom Talk as he tipped the bottle,
"'tis a mint of money and fair easy to make."
"I'm not liking the job," the skipper complained. "I'm not liking the job at all."
"'Tis an easy one," Tom Talk maintained, "and 'tis well paid when 'tis done."
Skipper George scowled in objection.
"You've a soft heart for a man's work,"
said Tom with a bit of a sneer. Skipper George laughed.
"Is you thinking to drive me by making fun of me?"
he asked.
"I'm thinking nothing,"
Tom Talk replied,
"but to show you how it can be done. Will you listen to me?"
"Not me," George Rum declared. Tom Talk observed, however, that the skipper's ears were wide open.
"Not me," Skipper George repeated, with a loud thump of the table. "No, sir, I'll have nothing to do with it."
Tom Talk fancied that the skipper's ears were a bit wider than before. He was not at all deceived by this show of righteousness on the part of a weak man.
Well, well, he sighed, "say no more about it. I'm not denying," said Skipper George, "that it could be done. I'm not denying that it would be easy work. But I tells you, Tom Talk, I'll have nothing to do with it. I'm an honest man, Tom Talk, and I thank you to remember it." "Well, well," Tom Talk sighed again, "there's many a man in this harbor would jump at the chance, but there's never another so honest that I could trust him." "Many a man, if you like," Skipper George growled, "but not me."
"No, no," Tom Talk agreed, with a covert little sneer and a grin.
"Not you. 'Tis a prison offense, man. If you're cotched—"
Tom Talk laughed.
"And tell me, George Rum, is ever been cotched? I'm not saying you is. nor never will be."
It had all been talked over before, of course, and it would be talked over again before a fortnight was past and the Black Eagle had set sail for the French shore with a valuable cargo. Tom Talk had begun gingerly. He had proceeded with exquisite caution. He had ventured a bit more. At last he had come boldly out with the plan. Manned with care, manned as she could be, and as Tom Talk would take care to have her, the Black Eagle was the ship for the purpose, and Skipper George, with a reputation for bad seamanship, was the man for the purpose. And the thing would be easy. Tom Talk knew it. Skipper George knew it. It could be successfully done. There was no doubt about it, and Skipper George hated to think that there was no doubt about it. The ease and safety with which he might have the money tumble into his pocket troubled him. It was not so much a temptation as an aggravation. He found himself thinking about it too often. He wanted to put it out of his mind, but could not.
"Now, Tom Talk," said he at last, flushing angrily, "let's have no more talk of this. I'm fair tired of it. I'll have nothing to do with it, and I tells you so once and for all."
"Pass the bottle," said Tom Talk. The bottle went from hand to hand.
"We'll say no more about it," said Tom Talk. "But I tells you, Skipper George, that little clerk of yours, Tommy Bull, is just a ticket. As for a crew, I got in handy. Belay, belay."
"Aye, aye, Skipper George," Tom Talk agreed.
"But as for fetching a cargo of fish into St. John's Harbor without telling where it came from, if there's any man can beat me at that, why, I'd—"
Skipper George got up and pulled open the hatch.
"I'll see you again," said Tom Talk.
Skipper George of the Black Eagle helped himself to another dram when Tom Talk had withdrawn his great body and sly face. It was true, all that Tom Talk had said. It was true about the clerk. He was ripe to go bad. It was true about the crew, with the hands scarce, and able-bodied young fellows bound to the Sydney mines for better wages. Skipper George could ship whom he liked, and Tom Talk chose. It was true about fetching fish into St. John's without accounting whence it came. Tom Talk could do it. Nobody would ask eccentric old Tom Talk where he got his fish. Everybody would laugh. It was true about the skipper himself. It was quite true that his reputation was none of the best as a sailing master. But he had never lost a ship yet. They might say he had come near it, if they liked, but he had never lost a ship yet. No, sir, he had never lost a ship yet. Nor would he. He'd fetch the Black Eagle home right enough and show Sir Archibald Armstrong. But the thing would be easy. It was disgustingly easy in prospect. Skipper George wished that old Tom Talk had never come near to bother him. Hang Tom Talk, thought he. But how easy, after all, the thing would be. The first hand put his head in the hatchway to tell Skipper George that he was to report to Sir Archibald Armstrong in the office at once. Skipper George was not quite easy about the 3 drams he had taken, but there was nothing for it but to appear in the office without delay. As a matter of fact, Sir Archibald detected nothing out of the way. He had something to say to Skipper George about the way to sail a schooner, about timid sailing and reckless sailing and feeling about in fogs, and putting out to sea and running for harbor. When he had finished, and he spoke long and earnestly, with his blue eyes flashing, his head in the air, his teeth snapping once in a while. When Sir Archibald had finished, Skipper George was standing with his cap in his hand, his face flushed, answering, "Yes, sir," and "No, sir," in a way of the meekest. When he left the office, he was unpleasantly aware that he was face to face with his last chance. In this new trouble, he forgot all about Tom Talk. "Skipper George," he thought, taking counsel with himself as he poured another dram, "you got to do better." He mused a long time. "I will do better," he determined. "I'll show 'em I can sail a schooner." Before he stowed away for the night, a little resentment crept into his thoughts of Sir Archibald. He had never felt this way before. "I got to stop this," he thought. Tom Talk was then dreaming over a glass of rum, and his dreams were pleasant dreams concerning Skipper George of the Black Eagle. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which the enterprise of Archie Armstrong involves Signor Fecarino, the greatest magician in captivity, in which also the foolish are importuned not to be fooled. Candy is promised to the kids, Bilderbernt Bay is persuaded to tussle with the lost pirate, and the spot cash sets sail. For 3 dismal, foggy days, Archie Armstrong was the busiest businessman in St. John's, Newfoundland. He was forever damp, splashed with mud, grimy-faced, wilted as to clothes and haggard as to manner. But make haste he must. There was not a day, not an hour to spare, for it was now appallingly near August, and the 1st of September would delay for no man, when the advice of Sir Archibald and the help of every man-jack in the warehouses, even of that rat-eyed little Tommy Bull, the credit of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company had been exhausted to the last penny. Archie sighed in a thoroughly self-satisfied way, pulled out his new cheque-book, and plunged into work of another sort. "How's that bank account holding out?" Sir Archibald asked that evening. "I'm a little bit bent, Dad," Archie replied, "but not yet broke." Sir Archibald looked concerned. "Advertising," Archie briefly explained. "But," said Sir Archibald in protest, "nobody has ever advertised in White Bay before." "Somebody is just about to," Archie laughed. Sir Archibald was puzzled. "Well, what for?" he inquired. "What kind of advertising?" "Handbills, Dad, and concerts, and flags, and circus lemonade." "Nothing more, son?" Sir Archibald mocked. "Signor Fecarino," Archie replied, with a smack of self-satisfaction, "the world's greatest magician." "The same being?" "Yours respectfully, A. Armstrong." Sir Archibald shrugged his shoulders. Then his eyes twinkled, his sides began to shake. He threw back his head and burst into a roar of laughter, in which Archie and his mother, they were all at dinner, joined him. "Why, Dad," Archie exclaimed with vast enthusiasm, "the firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company is going to give the people of White Bay such a good time this summer that they'll never deal with anybody else. And we're going to give them the worth of their money, too. Every penny's worth. On a cash basis we can afford to. We're going into business to build up a business, and when I come back from that English school next summer, it's going to go right ahead." Sir Archibald admitted the good prospect. "Pity the poor black eagles," said Archie, grinning. Lady Armstrong finished Signor Fecarino's gorgeously spangled crimson robe and high-peaked hat that night, and Archie completed a very masterpiece of white beard. Afterwards, Archie packed his trunks. When he turned in at last, outward bound next day by the cross-country mixed train, he had the satisfaction of knowing that he had stowed the phonograph, the printing press and type, the signal flags, the magical apparatus and Fecarino costume, and the new accordion, and he knew, for he had taken pains to find out, that the stock of trading goods which he had brought with most anxious discrimination was packed and directed and waiting at the station, consigned to Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company, General Merchants, Ruddy Cove, Newfoundland. Archie slept well. When the mail boat made Ruddy Cove, Archie was landed in overflowing spirits, with his boxes and bales and barrels and trunks and news. The following days were filled with intense activity. Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company chartered the On Time in due form, and with the observance of every legal requirement she was given a new name, the Spot Cash. They swept and swabbed her fore and aft. They gave her a line or two of gay paint. They fitted her cabin with shelves and a counter, and her forecastle with additional bunks, and Bilderbernt Bay went over her rigging and spars. While Jimmy Grimm, Bobby North, and Bag unpacked the stock and furnished the cabin shelves and stowed the hold, Billy Topsail and Archie turned to on the advertising. The printing press was set up in Mrs. Skipper Williams' fish stage. Billy Topsail, who had never seen the like, stared open-mouthed at the operation. "We got to make 'em buy," Archie declared. "How?" Billy stammered. "We got to make 'em want to," said Archie. "They'll trade if they want to." In return, Billy watched Archie scribble.
"How's this?" Archie asked at last. Billy listened to the reading. "Will that fetch him aboard?" Archie demanded anxiously.
"It would my mother,"
said the astonished Billy.
"I'd fetch her, bet your life."
They laboriously set up the handbill and triumphantly struck it off. Candy for kids. Boys, girls, and babies come aboard the Spot Cash. You get perfectly pure peppermint if you bring your parents. We love kids, kiddies, and kidlets. Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm, and Co. "That'll fetch 'em all right," Archie declared. "Now for the concert." Billy had another shock of surprise.
"The what?"
he ejaculated. "Concert," Archie replied. "You're going to sing, Billy."
"Me?"
Poor Billy exclaimed in large alarm. "And Skipper Bill, too," Archie went on. "And Bag's going to do double shuffle, and Bobby North is going to shake that hornpipe out of his feet, and Jimmy Grimm is going to recite Sailor Boy, and I'm going to do a trifling little stunt myself. I'm Signor Fakerino, Billy." Archie laughed. "The greatest magician in captivity. Just you wait and see. I think I'll have a bill all to myself." Archie scowled and scribbled again, with a result that presently made him chuckle. It appeared in the handbill, after some desperately hard work, in this guise: Tonight, on board the Scott Cash, Signor Fakerino will fully fool the foolish. Don't be foolish and fully fooled by credit trading. Trade for cash aboard the Spot Cash. It was late in the afternoon before the last handbill was off the press, and Billy Topsail then looked more like a black-faced comedian than senior member of the ambitious firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company. Archie was no better, perspiring, ink-stained, tired in head and hands. But the boys were delighted with what they had accomplished. There were 2 other productions, one announcing the concert, and the other an honest and quiet comparison of cash and credit prices, with a fair exposition of the virtue and variety of the merchandise to be had aboard the Spot Cash. When Billy Bay, however, was shown the concert announcement and informed, much to his amazement, that it was down in the Articles of Agreement as between him, master of the Spot Cash, and the firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company, down in black and white in the Articles of Agreement which he was presumed to have signed, down, and no dodging it, that he was to sing The Lost Pirate when required, Billy Bay was indignant and flatly resigned his berth. "All right, Skipper," Archie drawled. "You needn't sing, I'll allow. Billy Topsail has a sweet little pipe, and I'll allow it'll be a good deal better to have him sing twice."
"Hey!"
Bill gasped, chagrined.
"What's that?"
"Better to have Billy sing twice," Archie repeated indifferently. Billy Bay glared at Billy Topsail. "Billy Topsail," said Archie in a way the most careless, "has the neatest little pipe on the coast."
"I'll have you know,"
Billy Bay snorted,
"there's many a White Bay livier would pay a dime to hear me have a tussle with the last pirate."
Archie whistled.
"Look you, Archie," Skipper Bill demanded, "is you going to let me sing or isn't you?"
"I is." Archie laughed. That was the end of the mutiny. At peep of dawn, the Spot Cash set sail from Ruddy Cove, with flags flying and every rag of sail set to a fair breeze. Presently the sun was out, the sky blue, the wind smartly blowing. Late in the afternoon she passed within a stone's throw of Mother Burke and rounded Cape John into White Bay. Before dark she dropped anchor in Coachman's Cove and prepared for business. "Come on, lads," Archie shouted, when the anchor was down and all sail stowed. "Let's put these dodgers where they'll do most good." The handbills were faithfully distributed before the punts of Coachman's came in from the fishing grounds, and that night to an audience that floated in punts in the quiet water just beyond the schooner's stern, and by light of 4 torches, Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company presented their first entertainment in pursuit of business, the performers operating upon a small square stage which Billy Bay had rigged on the house of the cabin. It was a famous evening. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup.
Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which the amazing operations of the Black Eagle promise to ruin the firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company, and Archie Armstrong loses his temper and makes a fool of himself. Trade was brisk the next day, and continued brisk for a fortnight, from Coachman's Cove to Seal Cove, from Seal Cove to Black Arm, from Black Arm to Harbor Round, and Little Harbor Deep went the Spot Cash. She entered with gay signal flags and a multitude of little Union Jacks flying, and no sooner was the anchor down than the phonograph began its musical invitation to draw near and look and buy. And there was presently candy for the children, and there were undeniable bargains for the mothers. In the evening, under a quiet starlit sky, Skipper Bill tussled gloriously with the lost pirate, and Bobby North shook the hornpipe out of his very toes, and Billy Topsail wistfully piped the well-loved old ballads of the coast in a tender treble. And after that, Signor Facorino created no end of mystification and applause by extracting $50 from the vacant air, and discovering 3 small chicks in an empty top hat, and producing eggs at will from Bag's capacious mouth, and, with a mere wave of his wand, changing the blackest of ink into the most delicious of lemonade. The folk of that remote coast were delighted. They had never been amused before, and they craved amusement, like little children. Trade followed as a matter of course. Trade was brisk as any heart could wish up the White Bay coast to the first harbors of the northern reaches of the French shore, and there it came to an appalling full stop. The concerts were patronized as before, but no fish came aboard for the exchange. "I can't bear to look the calendar in the face," Archie complained. The Spot Cash then lay at anchor in Engley. "'Tis the 5th of August," said Billy Topsail. "Whew!" Archie whistled. 16 days to the 1st of September.
"What's the matter, anyhow?"
Skipper Bill inquired. "The Black Eagle's the matter," said Archie angrily. "She swept these harbors clean. She cleaned out Engley yesterday."
"Stand by, all hands!"
roared the skipper. "What's up, Skipper?" asked Archie.
"Nothing," replied the skipper. "That's the trouble. But the mainsails'll be up afore very long if there's a rope end handy."
He added,
"We'll chase the Black Eagle."
They caught the Black Eagle at anchor in Conch that evening. She was deep in the water. Apparently her hold was full. There were the first signs of a deck-load of fish to be observed. In a run ashore, Archie very soon discovered the reason for her extraordinary success. He returned to the deck of the Spot Cash in a towering rage. The clerk of the Black Eagle had put up the price of fish and cut the price of every pound and yard of merchandise aboard his vessel. No wonder she had loaded. No wonder the folk of the French shore had emptied their stages of the summer's catch. And what was the Spot Cash to do? Where was she to get her fish? By selling at less than cost and buying at more than the market price? Nothing of the sort. Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company were not going to be ruined by that sort of folly. Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company couldn't have any fish. The powerful firm of Armstrong and Company of St. John's was going to put the poor little firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company out of business, going to snuff 'em out, had snuffed 'em out. The best thing Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company could do was to get to cover and call cash trading as a big failure as had ever been made in Newfoundland business. "Isn't fair," Archie complained aboard the Spot Cash. "It's dirty business, I tell you." "Let's put her away anyhow," said Jimmy Grimm. "Isn't fair of Dad," Archie repeated, coming as near to the point of tears as a boy of his age well could. "It's a low trick to cut a small trader's throat like this. They can outsail us and keep ahead of us, and they'll undersell us and overbuy us wherever we go. When they've put us out of business, they'll go back to the old prices. It isn't fair of Dad," he burst out. "I tell you, it isn't fair."
"Lend me a hand here," said Bill. "We'll see what they do."
A pretense of hauling up the mainsail was made aboard the Spot Cash. There was an immediate stir on the deck of the Black Eagle. The hands were called from the forecastle. "Look at that," said Archie in disgust. Both crews laughed and gave it up.
"It isn't like your dad," said Billerburnt Bay. "I'll lay you alongside the Black Eagle, Archie," he added, "and you can have a little yarn with Skipper George."
Skipper George Rum was glad to see Archie.
glad in a too bland way, in which, however, Archie did not detect a very obvious nervousness. $3.85 for fish? Yes, the skipper did believe Tommy Bull was paying $3.85. No, he didn't know the market price in St. John's. Flour and pork and sugar and tea? No, the skipper didn't know just how much Tommy Bull was selling flour and pork and sugar and tea at. You see, Tommy Bull was clerk of the Black Eagle, and that was the clerk's business. Tommy Bull was ashore just then. The skipper didn't just quite know when he'd come aboard. Were these prices Sir Archibald's orders? Really, Skipper George didn't know. Tommy Bull knew all about that. And Tommy Bull had clerked in these waters long enough to keep the firm's business to himself. Tommy Bull was close-mouthed. He wouldn't be likely to blab Sir Archibald's orders in every harbor of the coast or whisper them in the ear of a rival trading clerk. This last thrust was too much for Archie's dignity. He leaped from the deck of the Black Eagle into his own punt in a greater rage than ever.
"There's to be a spell of rough weather,"
were Skipper George's last words. The punt moved away. "Skipper Bill," said Archie, "the nearest telegraph station is at Tilt Cove. Can we make it in a night?"
"If the wind holds," the skipper answered.
"Then we'll try," said Archie. The predicament was explained to Donald North and Jimmy Grimm and Billy Topsail. The spot cache could have no more fish as long as the Black Eagle paid $3.85 with the St. John's market at $3.35. But was the market at $3.35? Hadn't the Black Eagle later information? That must be found out. And from Tilt Cove it could be discovered in 2 hours. So up went the sails of the spot cache, and with the Black Eagle following, she jockeyed out of the harbor. Presently she had laid a course for Cape John and Tilt Cove. The Black Eagle came about and beat back to Conch. Next morning, and dirty weather was promised for the day, the spot cache dropped anchor in the shelter of the cliff at Tilt Cove, and Billy Topsail pulled Archie ashore. It was in Archie's heart to accuse his father's firm of harsh dealing with a small competitor, but he resolved to do no more than ask the price of fish. The answer would be significant of all that the lad wished to know, and if the great firm of Armstrong and Company had determined to put obstacles in the way of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company, even to the point of ruin, there was no help for Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company. Archie would ask no quarter.
"Make haste,"
Skipper Bill called from the deck of the spot cache.
"I've no love for this harper in a gale of wind."
It was a poor shelter at best. "Much as I can," Archie shouted back. The boy sent this telegram. Tilt Cove, August 6th. Armstrong and Company. St. John's. Price of fish. Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company. There was now nothing to do but wait. Sir Archibald would be in his little office overlooking his wharves and shipping. It would not be long, and the reply presently came. St. John's, August 6th. Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company. Aboard spot cache. Tilt Cove. Still $3.35. No rise probable. Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company. Archie Armstrong was hurt. He could hardly conceive that his father had planned the ruin of his undertaking and the loss of his honor. But what was left to think? Would the skipper and clerk of the Black Eagle deliberately court discharge? And discharge it would be, discharge in disgrace. There was no possible excuse for this amazing change in prices. No, there was no explanation but that they were proceeding upon Sir Archibald's orders. It was inconceivable that they should be doing anything else. Archie would ask no quarter of his father, but he would at least let Sir Archibald know that he was aware of the difference between fair and unfair competition. Before he boarded the spot cache, he dispatched this message. Tilt Cove, August 6th. Armstrong and Company. St. John's, Tilt Cove. Black Eagle paying $3.85. Underselling flour, pork, tea, sugar. Why don't you play fair? Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company. If Archie Armstrong could have been in the little office which overlooked the wharves to observe the effect of that message upon Sir Archibald, he would not only have been amazed, but would have come to his senses in a good deal less time than he actually did. The first item astounded and bewildered Sir Archibald. The second, the brief expression of distrust, hurt him sorely. But he had no time to be sentimental. $3.85 for fish? What was the meaning of that? Cut prices on flour, pork, sugar, and tea? What was the meaning of that? Sir Archibald saw in a flash what it meant to Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company. But what did it mean to Armstrong and Company? Sir Archibald flushed and perspired with wrath. He pushed buttons. He roared orders. He scribbled telegrams. In 10 minutes, so vociferous was his rage, so intense his purpose, it was known from one end of the establishment to the other that the Black Eagle must be communicated with at once. But Armstrong and Company could not manage to communicate with the Black Eagle direct, it seemed. Armstrong and Company might, however, communicate with the Spot Cache, now at Tilt Cove and possibly bound north. Doubtless by favor of the clerk of the Spot Cache, Armstrong and Company would be able to speak orders in the ear of Skipper George Rum. "Judd," Sir Archibald roared. The pale little clerk appeared on the bound. "Rush this," said Sir Archibald. The message read, St. John's, August 6th. Archibald Armstrong II. On board Spot Cache, Tilt Cove. Please oblige order Black Eagle, St. John's forthwith. This your authority. Armstrong and Company. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which the Spot Cache is caught by a gale in the night and Skipper Bill gives her up for lost. It was blowing up when Archie returned to the Spot Cache. There was a fine rain in the wind, too, and a mist, hardly yet a fog, was growing denser on the face of a whitening sea. Nothing to bother about yet, of course, only a smart breeze and a little tumble, with thick weather to make a skipper keep his eyes open. But there was the threat of heavy wind and a big sea in grey sky overhead and far out upon the water. Tilt Cove was no place for the Spot Cache to lie very long. She must look for shelter at Sop's Arm before night.
"Archie, bye,"
said Billibrant Bay, in the cozy forecastle with the boys.
"There's something queer about this here Black Eagle."
"I should say so," Archie sneered. "It's the first time I ever knew my father not to play fair."
"Bosh!"
Skipper Bill ejaculated. Archie started up in a rage. "'Ear the wind?" said Bagg with a little shiver. It had begun to blow in earnest. The wind, falling over the cliff, played mournfully in the rigging. A gust of rain lashed the skylight. Swells from the open rocked the schooner. "Blowin' up," said Billy Topsail.
"How long have you knowed Sir Archibald?"
the skipper asked. Archie laughed.
"Off and on for about 16 years, I'll allow,"
said the skipper. Archie nodded shortly. "Arc to wind," Bagg whispered. "'Twill be all in a tumble off the Cape," said Jimmy Grimm.
"Knowed Sir Archibald well?"
the skipper pursued. Archie sat down in disgust.
"Pretty intimate, eh?"
asked the skipper. The boy laughed again, and then all at once, all in a flash, his ill humor and suspicion vanished. His father not play fair? How preposterous the fancy had been! Of course he was playing fair, but somebody wasn't, and who wasn't? "It's queer," he said. "What do you make of it, Bill?"
"I've been thinking,"
the skipper replied heavily. "Have you fathomed it?"
"Well," the skipper drawled, "I thunk along far enough to want to look into it farther, I'd say."
He added,
"To put back to conch."
"It's going to blow, Skipper Bill." It had already begun to blow. The wind was moaning aloft. The long-drawn melancholy penetrated to the cozy cabin. In the shelter off the cliff, though, she was, the schooner, tossed in the spent seas that came swishing in from the open.
"Well," the skipper drawled, "I guess the wind won't take the hair off a body, and I'll allow we can make conch afore the worst of it."
"I'm with the skipper," said Billy Topsail. "Me too," said Jimmy Grimm. Bagg had nothing to say. He seldom had, poor fellow, in a gale of wind. "I've a telegram to send," said Archie. It was a message of apology. Archie went ashore with a lighter heart to file it. What an unkindly suspicious fool he had been, he reflected, heartily ashamed of himself. "Something for you, sir," said the agent. Sir Archibald's telegram was put in the boy's hand, and when this had been read aboard the Spot Cache, and when the schooner had rounded Cape John and was taking full advantage of a sudden change of wind to the southwest, Archie and the skipper and the crew felt very well indeed, thank you. It blew hard in the afternoon, harder than Billy had surmised. The wind had a slap to it that troubled the little Spot Cache. Crested seas broke over her bows and swept her deck. She was smothered in white water half the time. The wind was rising, too. It was to be a big gale from the southeast. It was already half a gale. There was wind enough for the Spot Cache. Much more would shake her and drown her like a chip. Billy at the wheel and the crew, forward and amidships, kept watch for the coast and the friendly landmarks of harbor. But what with wind and fog and rain, it was a disheartening business. When night gathered, the coast was not in sight. The Spot Cache was tossing somewhere offshore in a rising gale and dared not venture in. The wind continued from the southeast. The coast was a lee shore, all rocks and islands and cliffs. The Spot Cache must beat out again to sea and wait for the morning. Any attempt to make a harbor of that harsh shore in the dark would spell destruction. But the sea was hardly more hospitable. The Spot Cache reefed down almost to bare poles, and standing out as best she could, tossed and plunged in the big black seas, with good heart to be sure, but presently with small hope. It seemed to Billy that the little craft would be broken and swamped. The boys came aft from forward and amidships. All at once Archie, who had been staring into the night ahead, started, turned, and uttered an ejaculation of dismay, which a gust of wind drove into the skipper's ear.
"What is it, by?"
the skipper roared. "I forgot to insure her," shouted Archie. Skipper Bill grinned. "It's a ruin if we wreck, Bill," Archie shouted again. It looked to Billy like a wreck and death. If so, the ruin might take care of itself. It pleased him to know that Archie was still unconcerned about his life. He reflected that if the Spot Cache should by any chance survive, he would tell Sir Archibald that story. But a great sea and a smothering blast of wind distracted him. The scene came clear over the bow and broke amidships. The wind fairly drove the breath back into the skipper's throat. There would be 2 more seas, he knew. There were always 3 seas. The second would break in a moment. The third would swamp the schooner. He roared a warning to the boys and turned the wheel to meet the sea bow on. The big wave fell with a crash amidships. The schooner stopped and shivered while a torrent of water drove clear over the stern. Billy saw the crest of the third sea grow white and towering in the night. "Hang to her!" screamed Archie. Skipper Bill smiled grimly as the sea came aboard. It broke and swept past. He expected no more, but more came, more and still more. The schooner was now tossing in a boiling pot from which the spray rose like steam. Bill caught the deep boom of the breakers. The Spot Cache was somewhere inshore. The water was shallowing. She was fairly on the rocks. Again Bill shouted a warning to the boys to save themselves when she struck. He caught sight of a low cliff, a black shadow above a mass of moving ghostly white. The schooner was lifted by a great sea and carried forward. Skipper Bill waited for the shock and the thud of her striking. He glanced up at the spars, again screamed a warning, and stood rigid. On swept the schooner. She was a long time in the grip of that great wave. Then she slipped softly out of the rough water into some placid place where the wind fluttered gently down from above. There was a moment of silence and uttermost amazement. The wind had vanished. The roar of the sea was muffled. The schooner advanced gently into the dark.
"The anchor!"
the skipper gasped. He sprang forward, stumbling, but it was too late. The bowsprit crumpled against the rock, and there was a soft thud, a little shock, a scraping, and the Spot Cache stopped dead.
"We're aground,"
said Bill. "I wonders where," said Jimmy Grimm. "In harbor, anyhow," said Billy Topsail. "And no insurance," Archie added. There was no levity in this. The boys were overawed. They had been afraid, every one of them, and the mystery of their escape and whereabouts oppressed them. But they got the anchor over the bow, and presently they had the cabin stove going and were drying off. Nobody turned in. They waited anxiously for the first light of day to disclose their surroundings. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Billy Topsail and Company.
A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan.
In which opportunity is afforded the skipper of the Black Eagle to practice villainy in the fog, and he quiets his scruples, in which also the Pony Islands and the 10th of the month come into significant conjunction. Aboard the Black Eagle, Skipper George Rum and Tommy Bull, with the cook and 3 hands, all of Tom Talk's careful selection, were engaged frankly among themselves in a conspiracy to wreck the schooner for their own profit. It was a simple plan, and with fortune to favor rascality, it could not go awry. Old Tom Talk of Twillingate had conceived and directed it. The Black Eagle was to be loaded with salt cod from the French shore stages in haste and at any cost. She was then to be quietly taken off one of the out-of-the-way rocky little islands of the remote northern coast. Her fish and the remainder of her cargo were to be taken ashore and stowed under tarpaulin. Whereupon, with thick weather to corroborate a tale of wreck, the schooner was to be scuttled in deep water.
"'Tis but a matter of clever management," Tom Talk had said. "Choose your weather, that's all."
Presently the castaways were to appear in conch in the schooner's quarter boat, with a circumstantial account of the disaster. The Black Eagle was gone, they would say. She had struck in fog, ripped out her keel, it seemed, driven over the rock, filled and sunk. At Conch, by this time, the mail-boat would be due on the southward trip. Skipper George and the clerk would proceed in grief and humiliation to St. John's to report the sad news to Armstrong and Company. But the cook and 3 hands would join Tom Talk at Twillingate, whence with the old reprobate schooner they would rescue fishing cargo from beneath the tarpaulins on the out-of-the-way rocky little island in the north. To exchange crews at Twillingate and run the cargo to St. John's for a quick sale was a small matter.
"Bar an accident," Tom Talk had said, "it can't fail."
There indeed was a cold, logical plan. Bar an accident, as Tom Talk was aware, and as he by and by persuaded Skipper George, it could not fail. Let the weather be well chosen. The story was consistent. That was all. Was not Skipper George forever in danger of losing his schooner? Had not Sir Archibald already given him his last warning? They would say in St. John's merely that Skipper George had done it at last. Nobody would be surprised. Everybody would say, "I told you so." And when old Tom Talk came into harbor with a mysterious load of fish, who would suspect him? Was not Tom Talk known to be an eccentric? Was there any accounting for what Tom Talk would do? Tom Talk would say, "Mind your business," and that would make an end of the questioning.
"Choose your weather, Skipper George," said Tom Talk. "Let it be windy and thick."
With fog to hide the deed, with a gale to bear out the story, and keep prying craft away, there would be small danger of detection. And what if folk did suspect? Let 'em prove it. That's what the law demanded. Let 'em prove it. When the Black Eagle put back to Conch from following the little spot cache, it was evident that the opportunity had come. The weather was thick. There was promise of wind in the air. Moreover, with Archie Armstrong on the coast in a temper, it was part of wisdom to beware. Skipper George went gloomily to the cabin when the schooner rode once more at anchor. It was now time, he knew it. The clerk knew it. The crew knew it. But Skipper George had no liking for the job, nor had the clerk. To tell the truth, nor had the cook, nor had the crew. Rascals are not made in a day, and it takes a long time to inure them against fear and self-reproach. But the skipper and crew of the Black Eagle were already committed. Their dealing for fish on the coast had been unpardonable. The skipper could not explain it in St. John's, nor could the clerk excuse it.
"We got to go through with this, Tommy,"
said the gloomy skipper.
"Have a dram," the clerk replied. "I'm in sore need of one myself."
It seemed the skipper was, too.
"With that little shaver on the coast,"
said the clerk,
"'tis best done quickly."
"I've no heart for it," the skipper growled. The clerk's thin face was white and drawn. His hand trembled now as he lifted his glass. Nor had he any heart for it. It had been all very well at first. It seemed something like a lark, just a wild lark. The crew, too, had taken it in the spirit of larking at first. But now that the time was come, both forecastle and cabin had turned uneasy and timid. In the forecastle, the cook said to the first hand, "Wisht I was out of this. Wisht I'd never come in it." The first hand sighed. Their words were in whispers. "Oh, lo," said the second hand, with a scared glance about, "that the old man will do it the-morrow." The three averted their eyes, each from the others. "Allalo," the cook gasped. Meantime, in the cabin, the clerk, rum now giving him a saucy outlook, said, "'Twill blow half a gale the-morrow." "Aye," said the skipper uneasily, "and there's like to be more than half a gale by the glass. There'll be few craft out of the harbour." "Few craft, Tommy," said the skipper, drawing a timid hand over his bristling red beard. "I'm not like to take the Black Eagle to sea." "'Tis like there'll be fog," the clerk continued. "Aye, 'tis like there'll be a bit of fog." Skipper and clerk helped themselves to another dram of rum. Why was it that Tom Talk had made them a parting gift? Perhaps Tom Talk understood the hearts of new-made rascals. At any rate, skipper and clerk, both simple fellows after all, were presently heartened. Tommy Bull laughed. "Skipper," said he, "do you go ashore and say you'll take the Black Eagle to sea tomorrow? Blow high or blow low, fair wind or foul?" The skipper looked up in bewilderment. "Orders," the clerk explained, grinning. "Telling you've been wigged lively enough by Sir Archibald for lying in harbour." Skipper George laughed in his turn. "For'ard there!" the clerk roared, putting his head out of the cabin. "One of you take the skipper ashore." 3 fishing schooners bound down from Labrador had put in safe berth through the threatening night. And with the skippers of these craft and with the idle folk ashore, Skipper George foregathered dirty weather. The skipper declared, sure 'twas dirty weather, but there was no wind on that coast could keep the Black Eagle in harbour. No, sir, no wind that blowed. Skipper George was sick and tired of being wigged by Sir Archibald Armstrong for lying in harbour. No more wigging for him. No, sir, he'd take the Black Eagle to sea in the morning. Let it blow high or blow low, fair wind or foul. 'Twould be up an anchor to sea for the Black Eagle at dawn. Wreck her? Well, let her go to wreck. Orders was orders. If the Black Eagle happened to be picked up by a rock in the fog, 'twould be Sir Archibald Armstrong's business to explain it. As for Skipper George, no man would be able to tell him again that he was afraid to take a schooner to sea. And orders was orders, sir. Yes, sir, orders was orders. I'm not liking the job of taking my schooner to sea in wind and fog, Skipper George concluded with great assumption of indignant courage. But when I'm told to drive her, I'll drive her and let the owner take the consequences. This impressed the Labrador skippers. Small blame to you, Skipper George, one declared, if you do lose her. Well satisfied with the evidence he had manufactured to sustain the story of wreck, Skipper George returned to the schooner. Well, he drawled to the clerk, I got my witnesses. They isn't a man would put to sea tomorrow if the weather comes as it promises. The clerk sighed and anxiously frowned. Skipper George, infected by this melancholy and regret, for the skipper loved the trim, fleet-footed, well-found Black Eagle. Skipper George sighed too. Time to turn in, Tommy, said he. The skipper had done a good stroke of business ashore. Sir Archibald had indeed ordered him to drive the Black Eagle. And in the rising wind of the next day, while the Spot Cache lay at anchor in Tilt Cove, and Archie's messages were fleeting over the wire to St. John's, the Black Eagle was taken to sea. Ashore they advised her skipper to stick to shelter, but the skipper would have none of their warnings. Out went the Black Eagle under shortened sail. The wind rose, a misty rain gathered. Fog came in from the far, wide open, but the Black Eagle sped straight out to sea. Beyond the Pony Islands, a barren, out-of-the-way little group of rocks, she beat aimlessly to and fro, now darting away, now approaching. But there was no eye to observe her peculiar behavior. Before night fell, driven by the gale, she found poor shelter in a seaward cove. Here she hung grimly to her anchorage through the night. Skipper and crew, as morning approached, felt the wind fall and the sea subside. Dawn came in a thick fog. "What do you make of it, Tommy?" the skipper asked. The clerk stared into the mist. "Pony Island, skipper, sure enough," said he. "Little pony or big?" In a rift of mist a stretch of rocky coast lay exposed. "Little pony," said the clerk. "Aye," the skipper agreed. "And 'twas little pony easterly shore," he added, his voice dwindling away, "that Tom Talk advised." "And about the 10th of the month," Tommy Bull added. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. In which the fog thins and the crew of the Spot Cache fall foul of a dark plot. Morning came to the Spot Cache, too. Morning with a thick mist. Morning with a slow-heaving sea and a vanished wind. Billiburnt Bay looked about, stared in every direction from the listed little schooner, but could find no familiar landmark. They were in some snug harbor, however, of a desolate and uninhabited coast. There were no cottages on the hills. There were no fish flakes and stages by the waterside. Beyond the Tickle, that wide passage through which the schooner had driven in the dark, the sea was heaving darkly under the gray mist. Barren, rugged rock fell to the harbor water, and rocky hills, stripped of verdure by winds of 1,000 years, hid their bald heads in the fog.
"I don't know what it is," said Billiburnt Bay to the boys, "but I know well enough what it ought to be."
"'Tis never the shore," Billy Topsail declared.
"I'm 'lowin',"
said Skipper Bill, but yet doubtfully,
"that 'tis one of the Pony Islands. They lies hereabouts,"
he continued, scratching his head.
"Long about 30 mile off the mainland. We're on a westerly shore. That means islands, for we've never come to the westerly coast of Newfoundland. If I could get a peep at the Bald Head, I could tell for certain."
The grim landmark called the Bald Head, however, if this were indeed one of the Pony Islands, was in the mist. "Ah, lay, 'tis the Pony Islands," Billy Topsail declared again.
"It may be,"
said the skipper. "And Little Pony, too," Billy went on. "I mind me now that we sheltered in this harbor in the Fish Killer, afore she was lost on Feather's Folly." Footnote number 6. As related in the Adventures of Billy Topsail. End of footnote number 6.
"I'll allow 'tis."
Skipper Bill agreed. Whether the Pony Islands or not, and whether Big Pony or Little Pony, clearing weather would disclose. Meantime, as Archie Armstrong somewhat tartly pointed out, the Spot Cache was to be looked to. She had gone aground at low tide, it seemed, and she was now floating at anchor, free of the bottom. The butt of her bowsprit had been driven into the forecastle, and the bowsprit itself had gone permanently out of commission. Otherwise she was tight and ready. The practical-minded Archie Armstrong determined, with a laugh, that notwithstanding the loss of a bowsprit, the firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm & Company would not have to go out of business for lack of insurance. And after an amazingly hearty and hilarious breakfast, which Bag was the cook, presently announced, the folk of the Spot Cache went ashore to take observations.
"We'll rig a bowsprit of some sort,"
Billiburnt Bay remarked,
"afore the fog lifts."
The fog was already thinning. Meantime, on the easterly coast of the Little Pony, the Black Eagle was being warped in towards shore, and moored with lines to a low, sheer rock, which served admirably as a landing wharf. The gangplank was run out, the hatches were lifted, the barrows were fetched from below, and all these significant operations were directed in a half-whisper by the rat-eyed little Tommy Bull. Ashore went the fish, ashore by the barrow-load, and into a convenient little gully where tarpaulins would keep it snug against the weather. Fortune favored the plan. Fog hid the island from the sight of all men, but the faces of the crew grew longer as the work advanced, and the voice of the rat-eyed little clerk fell lower, and his manner turned still more furtive, and his hand began to shake. In the cabin the skipper sat, with an inspiring dram, engaged in melancholy and apprehensive brooding. Armstrong and company had not served him ill after all, he thought, but pshaw, the Black Eagle was insured to the hilt, and would be a small loss to the firm. Well, well, she was a tight little schooner, and had many a time taken the evil fall weather with a stout heart. 'Twas a pity to scuttle her. Scuttle her? The skipper had much rather scuttle Tom Tulk. But pshaw, after all, 'twould make more work for Newfoundland shipbuilders. Would it never be known? Would the murder never out? Could Tommy Bull and the crew be trusted? The skipper had already begun to fear Tommy Bull and the crew. He had caught himself deferring to the cook. To the cook! Pah! thought the skipper, as he tipped his bottle. George Rum knuckling down to a cook. A pretty pass to come. Tommy Bull came down the ladder. Skipper, sir, he said, you best come on deck. Skipper George went above with the clerk. She's getting late, said Tommy Bull. At that moment the skipper started. With a hoarse ejaculation leaping from his throat, he stared with bulging eyes towards the hills upon which a shaft of sunlight had fallen. Then he gripped Tommy Bull by the arm. "Who's that?" he whispered. "What?" the terrified clerk exclaimed. "Who's what, man? Where? What are you talking about?" The skipper pointed to the patch of sunlight on the hills. "That!" he gasped. "'Tis a man," said the clerk. "We're cotched," the skipper groaned. The rat-like little clerk bared his teeth. Bill of Burnt Bay and the boys of the Spot Cache had seen what the lifting fog disclosed, the Black Eagle moored to the rocks of the Little Pony, and unloading. But they had not fathomed the mystery. A mystery it was, however, and a deep one. To solve it, they came down the hill towards the schooner in a body, and were presently face to face with skipper and clerk on the deck. The crew went on with the unloading. There was never a hint of hesitation or embarrassment, and the skipper of the Spot Cache was serenely made welcome. Whatever rat-like impulse to bite may have been in the heart of the little clerk when Bill of Burnt Bay came over the crest of the hill, it had now vanished in discreet politeness. There was no occasion for biting. Had there been, had the crew of the Black Eagle been caught in the very act of scuttling the ship, Tommy Bull would no doubt have driven his teeth in deep. Even amateur scoundrels at bay may be highly dangerous antagonists. These were amateur scoundrels, to be sure, and good-hearted in the main, but they were not yet by any means at bay. "Just a little leak, Skipper Bill," Skipper George explained, when Bill of Burnt Bay had accounted for his presence in Little Pony. "Sprung it in the gale."
"Did you now?" said Skipper Bill suspiciously. "'Tis lucky we happened along. I'm a bit of a carpenter myself, and I'd—"
"Not at all," Skipper George protested, in a large wave of the hand. "Not at all."
"'Twould be no trouble."
"Not at all," Skipper George repeated. "Here's Tommy, just found a spot, and we'll plug her in short order." Skipper Bill could ill conceal his suspicion. "You're in trouble yourself with the Spot Cache, says you," said Skipper George. "We'll lend you a spar and a couple of hands to set it." "We'll buy the spar," Archie put in. Skipper George laughed heartily. "Well, well," said he, "have it your own way. You make your repairs, and I'll make mine. And then we'll see who's back to the shore ports first." Archie bethought himself.
"I'll lay you,"
Skipper George went on, clapping Archie on the back,
"that you'll not find a fish in the harbors where the Black Eagle goes."
"You're ordered home, Skipper George," said Archie. "I've got this message from Tilt Cove." Skipper George glanced at the telegram. "Well, well," said he blandly, "we're nigh loaded anyhow." Archie wondered afterwards why Skipper George had caught his breath and lost some of his color. Presently the crew of the Spot Cache, with 2 stout hands from the Black Eagle, went over the hills with the spare spar. Skipper George and Tommy Bull made haste to the cabin. "Ordered home," said the skipper, slapping the message on the counter. "Forthwith," Tommy Bull added. "There's more here than appears," the anxious skipper went on. "Tommy," said he gravely, "there's something back of this." The clerk beat a devil's tattoo in perturbation. "There's more suspected than these words tell," the skipper declared.
"'Tis by sheer good luck, Skipper George," said the clerk, "that we've a vessel to take home. I'll tell you by," said he, flushing with suspicion and rage. "I don't trust Tom Tulk. He'd sell his mother for a slave for $1,000. Tom Tulk!"
Skipper George exclaimed.
"By thunder!"
he roared.
"Tom Tulk has blowed."
For a second time that day the rat-like little clerk of the Black Eagle bared his teeth, now with a little snarl.
"They've no proof,"
said the skipper.
"True," the clerk agreed. "But they's as many as 2 lost jobs aboard this vessel, and there'll be 2 able-bodied seamen looking for a berth when the Black Eagle makes St. John's." "Well, Tommy Bo," said the skipper with a shrug, "'tis the clerk that makes the prices aboard a trading schooner, and 'twill be the clerk that will explain in this particular case."
"Huh!" Tommy Bull sneered. Next day the Black Eagle, with her fish again aboard, put to sea and sped off on a straight course for St. John's. Notwithstanding the difficulties in store, clerk and skipper were in good humor with all the world, except Tom Tulk, and the crew was never so light-hearted since the voyage began. But as the day drew along, and as day by day passed, and as the home port and Sir Archibald's level eyes came ever nearer, the skipper grew troubled. Why should the Black Eagle have been ordered home? Why had Sir Archibald used that mysterious and unusual word forthwith with such emphasis? What lay behind the brusque order? Had Tom Tulk played false? Would there be a constable on the wharf? With what would Sir Archibald charge the skipper? Altogether, the skipper of the Black Eagle had never sailed a more disquieting voyage, and when the Black Eagle slipped through the Narrows to St. John's Harbor, he was like a dog coming home for a thrashing. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Billy Topsail and Company.
A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan.
In which the spot cache is picked up by Blow-Me-Down Rock in Jolly Harbor. Wreckers threaten extinction, and the honor of the firm passes into the keeping of Billy Topsail. The spot cache made for the French shore with all the speed her heels could command. The 7th of August, how near it was to the 1st of September. The firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm & Company, with the skipper and cook, shivered to think about it. 10 more trading days. Not another hour could they afford if the spot cache would surely make St. John's Harbor on the specified day. And she would. She must, Archie declared. His honor was involved, the honor of them all, of the firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm & Company, had not Sir Archibald said so. So in the harbors of the shore, Billiburnt Bay once more tussled valiantly with the lost pirate, and the flags flew, and the phonograph ground out inviting music, and Bobby North shook the hornpipe out of his active toes, and Bag double shuffled, and the torches flared, and Candy for Kids, and Don't Be Foolish and Fully Fooled, persuaded the populace, and Signor Ficarino created mystification, and Billy Topsail employed his sweet little pipe most wistfully in the old ballad of the coast. Shore the chain he parted, and the schooner drove ashore, and the wives and the Anns never saw n any more, no more, never saw n any more. It was all to good purpose. Trade was even brisker than in White Bay. Out went the merchandise, and in came the fish. Nor did the spot cache once leave harbor without a hearty, even wistful invitation to return. Within 7 days, so fast did the fish come aboard, the hold had the appearance of plethora. Jimmy Grimm and Bag protested that not another quintal of fish could be stowed away. It was fairly time to think of a deck load. There was still something in the cabin, something to be disposed of, something to turn into fish, and it was Archie who proposed the scheme of riddance. A bargain sale, he said, the very thing.
"And Jolly Harbor's the place,"
said the skipper. "Then homeward bound," shouted Archie. They ran into Jolly Harbor on the wings of a brisk southerly wind, and unfortunately, in the dusk, brought up hard and fast on Blow-Me-Down Rock. Aground, They were hard and fast aground on Blow-me-down Rock in Jolly Harbor at high tide. A malignant sea made a certainty of it. It lifted the spot cache, drove her on, and gently deposited her with a horrifying list to starboard. Archie Armstrong wrung his hands and stamped the deck. Where was the 1st of September now? How was the firm to what was it Sir Archibald had said? Yes, how was the firm to liquidate its obligations on the appointed day and preserve its honor?
By getting the spot cache afloat,
said Skipper Bill tersely. And a pretty time we'll have of it, groaned Archie.
I'll allow,
Bill drawled,
that we may be in for a prettier time still.
Sure, it couldn't be worse, Billy Topsail declared.
This here, Bill explained, is Jolly Harbor, and the folk of Jolly Harbor isn't got no reputations to speak of.
This was hardly enlightening.
What I means, Skipper Bill went on, is that Jolly Harbor folk is called wreckers. There's been a good deal of talk about wreckers on this coast, and there's more lies than truths in it. But Jolly Harbor, he added, is Jolly Harbor, and the folk will sure come swarming in punts and skiffs and Rodneys when they hear there's a vessel gone ashore.
Sure, they'll give us help, said Billy Topsail.
Help! Skipper Bill scornfully exclaimed. 'Tis little help they'll give us. Why, by when they've got her cargo, they'll chop off her standing rigging and draw the nails from her deck planks.
'Tis a mean, sinful thing to do, cried Billy.
They'll live up to their lights, by, the skipper said. They're an honest, good-hearted, God-fearing folk on this coast, in the main, but they believe what the sea casts up belongs to men who can get it, and neither judge nor preacher can teach them any better. Here lies the spot cache stranded, with a wonderful list to starboard. They'll think it no sin to wreck her. I know them well. 'Twill be hard to keep them off once they see that she's high and dry.
Archie began to stamp the deck again. When the dawn broke, it disclosed the situation of the schooner. She was aground on a submerged rock, some distance offshore in a wide harbor. It was a wild, isolated spot, with spruce-clad hills, which here and there showed their rocky ribs rising from the edge of the water. There was a cluster of cottages in a ravine at the head of the harbor, but there was no other sign of habitation. Evidently the schooner's deep lists betrayed her distress, for when the day had fully broken, a boat was pushed off from the landing place and rowed rapidly towards her.
Here's the first, muttered Skipper Bill. I'll warn him well.
He hailed the occupant, a fisherman with a simple, good-humored face, who hung on his oars and surveyed the ship.
Keep off there, shouted the skipper. We need no man's help. I warn you and your mates fair not to come aboard. You've no right under the law, so long as there's a man or crew left on the ship, and I'll use force to keep you off.
You're not able to get her off, sir, said the fisherman, rowing as if bent on boarding. She's a wreck.
Billy, the skipper ordered, go forward with a gaff and keep him off.
With that, the fisherman turned his punt about and made off for the shore. Aye, Billy, he called good-naturedly. I'll give you no call to strike me.
He'll come back with others, the skipper remarked gloomily. 'Tis a bad outlook.
We'll try to haul her off with a punt, suggested Archie.
With a punt?
The skipper laughed.
'Twould be as easy to haul Blow-me-down out by the roots. But if we can keep the wreckers off, by trick or by force, we'll not lose her. The Grand Lake passed up the coast on Monday. She'll be steaming into hook and line again on Tuesday. If she doesn't call a Jolly Harbor, we'll have to go fetch her. We can run over in the punt and fetch her. 'Tis a matter of getting there and back before the schooner's torn to pieces.
At dawn of the next day, Skipper Bill determined to set out for hook and line to intercept the steamer. In the meantime, there had been no sign of life ashore. Doubtless the crew of the spot cache thought the news of the wreck was on the way to neighboring settlements. The wind had blown itself out, but the sea was still running high, and 5 hands, 3 of them boys, were needed to row the heavy schooner's punt through the lop and distance. Muscle was needed for the punt. Nothing but wit could save the schooner. Who should stay behind? Let Archie stay behind, said Billy Topsail.
No, Skipper Bill replied. He'll be needed to bargain with the captain of the Grand Lake.
There was a moment of silence.
Billy, said the skipper, you'll stay.
Billy nodded shortly.
"Now, Billy Topsail,"
Skipper Bill went on,
"I fear you've never read the chapter on wreck and salvage in the Consolidated Statutes of Newfoundland, so I'm going to tell you some things you don't know. Now listen careful. By law,
tapping the boy on the breast with a thick tarry finger,
if there's nobody aboard a stranded vessel, if she's abandoned, as they say in the court, the men who find her can have her and all that's in her. That's pretty near the law of the land, near enough for you anyway. Contrary by law,
with another impressive tap,
if there's one of the crew aboard, he's a right to shoot down any man who comes over the side against his will. That's exactly the law. Do you follow?"
"But I've no mind for shooting at so good-natured a man," said Billy, recalling the fisherman's broad grin.
"And I hope you won't have to,"
said the skipper.
"But there's no harm in aiming an empty gun anywhere you've a mind to. So far as I know, there's no harm in firing away a blast or two of powder if you forget to put in the shot."
Billy laughed. "Billy boy," said Archie tremulously, "it's up to you to save the firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company." "All right, Archie," said Billy. "I know it's all right," Archie declared.
"There's just two things to remember," the skipper said from the bow of the punt before casting off. "The first is to stay aboard. The second is to let nobody else come aboard if you can help it. 'Tis all very simple."
"All right, skipper," said Billy. "Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company," were the last words Billy Topsail heard, and they came from Archie Armstrong. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys, by Norman Duncan, in which the Grand Lake conducts herself in a most peculiar fashion to the chagrin of the crew of the Spot Cache. Skipper Bill and the punt of the stranded Spot Cache made the harbor at hook and line in good season to intercept the Grand Lake. She was due. She would surely steam in that very day, said the men of hook and line. And it seemed to Archie Armstrong that everything now depended on the Grand Lake. It would be hopeless, Skipper Bill had said so, and the boys needed no telling. It would be hopeless to attempt to get the Spot Cache off Blow-Me-Down Rock in an unfriendly harbor without the steamer's help. "'Tis fair hard to believe that the jolly harbor folk would give us no aid," said Jimmy Grimm. Skipper Bill laughed.
"You've no knowledge of Jolly Harbor,"
said he. "'Tis a big expense these robbers are putting us to," Archie growled.
"Robbers," Bill drawled. "Well, they're decent. God-fearing folk, with their own ideas about a wreck."
Archie sniffed.
"I've no doubt," the skipper returned, "that they're thanking God for the windfill of a trading schooner at family worship in Jolly Harbor at this very minute."
This view expressed small faith in the wits of Billy Topsail. "Oh, Billy Topsail will stand him off," Jimmy Grimm stoutly declared.
"I'm doubting it,"
said the frank skipper. "Well, what?" Archie exclaimed in horror.
"I'm just doubting it,"
the skipper repeated. This was a horrifying confession, and Archie Armstrong knew that Skipper Bill was not only wise in the ways of the French shore, but was neither a man to take a hopeless view nor one needlessly to excite anxiety. When Bilibert Bay admitted his fear that Billy Topsail had neither the strength nor the wit to save the Spot Cache from the God-fearing folk of Jolly Harbor, he meant more than he said. The affairs of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company seemed to be in a bad way. It was now more than a mere matter of liquidating an obligation on the 1st of September. The problem was of liquidating it at all. "Wish the Grand Lake would hurry up," said Bagg.
"I'd like to save some splinters of the schooner anyway,"
the skipper chuckled, in a ghastly way,
"even if we do lose the cargo."
It occurred all at once to Archie Armstrong that Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company were not only in obligation for the debt to Armstrong and Company, but were responsible for a chartered craft which was not insured. $1,000, a cold $1,000, and the Spot Cache, he exclaimed aghast. "Wish she'd hurry up," Bagg repeated. Archie, pacing the wharf, his hands deep in his pockets, his face haggard and white, recalled that his father had once told him that many a man had been ruined by having too large a credit. And Archie had had credit. Much credit. A mere boy with $1,000 of credit, with $1,000 of credit in merchandise and coin, and the unquestioned credit of chartering a schooner. He realized that it had been much, too much. Somehow or other, as he feverishly paced the wharf at hook and line, the trading venture seemed infinitely larger and more precarious than it had been in his father's office on the rainy day when the lad had so blithely proposed it. He understood now why it was that other boys could not stalk confidently into the offices of Armstrong and Company and be outfitted for a trading voyage. His father's faith, his father's indulgent fatherhood, had provided the all-too-large credit for his ruin.
"Wish you'd hurry up,"
Bagg sighed. "Just now," Archie declared, looking Skipper Bill in the eye, "it's up to Billy Topsail."
"Billy's a good boy,"
said the skipper. Little Donald North, who had all along been a thoroughly serviceable but inconspicuous member of the crew, began to shed unwilling tears.
"Wish you'd hurry up,"
Bagg whimpered.
"There she is,"
Skipper Bill roared. It was true. There she was, far off at sea, away beyond Grief Head at the entrance to Hook and Line. The smoke of a steamer surely appeared, a black cloud in the misty, glowering day. It was the Grand Lake. There was no other steamer on the coast. Captain Hand, Archie's friend, Captain Hand, with whom he had sailed on the sealing voyage of the stout old dictator, was in command. She would soon make harbor. Archie's load vanished. From despair he was lifted suddenly into a wild hilarity, which nothing would satisfy but a roaring wrestle with Skipper Bill. The Grand Lake would presently be in. She would proceed full steam to Jolly Harbor. She would pass a line to the spot cache. She would jerk the little schooner from her rocky berth on Blow Me Down, and presently that self-same willful little craft would be legging it for St. John's. But was it the Grand Lake?
"Lads,"
the skipper declared, when the steamer was in view,
"it sure is the Grand Lake."
They watched her.
"Queer,"
Skipper Bill muttered at last. "What's queer?" asked Archie.
"She should be turning in," the skipper replied. "What's Captain Ann thinking about?"
"Wish you'd hurry up,"
said Bagg. The boys were bewildered. The steamer should by this time have had her nose turned towards Hook and Line. To round Grief Head she was keeping amazingly far out to sea.
"Wonderful queer,"
said the anxious skipper. The Grand Lake steamed past Hook and Line and disappeared in the mist. Evidently she was in haste. Presently there was not so much as a trail of smoke to be descried at sea. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan, in which Billy Topsail, besieged by wreckers, sleeps on duty and thereafter finds exercise for his wits, in which also a lighted candle is suspended over a keg of powder and precipitates a critical moment while Billy Topsail turns pale with anxiety. At Jolly Harbor, meantime, where Billy Topsail kept watch, except for the flutter of an apron or skirt when the women went to the well for water, there was no sign of life at the cottages the livelong day. No boats ran out to the fishing grounds. No men were on the flakes. The salmon nets and lobster traps were not hauled. Billy prepared a spirited defense with the guns, which he charged heavily with powder, omitting the bullets. This done, he awaited the attack, meaning to let his wits or his arms deal with the situation according to developments. The responsibility was heavy, the duty anxious, and Billy could not forget what Archie had said to him about the firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company. La, there was nothing for it but to leave me in charge, he thought, as he paced the deck that night. But 'twill be a job now to save her if they come. Billy fancied from time to time that he heard the splash of oars, but the night was dark, and although he peered long and listened intently, He could discover no boat in the shadows, and when the day came, with the comparative security of light, he was inclined to think that his fancy had been tricking him. But it might have been the punt slipping in from the harbours above and below. He thought suddenly, I wonder if 'twas. He spent most of that day lying on a coil of rope on the deck of the cabin, dozing and delighting himself with long daydreams. When the night fell, it fell dark and foggy. An easterly wind overcast the sky and blew a thick mist from the open sea. Lights twinkled in the cottages ashore, somewhat blurred by the mist, but elsewhere it was dark. The nearer rocks were outlined by their deeper black. "'Twill be now," Billy thought, "or 'twill be never. Skipper Bill will be back with the Grand Lake tomorrow." Sometime after midnight, while Billy was pacing the deck to keep himself warm and awake, he was hailed from the shore. "'Tis from the point at the Narrows," he thought. "Sure, 'tis Skipper Bill come back." Again he heard the hail, his own name coming from that point at the Narrows. "Billy by, Billy." "Aye, sir. Who are you?" "Skipper Bill by," came the answer. "Fetch the quarter boat. We're aground and leaking." "Aye, aye, sir." "Quick, lad. I wants to get aboard." Billy leaped from the rail to the quarter boat. He was ready to cast off when he heard a splash in the darkness behind him. That splash gave him pause. Were the wreckers trying to decoy him from the ship? They had a legal right to salve an abandoned vessel. He clambered aboard, determined until he had had better assurance of the safety of his charge, to let Skipper Bill and his crew, if it were indeed they, make a shift for comfort on the rocks until morning. "Skipper Bill, sir," he called, "can you swim?" "Aye, boy, but make haste. I'll show a light for you, sir, if you want to swim out, but I'll not leave the schooner." At that there was a laugh, an unmistakable chuckle, sounding whence the boy had heard the splash of an oar. It was echoed to right and left, then a splash or two, a creak or two, and a whisper. After that all was still again. "'Tis lucky now I didn't go," Billy thought. "'Twas a trick for sure. But how did they know my name?" That was simple enough, when he came to think about it. When the skipper had warned the first fisherman off, he had ordered Billy forward by name. Wreckers they were then, simple good-hearted folk, believing in their right to what the sea cast up, and now bent on salving what they could, but evidently seeking to avoid a violent seizure of the cargo. Billy appreciated this feeling. He had himself no wish to meet an assault in force, whether in the persons of such good-natured fellows as the man who had grinned at him on the morning of the wreck, or in those of a more villainous cast. He hoped it was to be a game of wits, and now the lad smiled. "'Tis likely," he thought, "that I'll keep it safe." For an hour or more there was no return of the alarm. The harbor water rippled under the winds. The rigging softly rattled and sang aloft. The swish of breakers drifted in from the Narrows. Billy sat in the full light of the deck lamps, with a gun in his hands, that all the eyes, which he felt sure were peering at him from the darkness round about, might see that he was alive to duty. As his weariness increased, he began to think that the wreckers had drawn off, discouraged. Once he nodded, again he nodded, and awoke with a start. But he was all alone on the deck as he had been. Then, to occupy himself, he went below to light the cabin candle. For a moment, before making ready to go on deck again, he sat on the counter, lost in thought. He did not hear the prow of a punt strike the spot cash amidships, did not hear the whispers and soft laughter of men coming over the side by stealth, did not hear the tramp of feet coming aft. What startled him was a rough voice and a burst of laughter. "Come aboard, skipper, sir." The companionway framed 6 weather-beaten, bearded faces. There was a grin on each, from the first, which was clear to its smallest wrinkle in the candlelight, to those which were vanishing and reappearing in the shadows behind. Billy seemed incapable of word or action. "Come to report, sir," said the nearest wrecker. "We seed you was aground, young skipper, and we thought we'd help you ashore with the cargo." Billy rested his left hand on the head of a powder keg, which stood on the end of the counter beside him. His right stole towards the candlestick. There was a light in his blue eyes, a glitter or a twinkle, which might have warned the wreckers had they known him better. "I order you ashore," he said slowly.
I order you all ashore. You've no right aboard this ship. If I had my gun—" "Sure, you left it on the deck." "If I had my gun," Billy pursued, "I'd have the right to shoot you down." The manner of the speech, the fierce intensity of it, impressed the wreckers. They perceived that the boy's face had turned pale, that his eyes were flashing strangely. They were unused to such a depth of passion. It may be that they were reminded of a bear at bay. "I believe he'd do it," said one. An uneasy quiet followed, and in that silence Billy heard the prow of another punt strike the ship. More footfalls came shuffling aft. Other faces peered down the companionway. One man pushed his way through the group and made as if to come down the ladder. "Stand back!" Billy cried. The threat in that shrill cry brought the man to a stop. He turned, and that which he saw caused him to fall back upon his fellows. There was an outcry and a general falling away from the cabin door. Some men ran forward to the punts. "The lad's gone mad," said one. "Leave us to get ashore." Billy had whipped the stopper out of the hole of the head of the powder keg. He had snatched the candle from the socket, carefully guarding its flame, and now sat, triumphantly gazing up, with the butt of the candle through the hole in the keg and the flame flickering above its depths. "Men," said he, when they had gathered again at the door, "if I let that candle slip through my fingers, you know what'll happen." He paused, then he went on, speaking in a quivering voice. "My friends left me in charge of this here schooner, and I've been caught napping. If I'd been on deck, you wouldn't have got aboard. But now you are aboard, and 'tis all because I didn't do my duty. Do you think I care about what becomes of me now? Do you think I don't care whether I do my duty or not? I'll tell you fair that if you don't go ashore, I'll drop this candle in the keg. If one of you dares to come down that ladder, I'll drop it. If I hear you lift the hatches off the hold, I'll drop it. If I hear you strike a blow at the ship, I'll drop it. Hear me?" he cried. "If you don't go, I'll drop it." The candle trembled between Billy's fingers. It slipped, fell an inch or more, but his fingers gripped it again before he lost it. The wreckers recoiled, now convinced that the lad meant no less than he said. "I guess you'd do it, by," said the man who had attempted to descend. "Sure," he repeated, with a glance of admiration for the boy's pluck. "I guess you would." "'Tis not comfortable here," said another. "Sure he might drop it by accident. Make haste, boys. Let's get ashore." "Good night, skipper," said the first. "Good night, sir," said Billy grimly. With that they went over the side. Billy heard them leap into their punts, push off, and row away. Then silence fell, broken only by the ripple of the water, the noise of the wind in the rigging, the swish of breakers drifting in. The boy waited a long time, not daring to venture on deck, lest they should be lying in wait for him at the head of the ladder. He listened for a footfall, a noise in the hold, the shifting of deck cargo, but he heard nothing. When the candle had burned low, he lighted another, put the butt through the hole, and jammed it. At last he fell asleep, with his head resting on a pile of dress goods, and the candle burning unattended. He was awakened by a hail from the deck.
"Billy boy, where is you?"
It was Skipper Bill's hearty voice, and before Billy could tumble up the ladder, the skipper's bulky body closed the exit. "She's all safe, sir," said the boy. Skipper Bill at that moment caught sight of the lighted candle. He snatched it from its place, dropped it on the floor, and stamped on it. He was a-tremble from head to foot.
"What's this foolery?"
he demanded angrily. Billy explained.
"It was plucky, boy," said the skipper, "but 'twas wonderful risky."
"Sure, there's no call to be afraid."
"No call to be afraid,"
cried the skipper. "No, sir, no," said Billy. "There's not a grain of powder in the keg."
"Empty? An empty keg?"
The skipper roared. "Do you think," said Billy indignantly, "that I'd have risked the schooner that way if 'twas a full keg?" Skipper Bill stared, and for a long time afterwards he could not look at Billy without staring. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. In which Skipper Bill, as a desperate expedient, contemplates the use of his teeth, and Archie Armstrong, to save his honor, sets sail in a basket, but seems to have come a cropper. Billy Topsail suddenly demanded, "Where's the Grand Lake?"
"The Grand Lake,"
the skipper drawled with a sigh,
"is somewheres to the south'ard footin' it for St. John's."
"You missed her," Billy accused.
"Didn't neither,"
said the indignant skipper.
"She steamed right past hook and line without a wink in that direction."
This was shocking news. "Anyhow," said little Donald North, as though it mattered importantly, "we seed her smoke." Billy looked from Donald to Jimmy, from Jimmy to Bag, from Bag to the skipper, and then he stared about. "Where's Archie?" he asked.
"Archie," the skipper replied, "is footin' it for St. John's too." "Skipper Bill," says Archie, "Billy Topsail has kept that schooner safe. I knows he has. It was up to Billy Topsail to save the firm from the wreckers, and I'll lay you that Billy Topsail has saved the firm. Now, Skipper Bill," says Archie, "you go back to Jolly Harbor and get that schooner off. You get her off somehow. Get her off just as soon as you can," says he, "and fetch her to St. John's." "I can't get her off," says I. "Yes, you can too, Skipper Bill," says he. "I'll lay you can get her off. I don't know how you'll do it," says he, "but I'll lay you can." "I'll get her off, Archie," says I, "if I have to jump into the sea and haul off with a line in my teeth." "I knowed you would," says he, "and you got the best teeth, Skipper Bill," says he, "to be found on this here coast. As for me, Skipper," says he, "I'm going down to St. John's if I got to walk on water. I told my father that I'd be in his office on the 1st of September, and I'm going to be there. If I can't be there with the fish, I can be there with a promise of fish, and I can back that promise up with a motorboat, a sloop yacht, and a pony and cart. I don't know how I'm going to get to St. John's," says he, "and I don't want to walk in a wet sea like this. But I'm going to get there somehow by the 1st of September, and I'm going to assume, yes, sir, assume, Skipper Bill," says Archie, "I'm going to assume that you'll fetch down the spot cash and the tail and fins of every last tomcod aboard that craft. And I'm going to do it."
Skipper Bill roared in conclusion, with a slap of the counter with his hairy fist that made the depleted stock rattle on the shelves.
"Does you think you can haul her off with your teeth?"
Donald North asked with staring eyes. Bill of Burnt Bay burst into a shout of laughter.
"We'll have no help from the Jolly Harbor folk," said Billy Topsail gravely. "They're good-humored men," he added, "but they means to have this here schooner if they can."
"Never mind,"
said Skipper Bill, with an assumption of far more hope than was in his honest, willing heart.
"We'll get her off afore they comes again."
"Wisht you'd hurry up," said Bag.
With the spot cash high and dry, with a small crew aboard, with a numerous folk, clever and unfriendly, however good-humored they were, bent on possessing that which they were fully persuaded it was their right to have, with no help near at hand and small prospect of the appearance of aid, the task which Archie Armstrong had set Bill of Burnt Bay was the most difficult one the old sea dog had ever encountered in a long career of hard work, self-dependence, and tight places. The Jolly Harbor folk might laugh and joke, they might even offer sympathy, they might be the most hospitable, tender-hearted, God-fearing folk in the world, but tradition had taught them that what the sea cast up belonged righteously to the men who could take it, and they would with good conscienceness and the best humor in the world stand upon that doctrine, and Bill of Burnt Bay would do no murder to prevent them. It was not the custom of the coast to do murder in such cases, and Archie Armstrong's last injunction had been to take no lives. Bill of Burnt Bay declared in growing wrath to the boys that he would come next door to murder.
"I'll pink 'em anyhow," said he, as he loaded his long gun. "I'll make holes for earrings, ecod."
Yes, sir. The skipper would show the Jolly Harbor folk how near a venturesome man could come to letting daylight into a Jolly Harbor hull without making a hopeless leak, just to keep him busy caulking, ecod. How much of this was mere loud and saucy words, with how much real meaning the skipper spoke, even the skipper himself did not know.
But yes, sir, he'd show 'em in the morning. It was night now, however, though near the morning. Nobody would put out from shore before daybreak. They had been frightened off once. Skipper Bill's wrath could simmer to the boiling point, but a watch must be kept. No chances must be taken with the spot cache. And, "Ahoy, Billy!" a pleasant voice called from the water. The crew of the spot cache rushed on deck. "Oh-ho!" another voice laughed. "Skipper's back too, eh?"
"With a long, perfectly trustworthy, loaded gun,"
Skipper Bill solemnly replied.
The men in the punch laughed heartily.
"Sheer off!"
Skipper Bill roared. But in the protecting shadows of the night the punch came closer, and there was another laugh. It chanced at Hook and Line Harbor before night. Skipper Bill had then 4 hours been gone towards Jolly Harbor, that a Labrador fishing craft put in for water. She was loaded deep. Her decks were fairly awash with her load of fish, and at best she was squat and old and rotten, a basket to put to sea in. Here was no fleet craft, but she was southbound at any rate, and Archie Armstrong determined to board her, to get to St. John's, to open the door of his father's office on the 1st of September as he had promised, to explain and to reassure and even to present in hard cash the value of a sloop yacht and a pony and a motorboat, was the boy's feverish determination. He could not forget his father's grave words. "Your honor is involved." Perhaps he exaggerated the importance of them. His honor? The boy had no wish to be excused, had no liking for fatherly indulgence. He was wholly intent upon justifying his father's faith and satisfying his own sense of honorable obligation. It must be fish or cash, and as it seemed it could not be fish, it must therefore be cash. It must be hard cash, cash down, paid on the 1st of September over his father's desk in the little office overlooking the wharves. "Green Bay bound," the skipper of the Labrador craft replied to Archie's question. That signified a landing at Ruddy Cove. "I'll go along," said Archie. "You'll not," the skipper snapped. "You'll not go until you mend your manners." Archie started in amazement. "You'll go along, will you?" the skipper continued. "Is you the owner of this here craft? You may ask to go along, but whether you go along or not is for me, you cub, to say." Archie straightened in his father's way. "My name," said he shortly, "is Archibald Armstrong." The skipper instantly touched his cap. "I'm sorry, skipper," Archie went on, with a dignity of which his manner of life had long ago made him unconsciously master, "for having taken too much for granted. I want passage with you to Ruddy Cove, skipper, for which I'll pay." "You're welcome, sir," said the skipper. The wind and tide lay at hook and line that night in fear of the sea that was running. She rode so deep in the water, and her planks and rigging and sticks were at best so untrustworthy, that her skipper would not take her to sea. Next morning, however, and Archie subsequently recalled it, next morning the wind blew fair for the southern ports. Out put the old craft into a rising breeze, and was presently wallowing her way towards Green Bay and Ruddy Cove. But there was no reckless sailing. Nothing that Archie could say with any appearance of propriety moved the skipper to urge her on. She was deep, she was old, she must be humored along. Again, when night fell, she was taken into harbor for shelter. The wind still blew fair in the morning. She made a better day of it, but was once more safely berthed for the night. Day after day she crept down the coast, lurching along in the light, with unearthly shrieks of pain and complaint, and lying silent in harbor in the dark. "Wished you'd hurry up," thought Archie, with a dubious laugh, remembering Bag. It was the 29th of August, and coming on dark when the boy first caught sight of the cottages of Ruddy Cove. "Mailboat day," he thought jubilantly. "The wind and tail will make it. I'll be in St. John's the day after tomorrow." "Journey's end," said the skipper, coming up at that moment. "I'm wanting to make the mailboat," said Archie. "She's due at Ruddy Cove soon after dark." "She'll be on time," said the skipper. "Hark!" Archie heard the faint blast of the steamer's whistle. "Is it she?" the skipper asked. "Aye," Archie exclaimed, "and she's just leaving Fortune Harbor. She'll be at Ruddy Cove within the hour."
I'm doubting that we will, said the skipper. Will you not run up a topsail? The boy pleaded. Not for the Queen of England, the skipper replied, moving forward. I've got my load, and I've got the lives of my crew to care for. Archie could not gainsay it. The wind and tide had all the sail she could carry with unquestionable safety. The boy watched the mailboat's lights round the head and pass through the tickle into the harbor of Ruddy Cove. Presently he heard the second blast of her deep-toned whistle and saw her emerge and go on her way. She looked cozy in the dusk, he thought. She was brilliant with many lights. In the morning she would connect with the eastbound cross-country express at Burnt Bay. And meantime he, this self-same boastful Archie Armstrong, would lie stranded at Ruddy Cove. At that moment St. John's seemed infinitely far away. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company. A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. In which many things happen. Old Tom Topsail declares himself the bully to do it. Mrs. Skipper William bounds down the path with a boiled lobster. The mixed accommodation sways, rattles, roars, puffs, and quits on a grade in the wilderness. Tom Topsail loses his way in the fog, and Archie Armstrong gets despairing ear of a whistle. At Ruddy Cove that night, when Archie was landed from the wind and tide, a turmoil of amazement instantly gave way to the very briskest consultation the wits of the place had ever known. "There's no punt can make Burnt Bay the night," Billy Topsail's father declared. "Nor the morrow night if the wind changes," old Jim Grim added. "Nor the next in a southerly gale," Job North put in. "There's the wind and tide," Tom Topsail suggested. "She's a basket," said Archie, "and she's slower than a paddle punt. What's the weather?" "Fair wind for Burnt Bay and a starlit night." "I've lost the express," said Archie excitedly. I must, I tell you, I must catch the mixed." The Ruddy Cove faces grew long. "I must," Archie repeated between his teeth. The eastbound cross-country express would go through the little settlement of Burnt Bay in the morning. The mixed accommodation would crawl by at an uncertain hour of the following day. It was now the night of the 29th of August. 1 day, 2 days. The mixed accommodation would leave Burnt Bay for St. John's on the 31st of August. "If she doesn't forget," said Job North dryly. "Or get tired and rest too often," Jim Grim added. Archie caught an impatient breath. "Look you, lad," Tom Topsail declared, jumping up. "I'm the bully that will put you aboard." Archie flung open the door of Mrs. Skipper Williams' kitchen and made for the topsail wharf with old Tom puffing and lumbering at his heels. Billy Topsail's mother was hailed with the news. Before Tom had well made the punt ship-shape for a driving cruise up the bay, she was on the wharf with a bucket of hardtack and a kettle of water. A frantic scream, perhaps a shout, announced the coming of Mrs. Skipper William with a ham bone and a greatcoat. These tossed aboard, she roared a command to delay, gathered up her skirts, and fled into the night, whence she emerged bounding with a package of tea and a boiled lobster. She had no breath left to bid them Godspeed when Tom Topsail cast off. But she waved her great soft arms, and her portly person shook with the violence of her good wishes. And up went the sail, and out fluttered the little jib, and the punt heeled to the harbor breeze, and Tom Topsail and Archie Armstrong darted away from the lights of Ruddy Cove towards the open sea. The mixed accommodation, somewhere far back in the Newfoundland wilderness, came to the foot of a long grade. She puffed and valiantly choo-chooed. It was desperately hard work to climb that hill. A man might have walked beside her while she tried it. But she surmounted the crest at last, and as though immensely proud of herself, rattled down towards the boulder-strewn level at an amazing rate of speed. On she went, swaying, puffing, roaring, rattling, as though she had no intention whatever of coming to a stop before she had brought her 500-mile run to a triumphant conclusion in the station at St. John's. Even the engineer was astonished.
Doin' fine, thought the fireman, proud of his head of steam. She'll make up them 3 hours afore morning, the engineer hoped. On the next grade, the mixed accommodation lagged. It was a steep grade. She seemed to lose enthusiasm with every yard of puffing progress. She began to pant, to groan, to gasp with horrible fatigue. Evidently she fancied it a cruel task to be put to. And the grade was long, and it was outrageously steep, and they had overloaded the little engine with freight cars, and she wasn't yet halfway up. It would take the heart out of any engine. But she buckled to, once more, and trembled and panted, and gained a yard or two. It was hard work. It was killing work. It was a ghastly outrage to demand such an effort of any engine, most of all of a rat trap attached to a mixed accommodation of an ill-graded road. The rat trap snorted her indignation. She howled with agony and despair. And then she quit. "What's the matter now?" a passenger asked the conductor in a coach far in the rear.
"Looks to me as if we'll have to uncouple and run to the next siding with half the train," the conductor replied. "But it may be the firebox."
"What's the matter with the firebox?"
"She has a habit of dropping out," said the conductor.
"We'll be a day late in St. John's," the passenger grumbled. The conductor laughed.
"You will," said he, "if the trouble is with the firebox."
While the mixed accommodation was panting on the long grade, Tom Topsail's punt, Burnt Bay bound, was splashing through a choppy sea, humored along by a clever hand and a heart that understood her whims. It was blowing smartly, but the wind was none too much for the tiny craft, and she was making the best of it. At this rate, with neither change nor failure of the wind, Tom Topsail would land Archie Armstrong in Burnt Bay long before the accommodation had begun to think of achieving that point in her journey across the island. There was no failure of the wind as the night spent itself. It blew true, and fair until the rosy dawn came softly out of the east. The boy awoke from a long doze to find the punt overhauling the first barren islands of the long estuary at the head of which Burnt Bay settlement is situated. With the most favorable weather, there was a day's sailing and more yet to be done. "How's the weather?" was Archie's first question. "Broodin'," Tom Topsail drawled. Archie could find no menace in the dawn. "Just broodin'," Topsail repeated. Towards night it seemed that a change and a gale of wind might be hatched by the brooding day. The wind fluttered to the east and blew up a thickening fog. "We've time and to spare," said Topsail in the soggy dust. "Leave us go ashore and rest." They landed presently on a promising island and made a roaring fire. The hot tea and the lobster and the hard bread and the tales of Topsail and the glow and warmth of the fire were grateful to Archie. He fell sound asleep, at last with his great coat over him, and Tom Topsail was soon snoring too. In the meantime, the mixed accommodation back in the wilderness had surmounted the grade, had dropped 3 heavy cars at a way station, and was rattling on her way towards Burnt Bay with an energy and determination that surprised her weary passengers, and could only mean that she was bound to make up at least some lost time or explode in the attempt. Morning came. It seemed to Archie Armstrong that it never would come. Morning came in a thick fog to Tom Topsail and the lad. In a general way, Tom Topsail had his bearings, but he was somewhat doubtful about trusting them. The fog thickened with an easterly wind. It blew wet and rough and cold. The water, in so far as it could be seen from the island, was breaking in white-capped waves, and an easterly wind was none of the best on the Burnt Bay course. But Tom Topsail and Archie put confidently out. The mixed accommodation was not due at Burnt Bay until 12:33. She would doubtless be late. She was always late. There was time enough. Perhaps there would be time and to spare. The wind switched a bit to the south of east, however, and became nearly adverse, and down came the fog, thick and blinding. 100 islands and the narrowing main shore to port and starboard were wiped out of sight. There were no longer landmarks.
"Man," Tom Topsail declared at last, "I don't know where I is."
"Drive on, Tom," said Archie. The punt went forward in a smother of water. "Half after 11, Archie remarked. Tom Topsail hauled the sheet taut to pick up another puff of wind. An hour passed. Archie had lost the accommodation if she were on time.
"There's an island dead ahead," said Tom. "I feels it. Hark," he added. "Do you hear the breakers?"
Archie could hear the wash of the sea.
"Could it be right in the way?" Tom Topsail wondered. "Or is it mind your eye point?"
There was no help in Archie.
"If 'tis right in the way," Tom said, "I have me bearin's. 'Tis a marvellous thick fog, this," he complained.
"Mind your eye is a point of the mainland."
"I'm going ashore to find out," Tom determined.
Landed, however, he could make nothing of it. Whether right in the way, an island near by Burnt Bay, or mind your eye, a long projection of the main shore, there was no telling. The fog hid all outlines. If it were right of way, Tom Topsail could land Archie in Burnt Bay within half an hour. If it were mind your eye point, well, maybe. "Hark!" Tom exclaimed. Archie could hear nothing.
"Did you not hear it?"
said Tom. "What, man? Hear what?"
"That!"
Tom ejaculated. Archie heard the distant whistle of a train.
"I knows this place," Tom burst out,
in a vast excitement.
"'Tis mind your eye. They's cut a road from here to the railway. 'Tis about a half a mile, lad."
Followed by Archie, Tom Topsail plunged into the bush. They did not need to be told that the mixed accommodation was laboring on a steep grade from Redbrook Bridge. They did not need to be told that a little fire, builded by the track before she ran past, a flaring signal in the fog, would stop her. With them it was merely a problem of getting to the track in time to start that fire. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Billy Topsail and Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. Billy Topsail and Company, A Story for Boys by Norman Duncan. At last, in which Archie Armstrong hangs his head in his father's office. The pale little clerk takes a desperate chance. Bill of Burnt Bay loses his breath, and there is a grand dinner in celebration of the final issue, at which the amazement of the crew of the Spot Cache is equaled by nothing in the world except their delight. It was the 1st of September, a rainy day this, in St. John's, the wind in the east, thick fog blowing in from the open. Sir Archibald's grate was crackling in its accustomed cheerful way. Rain lashed the office windows at intervals. A melancholy mist curtained the harbor from view. Sir Archibald was anxious. He drummed on the desk with his fingertips. He paced the office floor. He scowled. He pursed his lips. He dug his restless hands deep in his pockets. The expected had not happened. It was now 2:00. Sir Archibald was used to going home at 3, and now it was 2:00. No, by Jove, it was 8 after. Sir Archibald walked impatiently to the window. It was evident that the fog was the cause of his impatience. He scowled at it. No, thought he. No schooner could make St. John's Harbor in a fog like that. And the winds of the week had been fair winds from the French shore. Still the expected had not happened. Why had the expected not happened? A pale little clerk put his head in at the door in a very doubtful way. "Skipper of the Black Eagle, sir," said he. "Clerk, too," he added. "Show 'em in," Sir Archibald growled. What happened need not be described. It was both melancholy and stormy without. There was a roaring tempest within. Sir Archibald was not used to giving way to aggravation, but he was now presently embarked on a rough sea of it, from which, indeed, he had difficulty in reaching quiet harbor again. It was not the first interview he had had with the skipper and the clerk of the Black Eagle since that trim craft had returned from the French shore trade, but it turned out to be the final one. The books of the Black Eagle had been examined. Her stores had been appraised, her stock taken, her fish weighed, and the result had been so amazing that Sir Archibald had not only been mystified, but enraged. It was for this reason when the skipper, George Rum, with Tommy Bull, the rat-eyed little clerk, left the presence of Sir Archibald Armstrong, the prediction of the clerk had come true. There were 2 able-bodied seamen looking for a berth on the streets of St. John's. First of all, however, they set about finding Tom Talk of Twillingate, but this, somehow or other, the discreet Tom Talk would never permit them to do. By Sir Archibald's watch it was now exactly 2:47. Sir Archibald rose from the chair that was his throne. "I'm sorry," he sighed. "I had hoped." Again the pale little clerk put his head in at the door. This time he was grinning shamelessly. "Well," Sir Archibald said, "what is it?" "Master Archie, sir." Archie shook hands with his father in a perfunctory way. Sir Archibald's cheery greeting, and with what admiration and affection and happiness his heart was filled with at that moment. Sir Archibald's cheery greeting failed in his throat. Archie was prodigiously scowling. This was no failure of affection, nor was it an evil regard towards his creditor, who would have had for him, as the boy well knew, nothing but the warmest sympathy. It was shame and sheer despair, in every line of the boy's drawn face, in his haggard eyes and trembling lips, in his dejected air, even his dishevelled appearance, as Sir Archibald sadly thought. Failure was written. What the nature of the failure was, Sir Archibald did not know. How it had come about, he could not tell. But it was failure. It was failure, and there was no doubt about it. Sir Archibald's great fatherly heart warmed towards the boy. He did not resent the brusque greeting. He understood, and Sir Archibald came at that moment nearer to putting his arms about his big son in the most sentimental fashion in the world than he had come in a good many years. "Father," said Archie abruptly, "please sit down." Sir Archibald sat down. "I owe you $1,000, sir," Archie went on, coming close to his father's desk and looking Sir Archibald straight in the eye. "It is due today, and I can't pay it now." Sir Archibald would not further humiliate the boy by remitting the debt. There was no help for Archie in this crisis. Nobody knew it better than Sir Archibald. "I have no excuse, sir," said Archie, with his head half defiantly thrown back, "but I should like to explain." Sir Archibald nodded. "I meant to be back in time to realize on those things that you had given me, on the yacht, and the boat, and the pony." Archie went on, finding a little difficulty with a lump of shame in his throat. "But I missed the mail boat at Ruddy Cove, and The pale little clerk once more put his sharp little face in at the door. "Judd," said Sir Archibald sternly, "be good enough not to interrupt me." "But, sir—" "Judd," Sir Archibald roared, "shut that door." The pale little clerk took his life in his hands, and, turning infinitely paler, gasped, "Skipper of the Spot Cash to see you, sir." "What?" shouted Archie. Judd had fled. "Skipper of the Spot Cash?" Archie muttered stupidly. Indeed, yes. The hearty, grinning, triumphant skipper of the Spot Cash, and more too, following sheepishly in his wake, no less than the full complement of other members of the trading firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grimm and Company, even to Donald North, who was winking with surprise, and Bagg, the cook, ex-gutter snipe from London, who could not wink at all from sheer amazement. And then, first thing of all, Archie Armstrong and his father shook hands in quite another way, whereupon this same Archie Armstrong, while Sir Archibald fairly bellowed with delighted laughter, fell upon Billy Bay, and upon the crew of the Spot Cash, right down to Bagg, who had least to lose, and beat the very breath out of their bodies in an hilarious expression of joy.
"Dickering,"
Billy Bay explained by and by. "Dickering?" ejaculated Archie.
"Just Simon Pure Dickering,"
Billy Bay insisted, a bit indignantly. And then it all came out. how the Jolly Harbor wreckers had come aboard to reason, how that Billiburnt Bay, with a gun in one hand, was disposed to reason, and did reason, and continued to reason, until the Jolly Harbor folk began to laugh, and were in the end persuaded to take a reasonable amount of merchandise from the depleted shelves, the whole of it, in return for their help in floating the schooner. It came out, too, how Billy Topsail had held the candle over the powder keg. It came out, moreover, how the crew of the Spot Cash had set sail from Jolly Harbor with a fair wind, how the wind had providentially continued to blow fair and strong, how the Spot Cash had made the landfall of St. John's before night of the day before, and how the crew had with their own arms towed her into harbor, and had not 15 minutes ago moored her at Sir Archibald's wharf, and loaded, sir, with as fine a lot of salt cod as ever came out of White Bay, and off the French shore. To all of which both Sir Archibald and Archie listened with wide open eyes, the eyes of the boy, it may be whispered in strictest confidence, glistening with tears of proud delight in his friends. There was a celebration. Of course there was a celebration. To be sure, this occurred when the load of the Spot Cash had been weighed out, and a discharge of obligation duly handed to the firm of Topsail, Armstrong, Grim and Company, and the balance paid over in hard cash. Skipper Bill was promptly made a member of the firm to his own great profit, and he was amazed and delighted beyond everything but a wild gasp. And so was Billy Topsail, and so was Jimmy Grimm, and so was Donald North, and so was Bag. So were they all amazed, every one, when they were told that the fish had gone to 380, and each found himself the possessor, in his own right, free of all encumbrance, of $137.63. But this amazement was hardly equal to that which overcame them when they sat down to dinner with Archie and Sir Archibald and Lady Armstrong in the evening. Perhaps it was the shining plate, perhaps it was Lady Armstrong's sweet beauty, perhaps it was Sir Archibald's jokes, perhaps it was Archie Armstrong's Eton jacket and perfectly immaculate appearance, perhaps it was the presence of his jolly tutor, perhaps it was the glitter and snowy whiteness and glorious bounty of the table spread before them. But there was nothing in the whole wide world to equal to the astonishment of the crew of the Spot Cash, nothing to approach it indeed, except their fine delight. End of chapter 36. End of Billy Topsail and Company, a story for boys by Norman Duncan.